Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking course. First of all, I'd like to take you through why you should buy a Prepare for IELTS video course. All the teachers at Prepare for IELTS are Masters qualified teachers in teaching English to speakers of other languages. We are all native speakers of English, so everything that we tell you in the course would be something that a native speaker would say. We have over 15 years experience preparing students for the IELTS exam. We qualified as IELTS examiners with the British Council at the University of Liverpool several years ago. We did the course mainly to understand IELTS and what IELTS examiners are looking for, not because we wanted to become IELTS examiners, but we qualified and worked as IELTS examiners for a while to get a better understanding of how the test works and what is important for students to know when they are taking the IELTS test. We are experienced examiners and we have written many IELTS materials. Many of our former students went on to study at top universities in the UK. We used to teach face-to-face in the UK on a university foundation programme, preparing students to go to universities such as the University of Oxford. So let's have a look at what the course includes. Well, first of all, there is the Essentials section. And in this section, you have a downloadable PDF which covers all of the videos in the Essentials section. In the Essentials section, there are a number of videos that are useful to help you prepare. If you only have a few weeks before your IELTS test, this is the section for you. You don't have time to be looking at model answers, so just look through this section where we go through lots of vocabulary that will help you get a higher band for lexical resource. We look at ways of extending your grammatical range, certain phrases that you can learn and use that will be useful for the IELTS speaking test, and we give you strategies for answering different kinds of questions and ways of saying I don't know, etc. Just lots of useful tips to help you during the IELTS speaking test. In addition to this, there are many videos which have analysis of model answers, and this gives you a good idea of what IELTS examiners are looking for. So we go through the model answers and go through lots of the lexical resource, the grammatical range, the discourse markers, etc. It is important to note that there are many Part 1 and over 140 Part 2 model answers in this course. You don't need to watch them all. It is important that you don't try and memorise answers. Many candidates try to do this. It's impossible. There are too many Part 1 questions, too many Part 2 topics, and hundreds of possible Part 3 questions. What you need to do is improve your lexical resource, improve your grammatical range, and have strategies for answering the questions. So there are not going to be videos for every Part 1, 2 or 3 topic. I occasionally add more videos, but there are hundreds of them now, so you will probably find a video already in there that's similar to some of the questions being asked at the moment. Like I said previously, memorising answers is a very bad idea. This course is about improving your language, trying to get enough language to aim for band 7+. Now this course focuses mainly on Part 1 and Part 2. I do give you a couple of videos on Part 3 and there are some model answers for some Part 3 questions. We have a separate video course for Part 3, so if you're looking to improve your Part 3 answers, then I would recommend looking at our Part 3 video course. This is an online course and it is very difficult with speaking to do it as an online course. What you must do is watch the videos and then practice by yourself, record yourself, listen to yourself. You need to improve and you only improve through practice, practice, practice. Unfortunately, because it is an online course, we cannot assess your speaking. This is simply a course to try and expand your vocabulary, expand your lexical resource, and give you some strategies for the IELTS speaking test. Please watch the preview videos before buying. This course isn't suitable for everyone, so make sure you watch it so you don't waste your money. You might not like my style of teaching and you might not like the videos that are on offer. So we have plenty of preview videos. Please watch them. So I'll just give you some brief information how to use this course. There is the Essentials section. This has a downloadable PDF included. I would recommend you start with this. Go through all the sections. There's a lot of language, a lot of lexical resource within the PDF. Try and learn as much as possible. It is very difficult to prepare for the IELTS speaking test because they could ask you lots of different questions and it is hard to predict what they will ask. However, they will probably ask you about your hometown and work or study. So it is important that you prepare some answers for these two topics. And in the Essentials section, there are videos for these and lots of useful language for you to learn and prepare for these topics. While you are studying the course, focus on expanding, increasing your lexical resource by learning phrases that are useful for lots of questions. If you just study, for example, schools and lots of topic vocabulary on schools, that's not really useful for lots of other topics. So that's why you need to focus more on very general phrases that can be used to answer lots of questions. Go through some of the part 1 and part 2 videos to expand your lexical resource. I've taught many students over the years. The students who get the better IELTS grades are the ones with a wider lexical resource. Even if your grammar is 100% accurate, if you don't have a wide lexical resource, it's unlikely that you're going to be getting the higher bands. So really focus on the vocabulary. And once again, the most important thing, do not memorize answers. It's impossible to memorize answers for over 50 part 2 topics, and this is a bad strategy and will not get you a high band score. Learn chunks of language. Chunks of language means pieces of language, so it's more than one word. So throughout the course you will see me using chunks of language and I will repeat them and I'll go through them and say these are useful for you to learn. Candidates who know lots of chunks of language rather than individual words are more likely to get a higher band score. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video, and if you have any questions, do let us know and we will be happy to answer them. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. And in this video we're going to look at the topic of hometown. Now this is essential preparation for your IELTS speaking test because you will be asked questions on either your hometown or the place that you're living at the moment. So it's essential, very important, that you know lots of language to describe your hometown or any place. This language will also be useful for describing places. So let's take a look at some of the questions they might ask you. They're not going to ask you all of these questions in part 1. They're going to choose 2 or 3 of them. But make sure you have some language ready to be able to answer questions like these. So let's take a look at some of these and some of the kinds of things you could say. What's the name of your hometown? Well, it's called London and it's located in the south of England. IELTS examiners don't want you to give long answers to these questions, so don't prepare 3 sentences because they will stop you because they have to move on. They have a number of questions that they need to ask you. But don't just say it's called London. Try and add a little bit extra. It's located in, it's situated in. And these just mean it's in, and then we would add where it's located. It's located in the south of England. It's located in the north of England. It's located in the northeast of England. Is it a big city or a small town? So think about where you live. Maybe you can say It's a relatively big city, I guess. Relatively big means compared to other places. It might not be as big as London or Seoul or Tokyo, but compared to other cities in your country, it's relatively big. It's a relatively big city, I guess. If you live in a town, you could say it's a medium-sized town, and that means not that big, but also not that small. A medium-sized town. Describe your hometown a little. Now, they're saying a little, they don't want you to talk for 5 minutes, but some of the things you could say are about how many people live there. It's a densely populated place. If you're saying it's a densely populated place, it means lots of people live there. If there are not many people living there, you can say it's a sparsely populated place. Think about where the people live. Most residents live in residential areas on the outskirts of the city. Residential areas are places where people live. On the outskirts of means on the edges of the city. In the heart of the city, it's a shopper's paradise. In the heart of means in the middle of. A shopper's paradise, a great place for people who like shopping. This is a very useful phrase for when you're describing a place in part 2, a shopper's paradise. They may ask you about the places of interest, or you may want to talk about the places of interest. There are a number of places of interest, such as they might ask you about what you recommend visiting. I would highly recommend visiting. I would strongly recommend visiting. If they ask you this question, how long have you been living there? This is a great opportunity to get some complex grammar in your answer. I've been living there since birth. So that means from the moment you were born. Or I've been living there for roughly 5 years. Roughly means about. And if you are hoping to get IELTS 7 or above, you need a range of grammatical structures. So present perfect continuous, I've been living there, is a good one to try and increase your grammatical range. Is there anything you dislike about it? Like all cities, there is traffic congestion at peak times, so I get annoyed when I get stuck in traffic. Traffic congestion, very good for IELTS writing as well, meaning lots of traffic. At peak times, so these are the times of day when it's very, very busy, usually first thing in the morning, last thing at night, 8 till 9, 5 till 6, usually in my country. I get annoyed, I get angry when I get stuck in traffic. When you get stuck in traffic means your journey is slower, or your car is stopped, or the bus is stopped and it can't move. They may ask you, do you think you will continue living there for a long time? And if you're not planning to live there for a long time, you can say, I'm hoping to go to France to live in the near future. But maybe you don't know. We often don't know what the future will bring, meaning what will happen in the future. I'm not entirely sure. Who knows what the future will bring? Remember, the IELTS test is not a job interview. It's a test of your language. So this is a good complex sentence with lots of complex language, so you could use it just to impress the IELTS examiner. I'm not entirely sure. Who knows what the future will bring? Has your hometown changed since you were a child? Yes, it's radically changed. And you could then give an example. To radically change means to change a lot. Or you could say, no, there have been minor changes, but it's still pretty much the same. Minor changes, small changes, pretty much the same. Pretty much we use in speaking, it's quite informal, almost the same. Are there any changes you would like to make? Now here I'm using the opportunity to use the second conditional, so I'm imagining a situation. If I had the chance, I'd change. If I had the chance, I'd get rid of. If I had the chance, I'd increase the number of buses in the city centre, for example. So try to learn the second conditional phrase to use in your answer. If I had the chance, I would. What is it famous for? It's renowned for its cuisine. Some of its famous dishes include it's renowned for means it's famous for. Cuisine means food, and dishes just means food. Now, it doesn't matter, it's not important what your hometown or city is famous for. Just remember to use some complex language. This is something we say in English, and you probably say the same thing in your language. Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Now, in IELTS speaking, there are very few things that you can predict. However, talking about your hometown or place that you're living at the moment, there is a good chance, there is a strong possibility that you will be asked questions on these. So, go to the booklet now and make some notes using the language, using the phrases that I've taught you in this video, and make sure that when asked these questions that you have some of these answers ready. Some people think part 1 is just a warm-up and it's not important and the IELTS examiner is not really listening to your answer. This is not true. I've often made a decision in the first 2 minutes of what kind of grade I'm going to give the person based on their answers to the part 1 questions. So it is very, very important that you prepare some answers for this part of the test. Hope you found that useful. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. And in this video, I'm going to look at the topic of work. Now, if you are a student, then don't watch this video, go and watch the study video instead. This is only for people who are going to talk about work in the IELTS speaking exam. So, near the start of the IELTS speaking exam, the examiner might ask you, do you work or are you a student? And you might answer, yes, I work. But there's nothing in this answer to impress the IELTS examiner, so try to develop it a little bit further. I'm currently working for. Using the present continuous will add to the grammatical range, which is 25% of your overall grade for IELTS speaking. Now, although the present continuous is quite a simple tense, many IELTS candidates do not use continuous tenses during the IELTS test, so when a candidate uses it, the IELTS examiner notices, I'm currently working for. The examiner may then ask, what do you do? And you might answer, I'm a doctor. But again, there's nothing in the answer to impress the IELTS examiner. You must remember that IELTS is a language test and the IELTS examiner can only give you a high band score if you use lots of complex language. It's not a job interview. The IELTS examiner does not care what your job is. It's about language. So use some complex grammar, such as the present perfect continuous. So let's take a look how you can use it for this question. The present perfect continuous describes actions that started in the past but continue in the present. So if you are still doing this job, you can say, I've been working as a doctor for about 3 years. So it started in the past and it continues in the present. I've been working as a doctor for about 3 years. You try. Another question might be, do you like your job? And you might answer, yes, I like my job. It's not good enough to be getting IELTS 7 or above. You are just repeating words from the question. You need to use much more complex language. Now I'm going to use lots of language for the rest of the video. You're not going to talk about your job for long in the IELTS test, so try to learn 4 or 5 useful phrases. Now these phrases will also be useful for other topics during the test, not just for talking about jobs. So don't think this video is too long and totally useless for a topic where you might only get 2 or 3 questions, but also don't worry about trying to learn everything. Pick the phrases which you like and try to learn those. So you could say, "Oh yes, I absolutely love my job." And although the verb to love is quite a simple verb, by adding the adverb "I absolutely love my job," it makes it a little bit more complex. Absolutely, I love every minute of my job. Using absolutely makes it much stronger than just saying, "Yes, I love my job. Absolutely, I love every minute of my job." Or you could say, "Oh yes, I do. I have nothing to complain about. As jobs go, it's great." As jobs go means compared to the average or typical one. But if you don't like your job, because not everybody does, you could say, "To be honest, I can't stand my job." I can't stand is a very useful phrase, meaning I hate. Quite frankly, I don't particularly enjoy my job. Quite frankly means to be honest. And I don't particularly enjoy, I don't really enjoy. To be perfectly honest, I'm not that keen on my job. Now we're going to do likes and dislikes in another video, but they're very useful because in IELTS speaking you're often asked whether you like or dislike something. So "I'm not keen on" is a useful phrase. They may ask you what you like or what you dislike about your job. So you could say, "No 2 days are the same, so I like the variety and unpredictability." Variety means you do lots of different things. Unpredictability, you don't know what you're going to be doing each day. My workmates, they're all really chilled but incredibly supportive, so there's a great atmosphere. Workmates is an informal way of saying work colleagues. Chilled, relaxed, supportive, they support you, they help you. A great atmosphere, a good feeling in the office where you work. It may sound materialistic, but the pay and the perks. It's a well-paid job with a company car. Materialistic means obsessed with money and objects, material goods. The pay, how much you get paid, the salary. The perks, these are the things you get extra in a job, such as a company car. That's a car given to you to use by the company. A well-paid job, you receive a good amount of money for the job. But what do you dislike? It's a dead-end job with no career prospects. Really complex language here, a dead-end job. A dead end describes a street where it's not possible to go any further. It's a dead end, so you must turn your car around and leave the street the same way you came in. But we use this to describe jobs as well, a dead-end job. There is no future promotion prospects. You cannot get promoted to a better job in that company. It's a dead-end job with no career prospects. Career prospects are chances of getting a better job. I do the same thing day in, day out. Day in, day out is a very useful phrase, meaning every day. Mind-numbingly boring, very useful because you often need to describe something as boring, and that's just too simple. Mind-numbingly boring means really, really boring. It's impossible to have any work-life balance because of my heavy workload. We talk a lot about work-life balance, and it's when you have a good amount of time for work, but you also have some free time to spend with your family or to do your hobbies. Heavy workload, really, really useful phrase. I use it a lot because it's one you can use for lots of situations. A heavy workload means you have lots of work to do. So make sure you know lots of complex words and phrases that could be used to talk about your job. So for example, I've been doing it for roughly 5 years. Roughly meaning about. If I had worked harder at school, I might have become a politician. Here I've used the third conditional to talk about a situation in the past, and I'm imagining a different result. As jobs go, it's pretty good, so I can't complain. So meaning compared to other jobs as jobs go. So I'm not saying it's the best job in the world, but also it's not the worst job in the world. It's a job that's hard to switch off from, but I do enjoy it. To switch off means you stop thinking about it. Very useful phrasal verb, quite informal. So when you go home, you don't think about it and you're able to relax, to switch off from. It's a pretty intense job, and some days can be quite draining, to be honest. Pretty intense, meaning it's very, very hard work and stressful, and draining, it takes all your energy. Feeling appreciated, my boss always gives positive feedback. If you feel appreciated, you feel that your work has value, you feel you're doing a good job. My boss, my manager, gives positive feedback, says good things about me. It's incredibly stressful and challenging, so I feel drained by the end of the day. Draining to describe the job that takes all your energy. Drained is how you feel after you've done a very draining job. Challenging, difficult. It's rewarding, so I get a great sense of satisfaction. Now, rewarding might mean you get paid a lot, but also it might mean that you're doing a job that makes you feel good. For example, if you're a doctor and you help lots of people, you heal people, it's rewarding. A great sense of satisfaction. You feel good after you've done the job. It's hard to climb the career ladder, so the career prospects aren't great. We talk about the career ladder, and it means starting at the bottom and moving up to a better job within the same company or within another company. To climb the career ladder. The career prospects, the chances of getting a better job. I can work flexi time. Flexi time means you can choose your start time and your finish time as long as you work 40 hours a week, for example. It's convenient, it's suitable for you, it's good for you, it fits around the school runs. Now, if you're a working mother like me, you have to do school runs, and that means take your children to school and collect your children from school. So it fits around. I can do it after the school run or before the next school run. It's not a job for life, but it pays pretty well. And it's not that taxing, so it's all right. A job for life means a job that you will do for the rest of your life. It pays pretty well. In IELTS speaking, we can use informal words such as pretty, meaning quite. It pays pretty well. It's not that taxing. If something's taxing, it takes a lot of your energy and you feel quite drained after it. It's not that taxing. Like most jobs, it has its ups and downs, but on the whole, it's not that bad. Ups and downs, good points, bad points, on the whole, generally. And finally, things that you might have in your job: tight deadlines, intense pressure, working almost 24/7, make it pretty challenging, but I wouldn't change it for the world. So tight deadlines, so you don't have a long time to complete an assignment or a project. Intense pressure, it's very stressful. Working almost 24/7, this means like 24 hours, 7 days a week. Pretty challenging, quite difficult, but I wouldn't change it for the world. Now, like I said before, I've used a lot of language in this video. This is great if you're just looking to improve your language and you're learning English, which is what I hope most of you are doing, and it's not just all about the IELTS exam. But if you are just trying to learn as much as possible and your IELTS exam is in the next few weeks, then just choose 4 or 5 phrases, 4 or 5 words that you think are useful for you and learn them and practice them as much as possible. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. In this video, I look at the topic of study. So if you are a student, this is a video for you. If you are working, then you need to watch the work video. A lot of the language is the same in both videos, but one I've made it for study and one I've made it for work. You can watch both videos if you like, and it will revise the vocabulary, but this is the study one. If the examiner asks you, do you work or are you a student? You answer, I'm a student. But there's nothing in this answer to impress the IELTS examiner. So try to develop it further. I'm currently studying at the University of Oxford, for example. Using the present continuous here will add to your grammatical range, which is 25% of your overall grade for speaking. Now you might think, but the present continuous is a fairly simple tense. And it is. However, many IELTS candidates don't use it. So when IELTS examiners hear continuous tenses, they're more likely to put you into higher bands. If the examiner asks, what are you studying? You answer, I'm studying business. But you can develop it further using the present perfect continuous. The present perfect continuous is a tense that describes an action that started in the past but continues in the present. So because you started studying business in the past but you're still studying it now, we can use the present perfect continuous. For example, I've been studying business for about 3 years. You are still studying it, but you started studying it in the past. I've been studying business for about 3 years. Now you try. Another question might be, do you like your studies? And you answer, yes, I like my studies. You are repeating the words from the question, so it's not a good answer. The IELTS examiner is not going to be impressed. You need to use more complex language. So let's take a look at some complex language that you could use to answer this question. Oh yes, I absolutely love my course. Although the verb to love is quite a simple verb, you've made it much more complex and stronger by using the adverb absolutely. I absolutely love my course. Or you could use absolutely to start your answer instead of saying yes. Absolutely. I love every minute of my studies. Oh, yes, I do. I have nothing to complain about. As courses go, it's great. As courses go, we could use it for other things like as jobs go, as holidays go, as cars go. And it means compared to the average or typical one. What about if you don't like your course? You could say any of these. To be honest, I can't stand my course. I can't stand is a very strong expression meaning I hate. Quite frankly, I don't particularly enjoy my course. Quite frankly means to be honest. I don't particularly enjoy, I don't really enjoy. To be perfectly honest, I'm not that keen on my course. There is another video looking at likes and dislikes, and it will have things like I'm keen on, I'm not that keen on. So it's very useful to know lots of phrases to describe likes and dislikes. And look at the 3 different ways of saying to be honest. To be honest, quite frankly, to be perfectly honest. You could use all of these during the IELTS speaking test. They might ask you, what do you like or dislike about your studies? No 2 days are the same, so I like the variety and unpredictability. Variety means you do lots of different things. Unpredictability means you don't know what you're going to do each day because every day is different. My classmates, they're all really chilled but incredibly supportive, so there's a great atmosphere. Classmates, other people in your class. If you describe someone as chilled, they're very relaxed and calm. A great atmosphere, a good feeling in the classroom. The lecturers are engaging and bring the subject to life. So the lecturers are the teachers who deliver the course. They're engaging, they keep your interest, they make it interesting because they bring the subject to life. They make it feel more real, they make it feel like you are experiencing it. But if you don't like it, you could say, the lectures are mind-numbingly boring, to be perfectly honest. Instead of just describing something as boring, mind-numbingly boring. If you went on a holiday that was boring, if you went to a meeting that was boring, you can describe it as mind-numbingly boring. I chose the wrong major, and I'm bored to death most of the time. To be bored to death, to be bored to tears, both of these mean to be very bored and very useful for other parts of the IELTS speaking test. I don't have any downtime to hang out with my mates because of my heavy workload. Downtime is time when you're not working, studying on your course. To hang out with, very informal phrasal verb, to spend time with, my mates, my friends, because of my heavy workload. A useful phrase for lots of topics, lots of questions. You have a lot of work to do. So it's very important, it's essential that you know lots of words and phrases to describe your studies, to talk about your studies, and these words and phrases are useful for other parts of the IELTS speaking test as well. I've been studying it for roughly 2 years, so I've been doing it for about 2 years. If I had worked harder at school, I could have studied medicine. So you're looking back to the past here and using a third conditional to describe a situation that if you had done something would be different now in the present. If I had studied harder at school, I could have studied medicine. As courses go, it's pretty good, so I can't complain. So compared to other courses, it's good. Pretty good. We use informally in speaking, meaning it's quite good. It's a course that's hard to switch off from, but I do enjoy it. To switch off from means to stop thinking about it when you get home. It's a pretty intense course, and some days can be quite draining, to be honest. Pretty intense, meaning it's hard work. Draining, it takes all of your energy. It's not taxing, and they set pretty generous deadlines. If something is taxing, it's hard work, it takes a lot of your brain power, you're very tired after doing it. They set pretty generous deadlines. To set a deadline is a collocation, pretty generous, quite long deadlines. Like most courses, it has its ups and downs, but on the whole, it's not too bad. Ups and downs, good times and bad times, on the whole, generally. There are not many face-to-face classes, so I can work part-time as well. So face-to-face classes where you're in a lesson with the lecturer. Feeling supported. My professor always gives positive feedback. If you feel supported, you feel that they care about you, they help you. Professor, another word for a lecturer, gives positive feedback, says good things about your work. It's incredibly stressful and challenging, so I feel drained by the end of the day. Challenging, difficult. To feel drained, all of your energy is gone. You feel very, very tired. It's a great mix of practical and theory classes, so no 2 days are the same. A great mix, so you have both of these, a mixture of, a great mix of practical and theory. Practical where you're doing things, theory where you're learning about the theory of it, you're learning the knowledge of it. My classmates are a right laugh and incredibly supportive. So classmates, the people in the same class as you, a right laugh, quite informal but great for speaking, good fun. And supportive, they help you, they support you. And finally, tight deadlines, non-stop assignments and working almost 24/7 make it pretty challenging, but I wouldn't change it for the world. So a tight deadline is when you don't have a lot of time to complete an assignment or an essay. Non-stop assignments, they're giving you them all the time. Working almost 24/7, so you're working 24 hours, 7 days a week. Make it pretty challenging, quite difficult, but I wouldn't change it for the world. Now, when they ask you about study in the IELTS Speaking Test Part 1, they're only going to ask you a few questions, so you don't need to have lots of answers ready. But make sure you've learnt 4 to 5 phrases from this video that you can use. There are phrases that can be used for other topics as well, so all of the language in this video is useful. I hope you found it useful, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this video I'm going to look at how often you do something. In IELTS you are often asked how often, and it's useful to know different ways of expressing words such as often or not very often. This is very useful for part 1, but you might also be able to use these phrases in part 2 and 3 as well. So let's take a look. So the words and phrases I'm going to use here go down from being very often to not often at all. Frequently, fairly regularly, every so often, once in a while, hardly ever. So let's take a look at them being used in answer to some questions. How often do you send emails? Nowadays, I only send emails every so often. I used to send them fairly regularly. However, now I tend to only send them once in a while. So every so often, meaning not that regularly. Fairly regularly, meaning regularly, and once in a while, meaning not very often. So we've got 3 phrases, 2 of them similar, every so often, once in a while, and fairly regularly, meaning quite often. Using the same adverbs of frequency, try and answer this question. How often do you send letters? See if you can answer it, and then we'll go through the answers. So let's take a look. Nowadays, I only send letters every so often. I used to send them fairly regularly. However, now I tend to only send them once in a while. Let's take a look at another one, using hardly ever, fairly regularly, and every so often. How often do you receive letters? I receive letters every so often. I used to get them fairly regularly. However, nowadays, I hardly ever receive them in comparison. So try to remember, when you're asked how often you do something, or when you're talking about doing certain things such as going to the cinema, try to use these phrases. I go to the cinema every so often. I read books once in a while. I hardly ever do sport. I try to read the newspaper fairly regularly. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this IELTS speaking video. And in this video I'm going to look at describing people. It's important to remember that the IELTS speaking test is not a job interview or a truth or lie test. The examiner is only listening to your language and is not really interested in the content. So when describing anyone in the test, focus on complex language and not the truth. I've often sat with people in practice IELTS tests or when I was IELTS examining, and when they're asked to describe a person, I can see them thinking deeply about the person and trying to describe them. Don't do that. Just think about all the language you know that's complex for describing people and use that language whenever you are describing any person in the IELTS speaking test. So let's take a look at some language that is useful for you. You might want to talk about the person's age, so try to use phrases like this: in her early 20s, in his mid-40s, in his late 60s. So don't say she is 22, say she is in her early 20s. Don't say he is 45, he is in his mid-40s. And don't say he is 68, he is in his late 60s. You might want to describe what they look like, their looks in terms of size. He or she has a small build. He or she has a medium build. He or she has a large build. Here I've got some phrases for describing people, some useful and complex phrases. So you could pause the video now and see if you can match them up to the answers. So hopefully, for to be a people person, you have the phrase someone who is good with people. So he or she is a people person. And it means somebody who gets on well with other people. To be head and shoulders above the rest is used to describe someone who is better than other people. She's a manager in the company and she's head and shoulders above the rest. She's better than the others. A charismatic leader. Maybe you're describing a person you admire. Jurgen Klopp, for example, the Liverpool manager, is a charismatic leader. He's attractive and inspirational to others. To be full of beans, someone who has lots of energy. Now it can be a child, but it could be an older person, and they're always full of energy. He's always full of beans. And finally, the life and soul of the party is somebody who likes having fun, and if they're at a party, they're full of energy, full of life. They're a good, fun person to be around. So choose one or two of these, and in the IELTS speaking test, if you get the opportunity to describe a person, then make sure you use them. If you're describing your manager, for example, and you don't think they're a people person, then you can say, he's not really a people person. So you can use the negative. Having lots of adjectives to describe people is useful. I'm not going to go through all of these. Let's look at a few of them. Intuitive. This is somebody who's able to understand something based on a feeling. Women are often described as intuitive. However, I know lots of men who are also intuitive. Ian, who I work with at Prepare for IELTS, is very intuitive too. And it's the ability to be able to understand something without being told something. Witty. If somebody is witty, they're funny, but it's a very intelligent kind of funny. They say very clever, funny things. Kind-hearted. This is somebody who's kind, caring, sympathetic, and it's a much better phrase than saying they're nice. They're kind-hearted. Vivacious. This is a person who's fun and lively, the life and soul of the party, a vivacious person. Absent-minded, someone who forgets a lot of things or is often preoccupied thinking about other things. Discreet, somebody who's very careful, somebody who's very good at telling secrets too, because they won't tell everybody your secret. Logical, somebody who looks at the facts and knows that they could be wrong about something. And sincere, someone who's very honest, someone who's very genuine. So all of these are very useful, complex adjectives. Let's have a look at a few more phrases now. Phrases are much better than actually learning individual words because they really impress the IELTS examiner. So to be good company means an interesting person to spend time with. She's such good company and time passes so quickly when I'm with her. To have a good heart. This is like kind-hearted, to be kind and caring. He has a good heart and will help anyone who needs it. To be a laugh a minute. This is a very funny person, maybe because they're very witty. She's a laugh a minute and she lifts my mood when I spend time with her. Someone who lifts your mood or lifts your spirits. You feel happier when you are with them. And finally, something to think about. Which one are you? We talk about a glass half empty person and we say that this is a pessimistic person. A pessimistic person is quite negative about things. And the opposite is a glass half full person because they're focusing on the positive, and they're an optimistic person. Pessimistic, optimistic, these are adjectives. There's also the noun a pessimist and an optimist. So remember, focus on language, not facts. Do not spend time describing the person you know accurately. Just think of all the complex language you know. So, for example, if you're describing a person in part 2, just think, right, what language do I know? People person, head and shoulders above the rest, life and soul of the party, witty, vivacious, good company, to have a good heart. Write all of that down and then use that language to describe the person. Hope you found this video useful and thank you for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at some useful language for describing places. It's important to remember that the IELTS speaking test often asks you to describe a place, and you'll probably be asked to describe your hometown in part 1, so knowing lots of language to describe places is important. The examiner is only listening to your language and is not really interested in the content. So this means you can say things that might not be true about that place, but it is important that you are using complex language. And finally, when describing any place in the test, focus on complex language and remember to use negatives. I'll look at an example of this later to show you what I mean. So let's have a look at some types of places. An area of outstanding natural beauty. So maybe this is a place where you live, or it could be a place where you went on holiday that you're describing in part 2. An area of outstanding natural beauty. A tourist hotspot, so a place where lots of tourists go. A seaside resort, so a place with a beach and with lots of facilities for a beach holiday, so restaurants, water parks, for example. A sprawling metropolis. Sprawling means it's spread out, it's huge. And metropolis is usually the capital city or a main city in a country. So these are 4 different phrases for describing places, much better than saying it's a town or a city or a village. Let's have a look now at some language that we can use to describe places. Picturesque. If somewhere is picturesque, it means it's as pretty as a picture. Stunningly beautiful, charming and quaint. Stunningly beautiful can also be used to describe a person. Charming can be used to describe a person as well, but quaint is only for places. So stunningly beautiful, very beautiful, charming. It has some attraction for you. It's a very attractive place. And quaint, it's kind of old-fashioned. It hasn't really changed in the last 100 years, for example. A concrete jungle. Many cities can be described as concrete jungles nowadays. So lots of buildings, lots of grey areas, not much green space. So it's full of ugly grey buildings and a lack of, not much, green space. A rural backwater. Rural is like in the countryside, and backwater is away from lots of other places. It's an isolated place, a remote place in the middle of nowhere, so it's not close to other towns, cities, villages. A shopper's paradise, a great phrase for IELTS speaking. So it's a place that's great for shoppers. A must for, so a must means something that's important for people. A must for shopaholics, people who like shopping a lot, who are addicted to shopping, and window shoppers. Some people just like going and looking in the windows but not buying things. Fancy cafes and upmarket restaurants. These are very nice cafes. Upmarket, quite expensive. They tend to be overpriced, pricey, cost too much. And here's an idiomatic expression, cost an arm and a leg or cost a fortune. So they're very, very expensive. Maybe there are lots of places to get takeaways, fast food outlets. You can get takeout, carry out for a quick bite to eat. A quick bite to eat is not a full meal, it's more like a snack. Think about if the city or the town is bustling, busy, vibrant, full of colours, full of life, lively, full of life, thriving, means it's doing well economically. It might also be overcrowded, so has too many people. Teeming with people means full of people. Or is it a quiet place, tranquil, idyllic? But it can still be a tourist hotspot, even though it's quiet. Tranquil, meaning very quiet, very calm, very peaceful. Idyllic, meaning it's a perfect kind of beautiful place. A picture postcard place. It's almost like it's a picture from a postcard. When you're describing places, think about why it's worth visiting. And when we use to be worth, we follow it with an ing verb. It's worth doing, it's worth having, it's worth seeing, it's worth visiting, because it's a historical place with stunningly beautiful architecture. Architecture means the buildings in the place. Why is it not worth visiting? It's not worth visiting because it's run down and full of graffiti and derelict buildings. Run down, it's very tired, it's very old. Graffiti, where people have written on the walls of buildings. Derelict, empty, they're no longer used. Now, I said at the start, include negatives. So when you're describing a place, even if it doesn't have these things, then you can include them to get the language in there, but make them negative. So, for example, I wouldn't say it's a picturesque or stunningly beautiful place, and because it couldn't be described as a tourist hotspot, it hasn't got loads of upmarket restaurants and fancy cafes. But it's definitely worth visiting because... So I've got lots of complex language for describing places. I've got picturesque, stunningly beautiful, tourist hotspot, upmarket restaurants, fancy cafes, but I'm saying it's not these things. I wouldn't say it couldn't be described as, it hasn't got. And then I'm going on, but it's definitely worth visiting because, and then I might describe the things it has got. So it's a tranquil place, etc. So this is what I mean by including negatives. Just think about all the language that you know about places and include some negatives as well as some positives, and it gives you a lot more to say about somewhere. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this IELTS speaking video. In this video I'm going to look at ways of expressing likes and dislikes. Now there is a lot of language in this video. Don't try to learn everything, it will be too overwhelming, it would be too much. But try and learn 4 or 5 new phrases that you haven't used to try and expand your vocabulary and try and increase your lexical resource. So let's take a look at some of the ways you can say you like something. Oh yes, I absolutely love music. Oh, absolutely, I'm really into art. Oh yes, I do, I can't get enough of travelling. So you absolutely love something, or to be really into something, or you can't get enough of something. These all mean that you really like something. When you don't like something, you could say, to be honest, I can't stand football. Quite frankly, I don't particularly enjoy going to the cinema. To be perfectly honest, I'm not really into cooking. So make sure that you don't use I like, I don't like, that you use something more complex such as these. Instead of just saying you like something, you could describe yourself as a fan of something. For example, a buff. I'm a computer buff, so I tend to spend a lot of my free time on my PC. And it means you're a computer fan, you like computers a lot, a computer buff. You could also be a music buff, a food buff, a literature buff, so it can be used with other words as well, and it means you like it very much. You could also describe yourself as an addict when you really, really like something. I'm a K-drama addict. I'm currently watching 3 different shows. You could be a music addict, a computer addict, a gadget addict, so you can use this with other words. You might be a lover, a food lover. I'm a food lover, so when I'm travelling I love to try new cuisines, new food. You can be a music lover, a K-drama lover, a computer lover. And finally, an enthusiast. When I was studying in high school, I was a film enthusiast, and it means you really liked it, you were enthusiastic about it. So 4 nouns here, a buff, an addict, a lover, an enthusiast, to talk about being a fan of something. You could also say I'm a fan of. Let's have a look at some adjectives now that we can use to describe liking things. Avid. This means having or showing a keen interest or enthusiasm for something. So for example, I'm an avid reader and carry my Kindle around with me so I can read at every opportunity. So an avid reader means you read a lot. You're very keen on reading. You're very interested in reading. Keen. Here keen is being used as an adjective and it's meaning having or showing eagerness or enthusiasm to do something. I'm a keen runner and try to go for a run 4 or 5 times a week if possible. So you like to do it. I'm a keen runner. Enthusiastic. Again, it means showing enjoyment, showing interest in something. I'm an enthusiastic cook, but I wouldn't describe myself as a particularly good one. So avid, keen, enthusiastic means you like doing something, but it doesn't always mean you're good at it. So I'm an enthusiastic cook, but I'm not good. Passionate, having or showing strong feelings or beliefs. I'm a passionate supporter of Manchester United and I'm elated if they win and devastated if they lose. So a passionate fan, a passionate supporter of. I'm elated, I'm really, really happy. Devastated, really, really sad. Let's have a look at some adjectives being used in more of a negative way. Reluctant. This means you're not willing, not keen. I'm a reluctant gym goer. I force myself to go, but I'm really not keen. So a reluctant gym goer. I go to the gym, but I don't really want to. A gym goer, a person who goes to the gym. You could also use a cinema goer, a person who goes to the cinema. So you're reluctant, you do it, but you don't want to do it. I force myself to go. When you force yourself to do something, you make yourself do it. Unwilling. Again, like reluctant, you don't want to do it. I'm an unwilling cinema goer. It's pricey and the drinks and snacks are a rip-off. Cinema goer, a person who goes to the cinema. I don't really like going. I'm an unwilling cinema goer because it's pricey, it's too expensive. Drinks and snacks are a rip-off. Too much money. They cost too much. Last time I went to the cinema, a bottle of water was £5. That's a rip-off. It's too expensive. Unenthusiastic. Having no enthusiasm, having no interest, no enjoyment. I'm an unenthusiastic cook. I tend to cook tasteless and boring meals. So it's not saying you don't do it, but it means you don't like doing it. I'm an unenthusiastic cook. Half-hearted. When you do something but you don't do it enthusiastically or with any energy. I'm a half-hearted runner. I do it, but I don't push myself as much as I should. So you're not putting your whole heart into it. The opposite would be like wholehearted. I'm a half-hearted runner. Let's have a look at some adjectives with prepositions now. To be obsessed with. You really are interested in, you're really enthusiastic about something. I'm obsessed with a Korean group called BTS, so I've been learning Korean for a few years. I really, really like them. I'm obsessed with. To be keen to, having or showing enthusiasm, eagerness, keenness. I'm keen to learn the piano, but my heavy workload doesn't give me the time to practice. So it's like I want to, and I'm enthusiastic about doing it, but my heavy workload, because I have a lot of work to do, I don't have the time to practice. To be enthusiastic about something, so showing lots of interest. I'm enthusiastic about cooking, but I'm not a particularly good cook. To be passionate about, showing strong feelings or beliefs. I'm passionate about Liverpool Football Club and I never miss a game. So really love it. And some negative ones now. To be indifferent to not have any particular interest or sympathy or unconcerned about it. I'm indifferent to art, so I've never even set foot in an art gallery. It doesn't mean you don't like it, but it also doesn't mean you like it. You're just not interested. I'm indifferent to art. To set foot in, to go in. To be not bothered about. Not showing any feelings or interest, enthusiasm, concern. I'm not bothered about politics and don't pay a lot of attention to it. It's like saying you don't care about it. You're not interested. I'm not bothered about politics. To be unenthusiastic about. Not showing any enjoyment or interest. I'm unenthusiastic about travelling. I go on holiday, but I'd rather stay at home. So you're not really interested in it. Couldn't care less about. You really don't care about it. It's quite strong, this one. I couldn't care less about sport. I have zero interest in it and never watch it on TV. So it's saying that you really have no interest at all in it. To have zero interest in, you're not interested at all. I couldn't care less about sport. So make sure you know lots of complex words and phrases that could be used to talk about your likes and dislikes. So for example, I'm a massive fan of the Korean group called BTS. If I had more time, I'm sure I'd be into cooking, but I'm time poor at the moment. So you're imagining a situation that doesn't exist. So if I had more time, I would be into cooking, but I'm time poor. That's a useful phrase. To be time poor means you don't have enough time at the moment. Snowboarding really appeals to me, but I've never had the chance to do it. If something appeals to you, you like the idea of it, but you've never had a chance to do it here. So snowboarding really appeals to me, but I've never had the chance to do it. I can't bear running. So I'm being really strong here. I can't bear running, meaning I hate it. I have zero interest in beach holidays and sunbathing. I have zero interest in, so I'm not interested in it at all. I can take or leave. This means you don't like it, but you don't dislike it. You're just indifferent. You're not interested in it. You can do it, but you don't particularly hate it. I can take or leave walking. What I especially love about travelling is visiting museums and seeing the architecture of the place. What I especially love, what I particularly love about the place. What I especially detest about travelling is flying. To detest means to hate. What I particularly detest about travelling is flying. I'm not too keen on going to the cinema. I'd rather watch films at home. I'm quite fond of going to cafes. I love cappuccino. I'm quite fond of. I like. I'm partial to be partial to, and you can be a bit partial to or very partial to, and it means you like. I'm very partial to cakes. I have a real sweet tooth and I just love cupcakes. I'm very partial to. I love. Your guilty pleasure is something that you feel you shouldn't do because it either takes too much of your time or people don't see it as a good thing to do. Watching cat videos on the internet is my guilty pleasure. So it means I really like doing it, but maybe I shouldn't do it because it's wasting a lot of precious time. And you can describe yourself as something that you do a lot. So for example, a shopaholic. You are a person who loves going shopping. You're a shopaholic. If you're a person who loves chocolate, you are a chocoholic. If you're a person who loves information, you're always reading news stories and finding stuff out on the internet, then you are an infoholic. If you're a person who works too much and works long hours, you're a workaholic. Okay, so loads of language in this video, but also some other phrases such as cinema goer, gym goer, some other useful phrases that will expand your lexical resource for IELTS speaking. But a few things to remember. Use negatives. I'm not a history buff, so I can't really answer this question. I'm not a workaholic, but I do get quite stressed on weekdays and I find it difficult to switch off when I get home from work. Use adverbs, but not just simple adverbs like really and very. I'm not particularly interested in. I'm not especially keen on. Try not to use I like and I don't like, but if you do, then paraphrase. For example, I like travelling. Actually, no, I don't just like travelling. I'm a travel enthusiast and I'm keen to visit new places and find out about different cultures. So if you hear yourself say that phrase, I like or I don't like, then paraphrase it and say something more complex. There's a lot of language in this video, like I said at the start. Watch it a couple of times, try to expand your vocabulary, try to use these words and phrases. There are so many opportunities in the IELTS speaking test to talk about how you feel about things, your likes and dislikes. So try to learn them and try to use them. Thank you for watching. In this video, I want to focus on something that I think is incredibly important for part 2 of the speaking test. I was an IELTS examiner and I've been preparing students for IELTS for over 15 years. And one thing I've noticed is that students do not know how to make notes in the part 2 section of the test. So I'm going to show you how to do this. This is vitally important if you want to get a high grade in IELTS. So we're going to look at this topic, which is describe an activity you do to keep healthy. Before you start speaking in part 2, you have 1 minute to make notes. In this 1 minute, it is vital you focus on language and not content. Let's take a look at how you can do this. What 99%, probably go as far as saying 99.9% of the IELTS candidates that I've seen do when making notes is this. And then the IELTS examiner says, "Can you start talking now, please?" And you have written 3 sentences. Why is this wrong? Well, firstly, you've just copied down language from the question. You have the card in front of you. There is no need to write down activity that I do to keep healthy. It's on the card. Secondly, you don't have time to write the answer word for word. You cannot write a script and then just read from that script. And finally, when you do this, you're focusing on content. That means what you are saying, not language, how you are saying it. The IELTS speaking exam is quite different to the IELTS writing exam. The speaking exam is purely an exam of language. You are not marked on content. You're marked on the language that you produce. So you need to take a different approach to making notes. What you should do is write down keywords, but only write down keywords that use complex language. For example, so all of these are keywords that I would be able to write down in the 1 minute preparation time. And why is this better? Well, firstly, it's complex language. It's the kind of language that's going to get you into the band 7 for lexical resource. Secondly, you can then take these words and phrases and put them into sentences. So, for example, the sport I'm talking about is swimming. I'm not very good at diving in. It's something I tried to learn to do many years ago, but I've never mastered this skill. So I can look at those words and get 2 or 3 sentences connected with these words. And you're focusing on the language here, and it's the language that gets you the high grades, not the content. So what I recommend you do for all of the part 2s that we look at in this course is to just focus on the key words, focus on the language and note those down. So if you get these topics in your IELTS speaking test, immediately the key words and phrases will come into your head, and these are the things that are going to get you high grades in IELTS speaking. Hello, and in this IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the when bullet point. In IELTS speaking part 2, you're often asked when it was. And often IELTS candidates just say it was in June or it was last year. I'm going to show you a way to try to make this more complex and impress the IELTS examiner with your use of language and increase your grammatical range. You can do this by using the past continuous. The past continuous is formed using was or were with a verb plus ing. So, for example, I was studying, I was living, I was working, I was travelling. So let's take a look at this being used in some answers. So let's take a look at this answer for the when bullet point. To be perfectly honest, I can't remember precisely when it was, but it was when I was studying in high school. So for fluency and coherence, we're using to be perfectly honest. Then for lexical resource, I can't remember precisely. This means I don't know the exact date or time. And then for grammatical range and accuracy, when I was studying, using the past continuous. So you can see this answer is so much better than saying it was 5 years ago. Another example. To be perfectly frank, I haven't got a clue when it was, but I'm pretty sure it was when I was travelling around Europe a few years back. To be perfectly frank, similar to be perfectly honest, I haven't got a clue. This is informal language and it means you have no knowledge about something or you're unable to remember something. So you're saying, I don't know, I haven't got a clue. I'm pretty sure means I think. When I was travelling around Europe a few years back. A few years back is like saying a few years ago, but it is more informal. So I hope you can see that these answers are much more complex. They're much better in terms of fluency and coherence, in terms of lexical resource, and in terms of grammatical range. So when you're answering the when bullet point, try to use this kind of structure. I'm going to go through a few more phrases now that may be useful for you as well. To slip my mind. This means to forget. As for when it was, I'm not entirely sure. It slipped my mind, but it was a few years ago. So here I'm saying, I don't know when it was because I've forgotten. You may be able to use this in other parts of the IELTS speaking test, not just the when bullet point. To remember rightly, We use this expression to think that we can remember something correctly, but we're not 100% sure. For example, if I remember rightly, it was last June. And finally, at a guess, when you're saying something but it's only an estimate or what you believe to be true rather than a definite fact. I can't remember for certain when it was, but at a guess it was in 2017. So remember, IELTS examiners do not care when it is. They're listening to your use of language. Don't just say in June or in 1992, because it's not enough in terms of content. You'll finish the when bullet point in 10 seconds, and it's not enough in terms of language. Use the past continuous if possible, and practice using it now. Practice saying over and over again when I was studying in high school, when I was travelling around Europe, and get used to it so it becomes natural for you to say it when you're asked when you did something. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this IELTS speaking video by Prepare for IELTS. In this video I'm going to look at some lexical resource that you could use for how you felt about it. Often in the Part 2 speaking topic, the last bullet point will ask you how you felt about something, why you thought it was interesting, and so it's useful to have some language prepared to describe how you feel about things or how you feel about people. So let's take a look at some language. If you are talking about a good experience and the bullet point asks you how you felt about it, you could use the expression to have a whale of a time. This is an idiomatic expression and it means to enjoy yourself very much. For example, it was great to catch up with my mates and I had a whale of a time. Remember, to catch up with means to spend time with and to find out what they've been doing. I had a whale of a time. It was great fun. Now, all of the answers that I'm going to give you here are not enough. You can add more to this bullet point, but this is just some useful language, some useful lexical resource to try and increase your lexical resource band. It was such a fascinating and amazing place, and I had a whale of a time. So if you're describing visiting a particular place, it was incredibly tiring, but I had a whale of a time. So if you're describing an experience that you did, if you're talking about a bad experience, so for example, time you had some problems with some computer equipment, then you need some expressions to describe how you felt about that bad experience. And in English and in the UK, we use a lot to be a nightmare, and it's when a situation, an event, or an experience is extremely unpleasant. For example, it was an absolute nightmare at the time, but now I can laugh about it. So here I'm describing an experience that was very bad at the time, but now I can laugh about it. It doesn't seem so bad now. It was a bit of a nightmare at the time, but I quickly got over it. So in the first one, an absolute nightmare, I'm saying it was really, really bad. A bit of a nightmare, a little bit bad, but I quickly got over it. So if you're talking about maybe a time you didn't pass an exam, it was a bit of a nightmare at the time, but I quickly got over it. To get over something, to recover from something. It was a total nightmare, to be perfectly honest, but these things happen. A total nightmare when something is really, really bad. So, for example, when you leave your suitcase or your bag on a train, that is a total nightmare. But these things happen, so you're saying it was a bad thing, but you just have to accept that these things happen. If you are talking about a surprising or a good or a bad experience, you could use this phrase: to be lost for words. And this means when you're so shocked and you don't know what to say. So for example, as you can imagine, at the time I was lost for words because I didn't expect it. So if you're talking about passing your driving test or getting into a good university, I was lost for words. When I heard the news, I was lost for words. Honestly, I was totally astounded. So again, it could be a good experience, it might be a bad experience as well. You were lost for words. Totally astounded. Astounded means very, very, very surprised. And you could also use this phrase for describing a person. It's hard to sum up how I feel about her. I'm lost for words, to be perfectly honest. So I'm saying I can't think of how to describe her or him because they're so amazing, so I don't know what to say. Obviously, you need to then go on and say something because this is not enough for this bullet point, but it's a good way to start it. Often in IELTS speaking, you're talking about a person. So you could use to take your hat off to him, her, them. And we use this expression because in the past, when people wore hats, they would take their hat off as a sign of respect. And so here we're showing that we respect the person. And it means you admire somebody for what they have achieved or what they are doing. For example, as for how I feel about her, well, she juggles 2 children and is the CEO of a multinational company, so I take my hat off to her. To juggle is when you have lots of different jobs, lots of different responsibilities, and so you're trying to manage the 2 things. She's looking after her family, and she's also the CEO of a multinational company. I take my hat off to her. It means I admire her, I respect her. It's hard to sum up how I feel about him. I take my hat off to him because he's an incredibly successful person and he works extremely hard. So try to learn these phrases. Hopefully they will be useful in the IELTS speaking test. You might be able to use them in other parts of the test, not just in part 2, but it is useful to think about the how do you feel about something bullet point and have some phrases ready. And as soon as you see the bullet points on the card, if it has how do you feel about, then make a note of one of these phrases that you can use, and hopefully then you will remember to use it during the part 2. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at some useful grammatical filler phrases. Now, filler phrases are phrases that you use when you're thinking about what you're going to say, or it might be something to finish off what you're going to say, because IELTS examiners don't like silence. You get no marks for beautiful silence. So having some filler phrases is useful, but what I've tried to do in this video is make them that they're using some good grammar as well, so it's hopefully expanding your grammatical range. So let's take a look. The present perfect. This is quite a simple tense. I say simple in that you learn it in the first few years of learning English. However, many IELTS candidates don't use it because it's not often used in your own language. So by using the present perfect, it does actually impress the IELTS examiner because they don't hear it as much as other tenses such as the present simple and the past simple. So how can you use it as a filler phrase? So when you're talking about the topic and you're coming to the end and you want to say something just to finish off. I hope I've covered everything. I hope I haven't missed anything. Another tense that you could use is the present continuous. IELTS examiners like hearing continuous tenses because, again, they're not often used by IELTS candidates. Often other languages don't use continuous tenses as much as English, so candidates forget to use them. So, for example, I'm struggling to think of a good answer, but anyway, I guess. So, for example, if you're answering a Part 3 question, Part 3 questions can be quite difficult. I'm struggling to think of a good answer, meaning I'm finding it difficult to think of a good answer. To struggle means to find something difficult. But then you go on to give some kind of answer. I'm struggling to think of a good answer. Sometimes you might not need a filler phrase because you might know what you're going to say, but I'd recommend using these just to expand the grammatical range. The past continuous. Now we're getting into the tenses that are really going to impress the IELTS examiner. Candidates who want 7, 8 or 9 must be using past continuous. And we use it to describe continuous actions in the past. Oh, what was I saying? Oh yes, that was it. So a very useful little filler phrase when you're saying something and then you forget what you were talking about. Oh, what was I saying? Yes, that was it. And you've slipped in a very good past continuous there. The present perfect continuous. I've used this in the videos on work and study and hometown because it's very useful in those topics. But you could also use it as a filler phrase. And we use it to describe actions that started in the past and continued in the present. So, for example, I've been trying to remember when it was. I've been trying to think of another answer to this question, but I'm struggling. So I've been trying to remember, I've been trying to think of. I've been racking my brains to remember. Now here I've got something more complex because I've used the phrase to rack my brains. To rack your brains means to think very, very hard about something. If you're answering in Part 2 or Part 3, I've been racking my brains to remember what his name was, but I just can't think of it. I've been racking my brains to remember what the name of the place was, but it slipped my mind. The second conditional. Many of you will know how to use the second conditional, but probably forget to use it during the test. And it's used to describe imaginary things in the present. So, for example, if I had more time, I would go into it in more detail, but basically. So, sometimes in Part 3, they are questions that require a very, very long answer, but the IELTS examiner will only let you say 2 or 3 sentences. So you could start it with, if I had more time, I would go into it in more detail, but basically. And there you've got your second conditional. Oh, that's a tough question, and I've never really thought about it before. I suppose if pushed, I'd have to say. If pushed, I'd have to say. So that's if you're making me say it, I would have to say. And this is very complex as well. The third conditional. You will have all studied this in schools or when you've been learning English, but very rarely is it used in the IELTS speaking exam, and we use it to describe imaginary things in the past. Sorry, that wasn't a very detailed answer. If I'd had more time to think, I could have given a better one. So if you're answering a Part 3 question and you think, oh dear, that was really bad, that was rubbish, use this at the end. Sorry, that wasn't a very detailed answer. If I'd had more time to think, I could have given a better one. Really complex language there, and a good way to round off your answer. I wish, or if only, to talk about a present situation we would like to be different. So, for example, I wish I could think of a more detailed answer, but my mind's gone blank. My mind's gone blank is a very complex idiomatic expression meaning I've forgotten what I was going to say. The IELTS speaking exam is incredibly stressful, so often you do forget what you're going to say. So you could say, oh, if only I could think of a more detailed answer, but my mind's gone blank. So remember, for grammatical range and accuracy, you need a range of grammatical phrases. Using only the past simple and the present simple is not enough. And I've heard many IELTS candidates who are good and should get IELTS 7, but because they tend to just speak in past simple and present simple, then they don't. So a way to try and include more tenses is by learning these filler phrases and trying to include them in your answers. However, knowing these phrases is not enough for a high band score. You need to be accurate as well. So if your grammar overall is not very good, then you're not going to get a high band score just because you include these filler phrases. We have a grammar course that will help you if you need to improve your grammar. If you are aiming for 7, 8 and 9, grammatical accuracy is very important. I hope you found this video useful. I've seen many videos giving filler phrases which candidates just learn and use. However, I've tried to make this a little bit more useful in that you've got your filler phrases, but you've also got your complex grammatical structures. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this video I'm going to look at some lexical resource using intensifiers. Now in IELTS you need to use a range of vocabulary to impress the IELTS examiner, and as a former IELTS examiner and a teacher of IELTS, one of the words that I used to hear and still hear most often is very or really. It was very good, it was really good. And it's a good idea to use alternatives. Now I am a native speaker of English and every day I use the word very or really. It's the natural thing to do. However, in IELTS you have to speak in an unnatural way. You have to get as much lexical resource in there as possible to show the examiner your wide range of lexical resource. So try to start using some more complex intensifiers. Let's take a look. Incredibly. For example, I watched a film a few weeks ago called Parasite, and it was incredibly well made. So here it's meaning very, very well made, incredibly well made. Tremendously. The facilities in my hometown are tremendously good. They're very good. They're really good. Tremendously good. Extremely. I went to Paris a couple of years back, and it was an extremely interesting place. A very interesting place. An extremely interesting place. Exceedingly. I made a cake for my friend's birthday, and it was exceedingly tasty. So this is very strong. It's like very, very, extremely, exceedingly tasty. Awfully. I saw a trailer for a new film and it looked awfully good. Now the adjective awful means bad, but we often use the adverb awfully meaning very, very, and we can use it in a positive way. Awfully good. Really good. Remarkably. The last book I read was remarkably enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Surprisingly enjoyable. Remarkably enjoyable. Exceptionally. There are a number of exceptionally good restaurants in my hometown. Exceptionally, it's like exceedingly, extremely, very, very, very. Exceptionally good. Particularly. The transport network in my city is particularly reliable and good value for money. Particularly, very, particularly reliable. It comes on time. It doesn't break down. Particularly reliable. So when you're practicing for your IELTS speaking test, and it is very important that you do practice, that you just talk to yourself, you talk to your cat, you talk to your dog, and use these phrases and expressions. Every time you hear yourself say very or really, try to change it. If you are in the IELTS speaking test and you say, oh yes, I went to Paris a few years back and it was very interesting, correct yourself, but do it in a way that you're making it much stronger. It was very interesting. Actually, no, it was more than just very interesting. It was extremely fascinating. So you're not correcting your use of language and saying I was wrong. You are actually just making it stronger, and it's something you do in your native tongue as well. Sometimes you say something, but then you realise it isn't strong enough. You need to make it stronger. So try to do that. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to be looking at a useful discourse marker, mind you. I get asked lots of questions about discourse markers. They're the words and phrases that you need to use in order to score highly in the fluency and coherence band. On a basic level, it's things like but and. On a more complex level, it's things like however, although, despite the fact that. And there's also discourse markers that we use when we're speaking. Native speakers use lots of things like you know, like, and these filler phrases while we're speaking to give us some thinking time. And phrases that we use to move through conversations, to go from one idea to the next, to introduce a new topic, return to old ones. And I often get asked why I use quite formal ones in my model answer. Well, one of the reasons is, even though they're formal, we do use them as native speakers of English when we're speaking. Also is because I hear too many candidates saying and also, but. So it's trying to encourage you to use a greater range of them. This one we're going to look at is a less commonly used one, and it will make you sound more like a native speaker, because I've rarely heard it used by non-native speakers, but native speakers use it all the time. I must stress though that we don't use it in writing, we use it for speaking, and so it's fantastic for IELTS speaking, but don't start putting it in your Task 2 answers. Let's take a look at what it means, and then we'll move on to some model answers to show you how it can be used. The best way to think of its meaning is think of it like a but. It's used when you want to make what you've said sound less strong. So you've said something and you want to soften it a bit. It's much easier to show you in some examples. I've used some part 1 questions, and so let's take a look at those now. How do you feel when you're waiting for someone and they are late? To be honest, I get extremely annoyed, as being punctual is respectful, and therefore turning up late is disrespectful. Mind you, since having children, I find I'm often late because I have a million things to do before I leave the house. So in this example, I'm saying I get extremely annoyed, so I really don't like it when people are late, because turning up, that means arriving late, is disrespectful. So I've made a very strong statement, but then I want to make it less strong and admit something. So I say, mind you, since having children, I find I'm often late. So I could have used a but here. It just wouldn't have sounded as good, it wouldn't have sounded like a native speaker, and it's not what I'd have said as a native speaker. I would have used, mind you, since having children, I find I'm often late, so I'm kind of softening what I've said and I'm making it much less strong. Let's take a look at another example, and this is a topic about money, and it's, did you get any pocket money when you were young? No, I did not, and I am still bitter about it. Mind you, my parents used to pay for everything and I never went without, so I shouldn't complain. So I'm like very strongly, very forcefully saying, no, I didn't. And I'm bitter about it. If you're bitter about something, you're very angry and annoyed about it. But then again, I'm softening it. I'm making my statement less strong because I'm admitting something. Mind you, my parents used to pay for everything. So it's actually saying it didn't really matter because they paid for everything. I never went without. To go without means to kind of suffer because you don't have things such as gadgets or even food, any kind of thing that you don't have. But I'm saying I never went without, so I never didn't have something. Now let's see it being used on the topic of transport. Do you often use public transport? I'm ashamed to admit that no, I don't. Mind you, I live in the middle of nowhere, so my options are severely limited, so I need to use my car to get around. So, no, I'm ashamed to admit I don't. I'm ashamed to means you're embarrassed about something, because nowadays we're supposed to use public transport because it's more environmentally friendly. But then I'm going to give a reason and justify why I don't use it. Mind you, I live in the middle of nowhere. If you live in the middle of nowhere, it means you're not close to any towns, there are no transport options close to you. And finally, let's have a look at the topic of sleep, which is regularly a part 1 topic. What do you do when you have difficulty sleeping? Well, there are a number of things, such as reading, because reading sends me to sleep, and listening to a podcast, because if I focus on someone speaking, it shuts down my brain and helps me sleep. Mind you, I rarely have difficulty sleeping. I love sleeping and can drop off immediately. So I've answered the question, I've given lots of things that I do, listening to podcasts. These are people talking, like 30 minutes, somebody talking about sport, for example. It shuts down my brain, like a computer shuts down. I'm saying it shuts down my brain. It stops me thinking about things. But then I'm adding some extra information. I'm saying, mind you, I rarely have difficulty sleeping. I love sleeping and can drop off immediately, and that's a good phrasal verb for this topic. To drop off means to fall asleep. So I hope you can see through these examples that it's very similar to but it's just to add something that's softer than what you've just said. So you've made quite a strong statement and then you've softened it, you've made it less strong with this mind you. Don't try and use it in every single part 1 answer, but if you can pop it in once or twice and make it sound very natural when you're using it, it will impress the IELTS examiner. And remember, don't use it in IELTS writing. It's informal, it's for IELTS speaking only. Hope you found that useful. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. In this video, I'm going to look at ways of saying the future. In part 3, it's highly likely that you will be asked about the future. Therefore, it's useful to know other ways of saying in the future. So let's take a look. Ways of saying soon, in the near future, in the immediate future, in the foreseeable future, in the not too distant future. Ways of saying not soon, in the longer term, in the distant future, at some point in the future. And all of these could be used in IELTS writing as well, often in the conclusion to your essay. If you're thinking of something to say, you can say, in the near future, this should happen, or in the distant future. So look forward to the future and what you think might happen or what you think should happen. It's very useful to use these phrases. This was a very short video, but hopefully useful. Thank you for watching. In this video I'm going to focus on a part 3 skill, and that's how to structure your answer. The way you need to structure it is you need to think of it like a paragraph in an essay. So let's take a look. First of all, you need to make a point. This is a bit like the topic sentence in a paragraph in your essay. So think about the point that you're going to make in your answer. So without a doubt, I would say that, undoubtedly. And then you have to give a reason why you're making this point. So what are the major reasons for it? The major reasons why, one factor is, and then go on to explain these reasons. So give some examples to support it. This is due to, this is because of. And then finally, you need to conclude your answer. You need to make it clear to the IELTS examiner that you've finished your answer. Finally, it is worth mentioning that. So it's a way of saying to the examiner, this is my final thing I'm going to say. So let's take a look at an answer to see this structure in action. So if you look at the question, what types of sports are popular in your country? First of all, we need to make the point, and that is what sports are popular. Without a doubt, football, basketball and table tennis are probably the best loved sports where I live. They're all played by thousands, probably millions of people. Then you give a reason for this. I guess the major reason why they're so popular is to do with how easy it is to play them. Then you explain this a bit further. This is largely due to the fact that you don't need much equipment, which is especially important because in my country, people tend not to have a huge amount of disposable income. Then we need to conclude it and show that this is the last thing we're going to say. Finally, it's worth mentioning that our top players are international stars and probably the best known sportsmen and women in the country. If they walk down the street, they are recognised by just about everyone. So instead of just answering the question saying football, basketball and table tennis are popular, we've given quite a detailed answer. And you need detailed answers in part 3. This is not part 1, this is part 3. So we've made the point, we've explained it, we've given reasons, and we've concluded. And this is the kind of answer you need to be getting those high band scores. One bit of vocabulary I'd like to mention in this answer, disposable income. This is a very useful phrase, not only for IELTS speaking, but also for IELTS writing. Your disposable income is the money you have left after all your bills have been paid. So after you've paid your rent or mortgage, your electricity, your gas, etc. The money that's left, the money that you have to enjoy yourself, is called your disposable income. Hello, now there are hundreds of part 3 questions, and even if I was able to make a video for every one, I doubt that you would have the time or the will or inclination to watch each video. So I'm going to focus on some of the techniques that you can use for part 3. Now in part 3 you often have to talk about advantages and disadvantages of certain things. And so in this video, I'm going to look at some language that you can use to talk about this without repeating advantages and disadvantages all the time. So here I have some more vocabulary for talking about advantages and disadvantages. You could refer to them as benefits and drawbacks, pros, cons, upsides, downsides, and these words are all useful for IELTS writing as well. In terms of adjectives that you can use, you can say something is advantageous or disadvantageous, beneficial, harmful, positive, negative, favourable, detrimental. So these words are all useful if there is a question about the advantages of a particular thing or the disadvantages of a particular thing. For example, you could say, one of the cons of this is the fact that this would be beneficial because. One of the major downsides of this is extremely favourable because. I feel that this is largely harmful because. One of the main snags of this idea is. Now I've added this one as an extra here. It's very complex, but it's also very informal. Try not to use it in IELTS writing, but it's great in IELTS speaking. And it means a problem, a disadvantage. So one of the main snags of this idea is. Remember that when you use one of the with anything, it needs to be with a plural noun. One of the major downsides of this is. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video we're going to look at some useful phrases for part 3. It's very tricky to prepare hundreds of part 3 answers for all the part 2 topics, but it's useful to have a few phrases that you can throw into your answers that will really impress the IELTS examiner because they're much more complex than the phrases that many IELTS candidates use. So let's take a look at the first one, off the top of my head. And this phrase we use to mean without giving it too much thought or having too much knowledge. So when you're asked a question and you have to give an opinion on something and you haven't got time to really think about it, then you can use this phrase. So let's take a look at a sample question from part 3 and how this phrase can be used. What kinds of people don't use the internet, and what are the disadvantages of not using the internet? Oh, that's not something I've ever given any thought to, but off the top of my head, I guess that there might be a large percentage of the elderly who do not use it. Moreover, in certain parts of the world, they may not yet have internet access. As for the drawbacks of this, the internet is a huge resource, like a mobile library that you can tap into whenever or wherever you like. So this is definitely a handicap for those without it. So you can see here I've used off the top of my head to say without giving it much thought, and it just is a complex idiomatic phrase that's great for IELTS speaking to impress the IELTS examiner. It's useful also to have some fluency and coherence phrases. So instead of just having silence or saying, oh, that's not something I've ever given any thought to, but off the top of my head. So a useful phrase for starting one of your part 3 answers. We've also got some other good vocabulary and grammar in here and some other discourse markers such as moreover, as for. The elderly, so instead of saying elderly people, you can use elderly as a noun. The elderly. A huge resource is a useful phrase for speaking and writing. It's definitely a handicap if you don't have it. A handicap is like if somebody's disabled, they may have a handicap, but we can use it to talk about something that is an obstacle, a difficulty. If you tap into something, it means that you use it. You use this resource, you tap into it. Let's take a look at this next phrase, by and large. Now, those are very simple words, but when we put them together, by and large, it means on the whole, generally. And again, it's not something that you commonly hear by IELTS candidates, so this will make you stand out and help you with your lexical resource because the IELTS examiner is listening for less commonly used words. So by and large can be used when you would use generally, on the whole, or everything considered. Let's take a look. Why do some people refuse to eat animals? Well, by and large, I guess there are three fundamental reasons. Firstly, certain religions, such as Buddhism, imply that the eating of animals is wrong. Secondly, some consider it morally unacceptable to kill animals for food. And finally, health-conscious individuals refrain from eating meat because it is considered bad for health. So you can see this phrase by and large being used here to say on the whole. And it's an easy one to remember because they're very simple words, but because it's less commonly used, it makes it more complex. Look at this answer as well in terms of its structure. We've got a firstly, secondly and finally. The IELTS examiner is listening for these kinds of words because it gives it structure and it makes it easier to follow and it adds to your fluency and coherence grade. And there's some good language in here too. Fundamental. This is good for writing and speaking and it means main. Certain religions such as Buddhism imply. If something's implied or you imply something, you suggest it in a way that's not explicit. So Buddhism does not say do not eat meat, but it says that people should respect animals. So there is the implication. It is implied that you should not eat meat. This is a good word for writing as well. Morally unacceptable is something that is bad, is wrong. So killing people is morally unacceptable. Useful word for speaking and writing, health-conscious individuals. So it means people who care about their health, and that can be used in lots of topics. And to refrain from doing something means to not do something. So during the day when I'm at work, I refrain from checking my mobile phone every 2 minutes for messages. It means I stop myself. I don't do this. So some good language in this answer and very good use of by and large at the start to impress the IELTS examiner with your knowledge of less commonly used expressions. And the final phrase for this video, my gut feeling. Great for IELTS speaking. I would avoid using it in IELTS writing because it's a bit informal. Your gut feeling is the feeling you have which is not based on facts, it's just an opinion. And you have gut feelings about lots of things. You might have a gut feeling before a football match that your team is going to win or that they're going to lose. And it's not based on any facts or knowledge. It's just your feeling, the feeling that you have inside. So my gut feeling. So let's take a look at my gut feeling being used in a Part 3 answer. Do you think technology has brought us closer or not? Oh, that's not something I've ever considered before, but my gut feeling is that it probably has. I know that it could be argued that we spend far too much time on electronic gadgets and do not interact with our families as much as before. However, we can keep in touch with people who live further afield, whereas in the past we might have lost touch with them. So a very good start to this answer and very useful for part 3. Oh, that's not something I've ever considered before, but my gut feeling is. So when you're asked a question which you don't really know how to answer because you've never thought about it, then you could use this to start it with. And remember to try to use complex grammar both in writing and speaking. So instead of saying people think that we spend far too much time, or just we spend far too much time, it could be argued, it could be suggested, it has been said. These kind of impersonal phrases using modal passives are excellent. Electronic gadgets, fantastic phrase for writing and speaking, and I'm sure that everybody can use this at some point in their speaking test. To interact with means to communicate with, to spend time with, so again, useful for lots of topics. To keep in touch with is very good and quite a tricky phrase because you've got the preposition with. To live further afield means to live further away, and again is a complex idiomatic expression. And to lose touch with means to no longer be in contact with someone. So I hope you found these 3 phrases useful. It is really important that you have prepared how to answer part 3 questions. It's impossible to study every single part 3 question, but if you practice using these phrases such as, oh, that's not something I've ever considered before, but my gut feeling is, and do them over and over again, then when it comes to the IELTS test, you'll be able to say these phrases without thinking about them, get some good marks in your lexical resource, in your fluency and coherence, and it gives you a little bit of thinking time to think about what you're going to say for the rest of the answer. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS video lesson. In this lesson I'm going to focus mainly on part 3, but you may be able to use the words and phrases that I teach in part 1 as well. Now in part 3 you often get asked some very tricky questions, and sometimes you just don't know what to say, and you might have trouble saying things in your own language as well in answer to these questions because they are things that you've never thought about before. So what do you do when you want to say, I don't know? Well, you need to say it in a more complex way. Remember, IELTS is not a test of your knowledge. It's not about the content particularly in your answers. It's a test of your language. So if you don't know what to say, then say it, but say it in a more complex way than I don't know. So let's take a look at some examples of some real part 3 questions and how you can answer them basically by not answering them and just saying I don't know. Which problems nowadays are solved by international organisations? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It's not something I've ever thought about before. I suppose they might be dealing with problems connected with internet security. Other than that, I haven't got a clue. Now this is a very tricky question. It's after the part 2 topic, describe a time that you helped someone. So it's about helping, and then it goes on to the international organisations, helping people. And personally, I find it a very tricky question to answer. I would struggle to answer this in English. So by saying you're not entirely sure, it's not something you ever thought about before, I do go on to give a suggestion, but other than that, I haven't got a clue, and this means I really don't know. So let's take a look at another one, and this follows on from the part 2, describe a time that you lost something. If someone is too organised, do you think they would find it difficult to be creative? I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. I guess they may find it a struggle, As I'm not a particularly organised person myself, it's hard to say. However, I'm not creative either, so I don't think there is a correlation between the two things. So you can see I'm not really answering the question because I'm saying I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. Now I do go on to give some examples, so I guess they may find it a struggle. This is a very useful word, can be used in IELTS writing as well. The verb to struggle means to find something difficult. A struggle is a thing that is difficult. And then I'm saying because I'm not organised and I'm not creative, so I don't think there is a correlation. Again, another great word for IELTS writing. A correlation is a connection or a link between two things. So I am giving a bit more of an answer here. I'm not just saying I don't know and then moving on to the next question, but these are useful openers and things to put throughout your answer. I'm not entirely sure how to answer that. It's hard to say. So you're kind of saying, I really haven't got any good ideas about this topic. And the final one we're going to look at comes after the topic, describe a building that you like. And the question is, what aspect of culture do old buildings reflect? It's hard to say because I'm not particularly interested in old buildings, so it's not something I've ever considered. I imagine they reflect our history, but I can't really give you any good examples of how. So I've said they reflect our history, but rather than just saying older buildings reflect our history, I've said more by saying it's hard to say, I'm not particularly interested in, it's not something I've ever considered. I imagine they reflect our history, but I can't give you any good examples of how. So I am giving a quite detailed answer, but I'm not saying very much. And this is much better than just going, I don't know, I suppose they reflect our history. So let's take a look at some individual phrases that you can learn and hopefully use in your IELTS speaking test. Now, I don't want you to use these for every answer, but if you use them once, it's good because these are some very good words and phrases to use, and they're quite complex ways of not only just saying I don't know, but impressing the IELTS examiner with your use of language. So the first one we've seen before, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I guess. So you're always going to follow this up with something else. Don't just say, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, and then stop speaking. Try and follow it with something. I love I'm not entirely sure. You can use it in lots of occasions when you're talking about a time you visited a place. I'm not entirely sure when it was, to be honest. Much better than saying I don't know. This one is a great one, very, very complex, very idiomatic. Don't use it in IELTS writing, but fantastic for IELTS speaking. I'm really sorry, but I haven't got the faintest idea. Now, what this means, the faintest idea, it's used for emphasising that you do not know or understand something. So if they ask you a question and you really don't understand it, you could say, I haven't the faintest idea what you mean. Could you explain? It's very idiomatic. It's very informal. Fantastic to impress the IELTS examiner. But like I said, not for use in IELTS writing. I haven't really got a clue what to say, but here goes. So a great little opening sentence, and even if you do know what you're going to say, just use it because it's great to impress the IELTS examiner. I haven't really got a clue. A clue is like saying, I haven't really got an idea. I don't know what to say. I haven't really got a clue what to say, but here goes. So it's like I'm going to try. If they ask you a question on a topic that just is not a topic that you know very much about, I'm not the best person to answer that because I'm just not interested in. So if it's about architecture and you're not interested in it, I'm not the best person to answer that because I'm just not interested in architecture. But do try and develop it a little bit further and say a little bit more. And the final one, I wish I had an intelligent answer to this question, but the honest answer is I have no idea. So they ask you something and you think, oh, I really should say something intelligent, but I don't know what to say. Oh, I wish I had an intelligent answer to this question. But the honest answer is I have no idea. And you have some fantastic grammar there with I wish I had and I have no idea, meaning I don't know. So try and practice using one or two of these. Don't try and get them all in the IELTS exam because it will sound like you've just learnt them and trying to get them into the exam. And if you answer every part 3 question with one of these phrases, they will think you have memorised them and you are just using it for that reason, and they don't like that and they will give you a lower grade. But choose one of them or 2 of them that you think would be very good and you can try to include it in your IELTS speaking. And there will be times, particularly in part 3, when you think, I really don't know what to say. In that case, use one of these and impress them when you don't know what to say. Hope you found that useful. Thanks for watching. In this video, I'm going to talk about hometown. It is highly likely that in IELTS Speaking Part 1, the IELTS examiner will ask you about your hometown or the town or city that you're living in at the moment. So it's important that you have lots of language prepared to answer this question. What kind of place is your hometown? My hometown is a densely populated city and is located in the north of the country. It is renowned for its bustling city centre and is teeming with people day and night. There is a wide range of shops. It could be described as a shopper's paradise. However, it isn't the most picturesque place in the world and is best described as a concrete jungle. Densely populated means lots of people live there. Is located in. You need to get some passive grammar in your answers in order to get a high band score in grammar. It is renowned for. This means it is famous for and is a slightly more advanced way of saying it. Bustling. This means it's very busy. Is teeming with. This means it's full of. And is an expression that is going to impress the IELTS examiner because it's very complex and advanced. A shopper's paradise. This is a place that's perfect for people who love shopping. Hong Kong is a shopper's paradise. Picturesque is used to describe places, and it's used to describe places that are very, very beautiful. Is best described. Here is another example of using the passive. Concrete jungle. This is a great idiomatic expression that you can use to talk about places that are full of buildings and there are very few green spaces. What are the most interesting things to do there? There are loads of great things to do there, such as shop till you drop, then followed by afternoon tea in a fancy cafe, and maybe a bit of sightseeing. I would strongly recommend visiting the art gallery. There are a few masterpieces in there, so it's definitely worth visiting. When you're giving examples, use such as. Shop till you drop. This is a very good use of idiomatic language, and it means to shop for so long that you're so tired that you drop to the floor. So shop till you can shop no more. Shop till you drop. Followed by. It's important to have lots of organisational features in your writing and speaking, so this gives it some organisation and some order. Fancy, this means it's very posh, very luxurious, very upmarket. I would strongly recommend visiting. Note how the verb after recommend has an ing form. I would strongly recommend visiting. And using strongly is a good word because it collocates with recommend and it makes this phrase more complex. A masterpiece is a work of art. The Mona Lisa is a masterpiece. It's definitely worth visiting. Many IELTS candidates forget to use the ing form after worth, so if you're going to use this expression, make sure you use it correctly. What kind of jobs do people do there? There is a mixture of jobs done by the people who live there. Firstly, there is a large industrial estate on the outskirts of the city, so many local residents are employed there. In addition, because of the increasing number of shops there, a lot of the individuals are employed in the service industry. A range of, a mixture of. Done, this is a reduced relative clause. The full clause is which are done, but we can reduce it to done. Who, remember that when we're talking about people, we use who. Your answer needs structure and organisation, firstly, secondly, thirdly, finally. An industrial estate is an industrial area with lots of factories. On the outskirts is at the edge of a town or city. I live on the outskirts of London. It means I live at the edge of London. Local residents. Try not to use the word people over and over again, so have lots of other words such as residents, individuals, to talk about people. Are employed. Remember the IELTS examiner is listening for a range of grammar, so remember to use the passive. When you're adding some information, you could use in addition. The IELTS examiner is listening for organisation words as part of your cohesion and coherence grade. The increasing number of shops there. Are employed. As I said before, the IELTS examiner needs to hear lots of grammar, so get the passive in your answer. And the service industry, this is a business that works for a customer, such as a hotel, a restaurant, a cafe, and you provide a service. Would you say it's a good or a bad place to live? Although there are drawbacks of living in such a crowded and busy city, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else because there's always something to do. I'm a massive fan of city living, so at this point in my life, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. In the future, the distant future, however, I might be tempted to relocate to the country because I don't think the city is a place to bring up kids. Remember to use although with a subject and a verb and another clause in the sentence. It's to contrast one thing that you're saying with another. Drawbacks, these are disadvantages. Such a crowded and busy city. When we use such a, we need to follow it with an adjective and a noun. A massive fan of. IELTS candidates tend to use I like too much. Here's another way of saying I like. I'm a massive fan of. At this point in my life, much better way of saying now. The distant future. This means not the near future, which is very close, but the future that's further away. Remember the IELTS examiner is listening for discourse markers because these give your answer cohesion. I might be tempted. This is very complex language, and the word tempt means to attract. Relocate, this means to move. To bring up, to raise, and kids. This is quite an informal word, but because this is IELTS speaking, this is acceptable. But do not use this word in IELTS writing. How do you travel around your hometown? I generally tend to travel around by bus. The transport network is pretty good and it's reasonably cheap. It's also quite reliable. Using a car is difficult because of the traffic jams in the rush hour, and the city centre can get particularly congested. This is a complex way of saying I usually travel. The verb tend to is easy to use. We just use tend to plus the infinitive. And it will impress the IELTS examiner because it's not commonly used by IELTS candidates. The transport network, meaning the transport system. Pretty good. It's generally recommended to avoid using words like good or bad, but if you say pretty good, it makes it sound more complex. Reasonably cheap. Again, instead of saying something like quite cheap, which is quite simple and basic, reasonably cheap. This is more likely to impress the IELTS examiner. Reliable, you can trust it. It's going to be on time and not break down. Traffic jams. These are lines of stationary traffic caused by roadworks or congestion or an accident. The rush hour, a time during each day when the traffic's at its heaviest, such as between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning when people are going to work. Particularly congested. This means so crowded with traffic or people that it's very difficult to move. Would you prefer to live in a bigger or smaller place? Despite the fact that I can see the pluses of living in a smaller place, such as having clean air to breathe, I absolutely adore living in the city. There is no time to get bored because it literally is the city that never sleeps. As I get older though, I think I will get sick of the rat race and will end up living in a house in the country. Despite the fact that this is used to show a contrast and it's complex, and using it will impress the IELTS examiner much more than using although. The pluses, this means the benefits, the advantages of. I absolutely adore. Like I said before, don't use the phrase I like because it's only going to get you IELTS 5. I absolutely adore, it means I love. It literally is the city that never sleeps. This is an idiomatic expression and will impress the IELTS examiner, and it means that there are things to do at all times of day or night. Though is being used here as a conjunction to show that the next statement is going to contrast with the previous one. A bit like saying however. Get sick of it. You get tired of it. You've had enough of it. Get sick of. The rat race. This is a great expression, and it means the way of life where people are in a very competitive environment. There's a struggle for wealth and power, and it's often associated with cities. So we say that I don't want to live in London because I don't like the rat race. And it's used to describe those busy cities where everybody is running around like little rats. End up, and this means that something will eventually happen, and it's a good use of a phrasal verb. Okay, to make sure that you can remember some of these words and expressions, you can now test your vocabulary in the vocabulary quiz. And that is the end of this video. So thanks for watching. In this video, I'm going to talk about the town or city where you live now. Now, you might not get asked questions on this topic because you are living in your hometown. But the vocabulary I use in this video can also be used to talk about your hometown. And you might get asked a part 2 question where you have to describe a place. And again, the vocabulary in this video can be used for describing places. Where do you live now? I'm residing in the UK at the moment, in a city called Leeds. I've been living there for the past 9 months. It is located in the north of England. The present continuous is quite a simple tense. However, many IELTS candidates forget to use it. Here it is made more complex by using the verb to reside, which means to live. I've been living there. This is the present perfect continuous tense, and using this tense will really impress the IELTS examiner. It's a tense that's frequently used by native speakers of English, but you don't often hear it being used by non-native speakers or IELTS candidates. So if you use it in your IELTS exam, the IELTS examiner is going to be impressed. You could say, I've been living there all my life, or I've been living there since last year. It is located in. Instead of just saying it is in the north of England, it is located in makes your answer sound much more complex. How would you describe the town or city? Firstly, I would have to say that it looks like quite an industrial city. However, I don't know how much industry there is nowadays. Moreover, it is most definitely a thriving place. New apartments are being built and there are shopping centres popping up all over the city, both in the heart of the city and on the outskirts. It is quite a cosmopolitan area, and the fact that there is a university there makes it quite an ethnically diverse place to live. Remember that the IELTS examiner is giving you a grade for cohesion and coherence. Cohesion is organisational features that stick your answer together, that signpost to the listener what is going to come next. This is a good way to start your answer when you're going to do a list of things. However is another signpost word, another linking word. Moreover, it lets the listener know that you're going to add some more information and some quite important information. Most definitely. Although it's not really grammatically correct because we don't need the most, we use the most to add extra emphasis. Thriving. This is a place that's doing well economically. There are lots of new businesses. It's a flourishing place. Are being built. This is a very good example of complex grammar. It's the present continuous passive, and this will really impress the IELTS examiner. To pop up is a phrasal verb, and it means when something appears. The heart of the city. This is a good collocation and an idiomatic expression, and it means in the centre of the city. On the outskirts, this means around the edge of the city. Cosmopolitan, if you're describing a place as cosmopolitan, it means you have lots of different nationalities there. An ethnically diverse place, again, this means there are lots of people from lots of different countries living there. What do you like about your area of the town or city? I wouldn't say that it's the most stunningly beautiful place in the world. However, the amenities are second to none. There is everything that I need. For instance, there is a wide range of shops, a multitude of restaurants, from upmarket places where it costs an arm and a leg to eat, to reasonably priced places where you can get a cheap bite to eat. There is a football stadium there, although the team, Leeds United, isn't really worth watching at the moment. Instead of just saying it's not, this makes it sound more complex. I wouldn't say that. Stunningly beautiful. This means something is extremely beautiful and can be used to describe places, or you could use it to describe a church. So very useful collocation, stunningly beautiful. The amenities, these are the facilities, the services in the town or city. Second to none, this is a great expression and it means that they're the best. For instance, to make your answer much more detailed and to allow yourself to use more language, remember to give examples. A multitude of, it's another way of saying a range of or lots of. Upmarket places, these are expensive, posh places. This is a very good example of an idiomatic phrase. It's not something you would use in writing, but it's something you could use in speaking. It costs an arm and a leg, and it means it's very expensive. It costs a lot. Reasonably priced, this means they're not too expensive. A cheap bite to eat. A bite to eat is like a snack, a small meal. Isn't really worth watching. To be worth plus an ing verb is commonly used wrongly by IELTS candidates, so make sure you use this phrase correctly. Is there anything you don't like about your area of the town or city? The thing I'm not keen on about living there is that the transport network isn't that great. There are buses and trains, but it doesn't have trams like other cities such as Manchester. Therefore, to get around it takes ages, and the trains and buses aren't always punctual. This is a major issue for me because I need to get to classes on time. Try not to use phrases like I like or I don't like. I'm keen on or I'm not keen on is another way of saying I like or I don't like. Another discourse marker being used here. This is good use of informal English, not something you'd want to use in writing, but takes ages. It means it takes a long time. Punctual, on time. The IELTS examiner will be impressed if you use collocations. These are words that native speakers put together naturally in their language. A major issue. And this makes it sound more advanced than saying it's a big issue. A major issue. Do you expect to continue living in this town or city for a long time? That's a tricky question to answer right now because I'm not entirely sure if I'll be living in Leeds in the near future. I've applied to a number of different universities, one of which is Leeds. However, I could end up in Brighton, which is miles away from Leeds. This means that it's a difficult question to answer. IELTS candidates often start their answers with I think. Have other expressions that you could use to start your answer, such as, oh, that's a tricky question to answer. I'm not entirely sure. This is a better way of saying, I don't really know. I will be living. This is the future continuous, and this will really impress the IELTS examiner. So think about what you will be doing in the future, because you might get asked questions about that. I will be working in London. I will be living in America. And you might get asked questions about the future, not just about your plans, but what might happen in the future, for example, to museums. And we say in the near future to mean something very soon. have applied. This is the present perfect, and IELTS candidates, even good ones, often mix up the past simple and the present perfect. Remember, the present perfect is used for unfinished or unspecified time. End up, this means to finish up. It's a phrasal verb. Thank you for watching this video. Now make sure that you do the quiz to ensure that you remember the words and phrases that you have learnt whilst watching this video. In this video, I'm going to talk about work. Now maybe you don't work, but there are still some useful phrases included in this video that would be good to learn for your IELTS exam. Where do you work? I work as a nurse and am employed in a hospital in my hometown. Do you think it is a good place to work? Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love my job, but the equipment in the hospital is quite dated, and this can make the job hard at times. Remember that the IELTS examiner is listening for a range of grammar, so using the passive am employed will add to your mark for grammatical range. Don't get me wrong, this is a very useful idiomatic expression for IELTS speaking, and it's when you don't want someone to misunderstand you. It is quite informal, so only use it in IELTS speaking. I absolutely love. Now, although love is quite a basic verb, similarly to I like or I don't like, by adding absolutely makes this a bit more complex and stronger. I absolutely love. Dated. Something that is dated is old-fashioned or out of date. Why did you choose this job? I wanted to work in a profession where I could help people. Furthermore, I didn't want to do a desk job. I would be bored to tears if I had to do a 9-to-5 job. I like the variety in the job I do. No 2 days are the same. The question asks, why did you choose this job? And in the answer, the word profession has been used to show that the candidate has a wide range of vocabulary. Furthermore, remember that IELTS examiners are listening for discourse markers, linking words, for your cohesion and coherence grade. A desk job is a job that involves sitting at a desk, usually in an office. I would be bored to tears if I had to do. This is a great example of the second conditional, and it's used to describe an imaginary situation. There is excellent use of idiomatic language here, bored to tears, and it means extremely bored. We also use the expression bored to death. A 9-to-5 job. This is a regular job, usually in an office, that starts at 9 o'clock in the morning and finishes at 5 p.m. in the evening. The variety. This is having lots of different things in your job. What do you enjoy most about your job? As previously mentioned, no 2 days are the same, therefore boredom is something I don't suffer from in my job. I get to meet people from all walks of life, and even though there are sometimes days when it can be tough, often people leave the hospital feeling better, so I get a feeling of satisfaction that I've helped them. As previously mentioned, when you're going to repeat something or say something similar to what you've said before, this is a useful way to introduce it. People from all walks of life. This is like saying everybody, people from different social, economic and ethnic groups. Even though. This is a more formal way of saying although, and although speaking is more informal than writing, it's used here to show that the candidate knows more than just although. Tough is a very useful word for IELTS speaking, and it means difficult. A feeling of satisfaction. This is a good phrase to learn and can be used in IELTS writing as well, and it's when you feel good after doing something. Have you always wanted to do this job? When I was younger, I wanted to be a doctor, but the thought of studying for 7 years put me off. When I left school, I got a job in an office, but I quickly realised that I wasn't cut out for sitting behind a desk all day. So that was when I retrained as a nurse. I don't regret it for a second. Put me off. This means I started to dislike it, or I didn't want to do it for some reason. It was a thought of studying that put me off doing it. I wasn't cut out for. To be cut out for something means you have the right qualities for it. So if you're not cut out for it, you don't have the right qualities for this job or role. To retrain means to train again. I don't regret it for a second means I don't regret it at all. What training did you need to do for this job? My training lasted for 4 years. It was a combination of practical training on the job and study in the classroom. I've learnt most things actually doing the job though. I feel like I'm still learning every day because diseases change and new drugs are developed to combat them. A combination of is a mixture of different things. On the job, this is whilst doing the job. I'm still learning. Remember about grammatical range. You need a range of grammar. You can't just use the present simple or past simple, so remember to use continuous tenses. Combat is a verb which means fight. What are your work plans for the future? I would like to work in the UK, so that is why I'm taking IELTS in order to meet the requirements to work there. I understand there is a nursing shortage there. It has always been my dream to work in another country. If I get a job there, I will stay for about a decade and then hopefully return to my home country and use the skills I've obtained to get a top job back home. Another reminder to use the present continuous. A shortage means there is a lack of it. A food shortage, for example, a water shortage. There is a lack of food, there is a lack of water. In this case, a nursing shortage. There is a lack of nurses. A decade. Remember to refer to 10 years as a decade. A top job is a good job. Thank you for watching this video, and make sure that you do the quiz to remind yourself of the vocabulary that we have looked at in this lesson. In this video, I'm going to talk about study. Now, maybe you're not a student or you're not studying at the moment, and so you might get asked about what job you do instead. However, it's still worth watching this video because there'll be some useful vocabulary in here for other topics. What do you study? I'm currently studying on an English course in the UK. I've been studying here for about 6 months. Where do you study? I'm studying in a further education college, which is situated in the south of England. It's important to get a range of grammar into your answer. So remember to use the present continuous. It is a basic tense, but using it correctly and flexibly improves your grammatical range. Here is an example of the present perfect continuous, and this will really impress the IELTS examiner. But remembering to use it during the IELTS test is a problem. Learning phrases such as this will help you to remember to include it. Use either "I've been studying here" or "I've been living here." Is situated. This is another phrase that you can learn to improve your grammatical range. You can say it is situated in or is located in. Do you think it is a good place to study? Absolutely. The college is a massive place with great facilities. There's a huge, well-stocked library, and the science labs are well equipped with the latest equipment. The catering facilities offer a wide range of food options, and there are plenty of places to get a cheap bite to eat. I thoroughly enjoy studying there because the teachers are warm, caring, and inspiring. Instead of just answering a question with yes, use absolutely. It means you agree with something that you've been asked. Massive. This means it's very big, it's huge. Great facilities. This means it's got lots of things such as a cafe, computer rooms, a library. Lots of equipment provided. Huge. This means massive. Well stocked. It has lots of books. Well equipped. This means it's got lots of equipment. The latest equipment means very new and modern. The catering facilities. This refers to the cafes and restaurants. A cheap bite to eat. This is a cheap snack. It's not a big meal, it just might be a sandwich. I thoroughly enjoy studying there. By adding the word thoroughly into this sentence, it makes it more complex and it sounds much better than saying I really enjoy. I thoroughly enjoy studying there. Inspiring. If somebody is inspiring, they make you feel that you want to do something and that you can do it. Have you always wanted to study this? Absolutely not. When I was younger, like all youngsters, I had dreams of becoming famous. But as I grew older, I became fascinated by science. My science teacher in secondary school was an inspiration to me and sparked an interest in this subject. As in the previous question where I said you can say absolutely when you agree with something and you're saying yes, you can say absolutely not instead of just saying no. Youngsters, try not to use the word children, use synonyms such as this. To be fascinated by or to become fascinated by something is much better than saying I like or I don't like something. An inspiration, as in the previous question we had inspiring. Inspiration is from the same word family, but it's the noun. To spark an interest in something, and this is a very good use of idiomatic language, and it's a collocation which means to arouse an interest, to create an interest in something, to spark an interest. What is the most interesting part of your study? I particularly enjoy the practical work because it's very hands-on, and it is easier to understand things when you actually experience them. Generally, we tend to do practical work once a week and theoretical stuff the rest of the time. I wish it was the other way round. I particularly enjoy. Always try to make your language as complex as possible, and instead of saying I really enjoy, the word particularly makes it sound more complex. Hands-on describes something that you do using your hands, it's a much more physical activity and it involves active participation rather than just studying the theory of something. Generally, this means usually, mostly, and it's a good way to start a sentence. Tend to. Tend to plus infinitive is a fantastic verb to learn and use. It's often used when something regularly or usually happens. It's easy to use, but it will impress the IELTS examiner, and it can be used in writing and speaking. I tend to get up at 7 o'clock. I tend to go to bed at 11 o'clock, meaning I generally do this. I wish it was the other way round, and this is a good phrase to learn, meaning I wish the opposite was true. Is there anything you don't like about your study? The only thing that I'm not really keen on about my study is the amount of homework. I'm snowed under with work, and it leaves me with very little time to do anything else. I used to like going to the cinema regularly with my mates, but since starting this course I spend every spare minute with my head in a book. I like and I don't like are not going to impress the IELTS examiner. Make sure that you know alternatives such as this. I'm keen on, or I'm not keen on. To be snowed under with work. Idiomatic language is a fantastic way to impress the IELTS examiner. And this expression means I have a lot of work to do. I'm snowed under with work. Used to like. Used to is a useful verb that we can use to impress the IELTS examiner. Used to plus infinitive. To describe an action that you used to do regularly in the past, and you can use it in this case instead of the past simple. Mates, this is quite an informal word, but you could use it in speaking, and it means friends. Since starting. When you use since before or after and follow it with a verb, it should be in the ing form. With my head in a book. This is a good use of idiomatic language, and it just means reading. I spend every spare minute with my head in a book. I'm basically saying I spend every minute reading. What are your study plans for the future? In the near future, I hope to go to university in the UK. I've applied to a number of top universities. In the longer term, I imagine I will return to my home country. I hope I get a job in the field of environmental science. I'm hoping that my degree and knowledge gained in the UK will enable me to find a good job with good prospects. Instead of just saying in the future, in the near future means soon. In the distant future means not quite as soon. Top universities. This means the very best universities. In the longer term, this is another way of saying in the distant future. I imagine. This is another way of saying I think that is useful for IELTS speaking. In the field of. This means in the area of environmental science. Good prospects. This is a job where there is a good chance of promotion in the future. Make sure that you do the quiz following this video to help you learn some of the useful vocabulary from it. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video about the band descriptors, I'm going to focus on fluency and coherence. Let's take a look at the band descriptors to see what this means. The band descriptors are what the IELTS examiners use to determine your band. The IELTS examiner's version are slightly different to this, but this is the public version that you're allowed to see. I'm going to focus on band 7 because I think this is a good band to aim for. If you're aiming for higher, that's fine, and all of the things that come into band 7 are included in band 8 and 9. So first of all, it's about speaking at length, so being able to speak quite a lot and not just sitting there and saying nothing. And it's about being coherent, which means that the IELTS examiner can understand you. It also is about avoiding repetition. It's saying some repetition is okay, but it's about avoiding the repetition. Also using a range of connectives and discourse markers. So in this video I'm going to look at some of these things and how you can focus on these things to try and get a high band score in fluency and coherence. First of all, I'd like to look at discourse markers, as these are essential for scoring highly in this band. What discourse markers are linking words, connectives. They're the glue that connects your writing or speaking together. Discourse just means communication, either spoken or written communication. And discourse markers indicate the direction that the speaking or writing is going. So interestingly, you're going to add something interesting. Conversely, you're going to say something opposite to what you've just said. And yet, similarly, you're going to add something maybe different to what you've already said. And they're so important because remember, 25% of your overall band score is looking at this area. So it's about being able to speak fluently and it's about being coherent, and that means using discourse markers that make it clear what you're going to say next. So if we look at this particular bullet point, which is using a range of connectives and discourse markers, a lot of IELTS candidates use and also. These are not good enough. These are not going to get you even 6 or above in this band score. So what can you do to get into the higher bands? Well, there are lots of different discourse markers, and as I go through the course I will highlight all of these. I'll just point out a few here. So if we're using discourse markers to add extra information, in fact, David Beckham is incredibly famous in the UK. In fact, he's legendary in all corners of the globe. In actual fact, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like to be famous. In actual fact, I'm certain I'd absolutely hate it. As a matter of fact, kids are obsessed with pointless celebrities. As a matter of fact, the most famous people in the world right now are social media stars. So all of these are adding extra information and so much better than saying and also. So try to learn these and use these in your IELTS speaking. Another way in that we can make ourselves more coherent and using more complex language are using different ways of saying yes or no. A lot of the questions in IELTS, you might start your answer with yes, no, but don't. You could use words like absolutely, absolutely not, certainly, certainly not, definitely, definitely not. So for example, if the question was, do you like eating out? Oh, absolutely. I love going out every Friday night to celebrate the end of the week and start the weekend. Do you think homework is good for children? Oh, definitely not, because a lot of the time the homework isn't that useful and it's a lot of just drawing pictures and colouring in, and in the evenings children should be spending time with their parents and siblings. So making your answer more coherent, more complex by using these words instead of yes or no. So finally, let's take a look at a part 3 answer, which has some great fluency and coherence expressions in it, all the expressions highlighted in the gold colour. So what are the advantages of living in a city or big town? Oh, well, I guess there are a number of advantages of residing in a city or town. First and foremost, there is access to local facilities. Not only do you have access to local shops, but also to the larger shopping malls and in the city centre. Another significant benefit is that the transport infrastructure is better. For example, you can take public transport to work instead of using your car. A final advantage worth mentioning is that the nightlife is significantly better than in rural areas. For instance, you can go to the cinema or the theatre in urban areas. As a matter of fact, such activities are almost non-existent in rural locations. So you can see here that all the discourse markers are giving it structure, a bit like in IELTS writing when you structure your paragraphs with your discourse markers. And the discourse markers here, such as first and foremost, a final advantage worth mentioning is, for instance, a matter of fact, another significant benefit is. These are all discourse markers that you could use in your IELTS writing task 2. So they're so important in IELTS, and as you go through this course, take a note of all the discourse markers that I use and try to include them in your answers, because they're 25% of your overall band score for IELTS speaking. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video about the band descriptors, I'm going to focus on lexical resource. Now you might find this video is slightly longer than the others and wonder why. Well, in my personal experience, I've found that students with the better vocabulary are the ones who get the better grades. And you might think, well, why is that? Because lexical resource is only 25% of your overall band score. But I think if you have a great and varied vocabulary, you can trick the IELTS examiner into thinking that your grammar is better than it actually is. Whereas if you're good at grammar and maybe fluency and coherence, but you're lacking the vocabulary, then it's much harder to trick them. And also when you have a greater vocabulary, you have more to say, so you're more likely to be using more things that will add to your grammar grade and your fluency and coherence and your pronunciation grade. So this is why I see this band as the most important one in all of the 4 bands. So let's take a look at what the band descriptors say. So uses vocabulary resource flexibly to discuss a variety of topics. That means that you have a large vocabulary. Uses some less common and idiomatic vocabulary and shows some awareness of style and collocation. This is about idiomatic vocabulary and collocation, which we'll look at in this video, and uses paraphrase effectively. What paraphrase means is saying the same thing but differently, so using different words to describe things, and we'll take a look at that as well in this video. So first of all, using paraphrase effectively. So if we look at this example, my hometown is nice, it's big and very nice, I really like it. There's a lot of repetition, it's very bad vocabulary as well, it's very basic, it's about IELTS 4. What you need to be able to do is have a large vocabulary so you can use lots of different words. So for example, this topic, which is about hometown, being able to use words like stunning, awe-inspiring, marvellous, a view to die for, awesome, breathtaking, stunningly beautiful, incredible, spectacular. These are all synonyms of nice when we're describing hometowns, and so you're showing the IELTS examiner that you can use paraphrase effectively. And as you go through this course, there are loads of examples that I give you of words that you can use instead of more basic words. I'm going to look at another example of this. There are a lot of questions in IELTS are, do you agree that, and say, do you agree that living in the city is better than living in the countryside? And you might answer, yes, I agree that living in a city is better than living in the countryside. But you're just repeating words from the question, I agree. Now, there are lots of different ways how you can say agree or disagree. So, I couldn't agree more. I completely agree. Or, I wholeheartedly agree. I totally agree. Then when you're saying how much you agree, I agree to a great extent. I agree to a large extent. Slightly less strong, I agree to some extent. I partly agree. And if you disagree, I completely disagree. I disagree entirely. So it's worthwhile learning these phrases, and they're very useful for IELTS writing as well, because often there's talk about do you agree or disagree with something. I think another way in which you can expand your lexical resource, your vocabulary, is avoid using the word very. It's a word that we use hundreds of times a day. As a native speaker of English, I'll be using it all the time. The IELTS exam is not like a real environment. You have to try and throw in as much vocabulary as you can and try and show that you have this great range of vocabulary. So, for example, the facilities in my hometown are incredibly good. Eating in restaurants in major cities is terribly expensive. It gets extremely hot in my hometown in the summer. The food that I had during that meal was exceedingly good. I'm generally awfully bad at sports, but I'm an okay swimmer. Lionel Messi is a remarkably good footballer. The reason why this book was especially interesting is that I'm not particularly good at managing my time. So all of these are different ways of saying very. Now you need to practice, because you're not going to think of these in the exam without having practiced saying some things. So try to use them in your preparation. Now, there may be times during the exam when you don't know the answer, but instead of just saying, I don't know, think of different ways to say it. So, do you know how to make a cake? I'm not entirely sure how to make a cake because, to be honest, it's not something I've ever done before. I suppose you need eggs, flour, butter and sugar, and they are mixed together. Other than that, I don't really know. So I'm not entirely sure. Why do you think rich people like to eat special foods? I'm not sure how to answer that. It's not something I've ever thought about before. I guess they can afford special food and it tastes good. As I'm not a particularly wealthy person myself, it's hard for me to say. So notice I've said not particularly wealthy, so I'm not very wealthy, particularly wealthy. How has the food we eat changed in the last 50 years? It's hard to say because I'm not particularly interested in food, so it's not something I've given much thought to. I imagine it's not as healthy as before, but I can't really give examples of how or why. So you can see these answers are much more complex, and we haven't just used simple language like I don't know. Moving on now to look at collocations. These are essential in IELTS. A lot of IELTS candidates learn words, single words. That is not enough. You must focus on learning collocations, and throughout the course I point out loads of them. There's hundreds of them. Collocations are words that we put together and use in a particular way. For example, we say make a cake, but do your homework. And knowing the right collocations gets you higher band scores. Knowing complex collocations like this gets you even higher band scores. So let's take a look. To be snowed under with. This is an idiomatic expression, but it's also a collocation, and it means you have lots of things to do. For example, I'm snowed under with work at the moment, so I don't go to the cinema much. A distant memory. This is something you cannot remember very well because it happened a long time ago. I have a distant memory of wanting to be a doctor when I was young. Vitally important. It's vitally important that you use lots of collocations. Vitally important means very important. Being able to use a computer is vitally important in this day and age. A vivid memory. This is a very strong, clear memory. Something you remember very clearly. So I have a vivid memory of visiting the museum on a school trip when I was in high school. And a great one that's really useful, to think long and hard about something, and this means to consider something for a long time. I thought long and hard about going abroad to study. I don't know what I'm going to do in the future. I need to think long and hard about it. So these are some great collocations. As you go through the course, try and learn some that you think would be most useful for you and try and include them in your IELTS exam. It's more about collocations than individual words. Finally, I want to look at some idioms, and I'm going to focus on idioms to describe people because people are included in lots of Part 2 topics, and so knowing some idioms to describe people is vitally important. A quick tip: focus on language in your IELTS exam. Do not focus on facts. Do not spend time describing the person you know accurately. Think of complex language and say that the person is like this. So if you're describing your father, and he is tall and he's a quiet person, don't say it. Just think of all the complex idioms that you know, the complex collocations, and describe him as this. It's not a truth or lie test. It's about language. So let's take a look. To be a people person. This is somebody who's very good with people. So one of the reasons why he's so successful is that he is a people person. To be head and shoulders above the rest, this means to be much better than everybody else. In the world of football, he is head and shoulders above the rest. So if you were talking about Ronaldo or Messi or Harry Kane, whoever it might be, a person you know, just somebody who's much better than everybody else. To be a charismatic leader, this is someone who has an engaging persona. It is vitally important to be a charismatic leader and not just a good organiser of people. To be full of beans, this means you're full of energy. My friend is always full of beans day and night. You might talk about yourself and say, oh, I'm not a morning person. I'm not full of beans when I wake up. To be the life and soul of the party. This means to like having fun. I wouldn't describe myself as the life and soul of the party, as I'm quite a shy person. So notice that I use these as a negative, not just positive. So in your 1 minute preparation, if you're describing a person, get the idioms down, get the collocations down, and then just use them. Use them as negative. He's not a people person, he is a people person. Remember, it's about language. It's not truth. Nobody's going to check whether your father is full of beans in the morning. But you are going to get higher band scores if you use this kind of vocabulary. Throughout the course there are loads of these, so I recommend that you watch each video, watch them a few times to just try and get some of these words and phrases into your head. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this band descriptor video I'm going to focus on grammatical range and accuracy. Now this one is more difficult because I don't know how you speak and I can't personally improve your grammatical range and accuracy, but I can point out a few things that can help you improve, and as I go through the course there'll be other things I point out as well. So let's take a look at the band descriptors, and for band 7 it's about using a range of complex structures with some flexibility. So what this means is they're using different tenses, different ways of saying things in terms of grammar, and you frequently produce error-free sentences, although you are allowed to make some mistakes. To get into band 8 and 9, you have to make very few mistakes, and this is why it's incredibly difficult to get high band scores in this particular band. So I want to start with just briefly looking at this part 2 topic, which is a long car journey you've been on. I'm not going to go through the model answer. I just want to point out something. There is a video that goes through model answer. It's not this particular model answer. I've simplified it for this video because I want to focus on one particular thing. But notice the questions: when it was, where you went, what you saw, how you felt. It's all about the past. And I've noticed that even very good candidates forget that they're talking about the past. If you look at this model answer, the past simple is highlighted. What some candidates tend to do is start in the past tense and then switch to the present tense. If you're not good at using the past simple, you're not going to get 6, 7, 8 or 9. So you really need to focus on that, because grammatical accuracy is a big part of this band score. In terms of improving your grammatical range, if we look at what it states in IELTS band 6, it's about using a mix of simple and complex structures, but for band 7, a range of complex structures. So if you're just using the past simple and the present simple, that's not a range of structures. Now, one way you can add to your range is use used to. So let's take a look at how you could do that. So here is a question from part 1. Do you read a newspaper or read news online? Why? A few years ago, I used to read a newspaper because my parents used to buy one every day. Nowadays, however, I usually read the news online as it's cheaper and more up to date. So you can see that I've used used to plus infinitive, and although it's just still a past tense, it's showing that you know how to use this and you're not just using the past simple all the time. So it's adding to your grammatical range. Let's take a look at another example. Do you read domestic news or international news? Why? When I was younger, I used to read the domestic news as I wasn't particularly interested in international affairs. However, as I've got older, I've become increasingly more interested in international affairs than I used to be. So I now read both. So again, used to plus infinitive. Just popping a few used tos in your speaking and your writing shows the examiner that you have a greater grammatical range. Now, one tense that I love is the present perfect continuous, and I mention it in other videos, and it's something we use in English all the time, but it's incredibly difficult for non-native speakers, as in a lot of other languages you don't use continuous tenses as much as we do in English. If you use continuous tenses in IELTS, the IELTS examiner's like, great, this person knows how to use continuous tenses. So for example, how long have you been living here? I've been living here for about 3 years. So an action that started in the past and continues in the present. I have been living here. Do you work or are you a student? I'm a student. I'm studying economics. I've been studying this subject for the last 2 years, so I strongly recommend before that you take the exam, because study and hometown are subjects that you probably will get asked about. Write some sentences. So how long have you been living there? What are you studying? Because this is present continuous. How long have you been studying it? I have been studying it for, or I have been studying it since. And just practice using them so you say them in a very natural way. Can you play any musical instruments? Yes, I'm learning to play the piano. I've been playing this instrument for the past 5 years. So I have been playing, started in the past, continues in the present. How long have you been learning English? I've been trying to learn English for the past few years, but it's only this last year that I've been focusing on it properly. So, don't give homework in these videos normally, but as your homework, just write some sentences that you could use to talk about you that are in the present perfect continuous. Think about your work, your study, where you live, or something that you've been doing for a few years. Think about maybe a sport. I've been swimming for the past 3 years. I've been playing tennis since I was a child. The more you practice using the present perfect continuous, the more likely it is that you're going to include it in your IELTS speaking. And when I was IELTS examining, if somebody said one of these, I was like, wow, they are good because they're using continuous tenses. Good luck. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS speaking video. My name's Rebecca, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of cycling. Did you learn to ride a bike when you were a child? If I remember rightly, I'm pretty sure that I was taught when I was around 5 or 6. I remember falling off a few times, but I can't really recall any more details than that. Remember to use if I remember rightly. It means we think we're correct, but we're not completely sure. I'm pretty sure, I think. I was taught because somebody else is teaching you, so it gives you the opportunity to use the past simple passive here. Around, about. If you fall off a bike, you do what happens in the second picture, so you fall to the ground to fall off a bike. Recall, quite a formal verb but useful. To remember. Is it easy for you to ride a bike in your country? Definitely not. There are very few cycle lanes and the roads are incredibly busy. The roads are a death trap to cyclists, to be brutally honest. Remember to use other expressions rather than just yes, no, definitely not. It sounds much stronger and much more complex language. Cycle lanes, like in the picture, special lanes, special parts of the road where only cyclists can go. Incredibly busy instead of very busy. A death trap. We can call a thing or a structure or a situation a death trap that's very dangerous to your life. To be brutally honest, this is like to be perfectly honest, but it's when you're saying something quite negative, so I'm saying they're a death trap, to be brutally honest. What do you think are the benefits of riding a bike as a child? Well, aside from the obvious health benefits, there's a saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, which means it is tricky to teach elderly people things, so it's better to learn as a child. Aside from, besides, apart from, in addition to, the obvious health benefits, the clear, the evident health benefits, so you could talk about those in this answer. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. It means when a dog gets older, it's difficult to teach it to sit, to fetch a ball, to jump, etc. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. It's tricky, it's difficult, elderly people, older people. Now for this last question, it's very similar to the second question that I answered, so you're unlikely to get both of these in part 1. So I'm answering this in a more positive way if you have a good cycle network in your country. Is it safe to ride a bike on the road? Absolutely. We have a well-developed cycle network with bike paths. A lot of money has been invested in the infrastructure and it is safe and well organised. Cyclists are very fortunate in my country. So absolutely, instead of saying absolutely not, saying yes. A cycle network, this is a set of cycle routes, a set of cycle paths. You can also call them bike paths. A lot of money has been invested, present perfect passive, very good use of complex grammar. Infrastructure, great word both for writing and speaking. You can use this word in a lot of Task 2 essays that are about possibly cars, cities, infrastructure. And it means the basic physical and organisational structure and facilities. So buildings, roads, power supplies, things that you need for travel and the operation of a society. infrastructure. Cyclists are very fortunate in my country. It's a more complex way you could use this in writing, meaning they're lucky, they're very fortunate. Hope you found this video useful and thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. My name's Rebecca and in this video I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of farms. Before I go through the language and the model answers, I want to say one very, very important thing. Part 1 is not a warm-up. Many IELTS teachers tell you it's a warm-up and an opportunity to just start using the language and the examiner is not examining you. This is wrong. The examiner is listening to every word, every piece of grammar that you're saying right from the start of the test. And when I was an IELTS examiner, I was making decisions of that IELTS grade right at the very start. So it's important that you use a range of discourse markers for your fluency and coherence grade. You use a range of tenses accurately for grammatical range and accuracy. And you use some complex language for your lexical resource band. In all of these answers, you will see that I'm trying to use complex grammar, complex discourse markers, and a range of lexical resource. It is difficult. I appreciate that. You're nervous. You're speaking in a foreign language. But try to make your answers as complex as possible. I'm pretty sure I use this all the time as a native speaker, and it's when you're certain, you think you're right about something. I'm pretty sure. When I was studying, I use this all the time in my model answers because IELTS examiners love continuous tenses. When I was studying in primary school, just learn that phrase. When I was studying in primary school, in the UK, we call it primary school. I think in America they call it elementary school. If I remember rightly, make sure you have lots of these expressions. In our IELTS course on Udemy, we have loads of these expressions that we use. Things to say, I think I'm sure about this, I think I'm remembering it correctly, but I'm not completely sure, if I remember rightly. Something like that. We use this all the time in the UK when we're referring to something, but you're not being specific about it. We may butter or something like that. And fed some livestock. Make sure your past simples are correct. Feed, fed, fed some livestock. Livestock are animals and birds kept on a farm, such as cows, sheep, chickens, etc. Now, there are different types of farms. There are arable farms. These grow crops like wheat. There are mixed farms, so these are both arable and cattle. Cattle are animals that are kept for meat or dairy. You have hill sheep. These are sheep that live out on hills and keep the grass short. Market gardening. These are vegetable farms. You don't need to know all of these words, but it's useful to know one or two if you want to use some complex language. For many Part 1 questions you get asked, what blah 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 do you like? And often in life you don't have a preference. So you can say, I'm not sure I have a preference. And it means there's not one I like more than the others. I'm not sure I have a preference. To be perfectly honest, just a bit more complex than saying to be honest. An awful lot of. I use this all the time, and it makes it stronger than just saying a lot. It can mean a real lot or very much of something. I eat an awful lot of bread. I guess, try not to use I think, I guess. Arable farms would be my favourite. Arable farms are where we grow crops. Crops are things like wheat and barley. We'll look at those in a moment. And I've used the second conditional here. Arable farms would be my favourite if I had to choose one. Again, a useful expression for lots of Part 1 questions. Blah would be my favourite if I had to choose one. Oh, absolutely. Instead of just saying yes, make your answer a little bit stronger. Oh, absolutely. We rely on, we depend on, a variety, a lot of. Dairy, so dairy farms produce milk and cheese. Wheat is what I talked about before in the arable farms. Wheat is in the picture and wheat is made into flour that makes bread. Veg is an informal way of saying vegetables when speaking, and such like. Very useful when you're giving lists, to end it with and such like instead of and so on, etc. We would be lost without them. To be lost without someone or something means you'd be unable to live or work without something. So they're vitally important. They're very important for our lives. We would be lost without them. A lot of IELTS Part 1 questions ask you, did you do this when you were young? Not that I can recall. It's just like saying not that I can remember. I come from an urban area very useful for lots of topics and writing as well, meaning a town or a city. Tricky, difficult, agricultural labour, farm work. And some second conditional again, if I had the chance to do it now, I would jump at it. To jump at something means to accept an opportunity in a very enthusiastic way. So you would do it very keenly, very enthusiastically. If I had the chance to do it now, I would jump at it. I love animals and being out in the open. If you're out in the open, it means you're outdoors. Now, I've used lots of complex language in here. Don't worry, you don't have to remember everything, but I wanted to show you, you need to include things for fluency and coherence. You need to include a range of grammar. So I've got past continuous, I've got correct past simple, I've got second conditional, and you need to use a wide range of language. And this means phrases. So to jump at something is a phrase. You can't just use complex individual words. We need phrases to get high band scores. Now I'm just going to read through the model answers so you can hear these words being used. Have you ever visited a farm? I'm pretty sure that I visited a farm when I was studying in primary school. If I remember rightly, we made butter or something like that and fed some livestock. What kinds of farms do you like? I'm not sure I have a preference, to be perfectly honest. I eat an awful lot of bread, so I guess arable farms would be my favourite if I had to choose one. Do you think farming is important? Oh, absolutely. We rely on farms for a variety of products such as dairy, wheat, veg and such like, so we would be lost without them. Did you do farm work when you were young? Not that I can recall. I come from an urban area, so it would be tricky to do any agricultural labour. If I had the chance to do it now, I would jump at it because I love animals and being out in the open. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. My name's Rebecca, and in this video I'm going to go through some Part 1 questions and answers on the topic of picnics. In these videos I go through language that's useful for the topic, but it's also useful for other topics, and it might be language that comes up in the listening and reading test, and sometimes there is language that you can use in writing. So although this is a Part 1 video, it can be useful for other parts of the test. So it's not just about memorising the answers, it's about improving and expanding your vocabulary for your English in general and hopefully to help you with the IELTS test. So let's take a look at some questions and answers. Did you go on a picnic when you were a child? From time to time, yeah, we used to go on picnics. We tended to go on bank holidays when the sun was shining and my parents wanted to get us out of the house instead of watching TV 24/7. Very useful phrase for IELTS speaking, from time to time, meaning occasionally, every so often, from time to time. Remember to use used to in IELTS speaking. It's something that's very simple to use. You just use used to plus the verb, but a lot of candidates forget to use it. We used to go on picnics. The verb to tend to is also very useful. As a native speaker of English, I use it all the time. Instead of saying usually, we tended to go. This is like saying we usually went. We tended to go on bank holidays. In the UK, we call public holidays such as Christmas Day a bank holiday because it's a day when the banks are closed. You can use bank holidays or you can say public holidays. And to expand my grammatical range, I'm using when the sun was shining because this is past continuous and it really impresses the IELTS examiner because it's very complex. When the sun was shining. So just learn that phrase and try to get it in your IELTS test at some point. Another useful thing for grammar, instead of plus verb plus ing, instead of doing, instead of having, instead of eating, instead of watching TV 24/7. 24/7 is an informal way of saying all day. It's like 24 hours out of 7 days a week, and we use it to mean all day, all the time. How often do you go on a picnic now? It's not something I do on a regular basis. I guess at most I go twice a year. Rather than having a picnic, I often buy some food and go and eat it in a park to get some fresh air. It's kind of like a picnic, but an impromptu one. On a regular basis, good for writing and speaking, and it means regularly. At most, so probably only go at most. This is the maximum number of times I go twice a year. Rather than having, this is like saying instead of having, rather than having, and they both are followed by a verb in the ing form, rather than having, to get some fresh air. And this means to go outside. I often say I'm going to get some fresh air, and it just means I'm going outside for a bit. Impromptu, very useful word, can be used in writing because it's formal, but we use it in speaking a lot. If something is impromptu, it's unplanned. So you just say, it's a nice day, I'm going to go and sit outside and have my lunch. It's impromptu, it's unplanned. Where do you go on a picnic? There's a stunningly beautiful park just round the corner from where I work, so I tend to go there in my lunch break. Whereas if I'm not working, I go to the beach or somewhere a bit further afield. Try not to use just simple adjectives like nice, good, stunningly beautiful, much more complex. I tend to go. Like I said, I tend to use this verb a lot. I tend to go. I usually go. Lunch break, lunchtime. Whereas, if I'm not working, some present continuous, because IELTS examiners love hearing continuous tenses because we use them a lot in English. However, often in other languages, you don't use them as much. So when a non-native speaker uses them, it sounds good and it sounds impressive. A bit further afield. Further afield just means further away. So I tend to go somewhere further away, a bit further afield. And finally, what is the difference between a picnic and cooking at home? Picnic food tends to be finger food, such as wraps or pizza, whereas when you're eating at home, it might be a meal with a knife and fork or chopsticks. Picnic food is generally cold, in contrast to a home-cooked hot meal. Finger food, obviously, food you eat with your fingers, and we talk about things like sandwiches, wraps, pizza. This is finger food. Wraps, as you can see in the image, there is a wrap, and you put meat, lettuce, salad, vegetables, cheese, whatever you like in there, and roll it up, and we call it a wrap. Picnic food is generally cold. It's usually cold. In contrast to, I've gone a bit formal here, but I've used the word whereas many times, so I want to say something different in contrast to. So I want to say something different in contrast to a home-cooked hot meal. I hope you found this video useful. I'll put a PDF of the model answer on our website. Try and learn some language. Even if you learn 4 or 5 phrases each day, it's expanding your vocabulary and improving your English. If you're studying, if you're preparing for IELTS, there is a reason for doing this. You need English for a reason, maybe to study abroad or live abroad. So make sure, even if you've passed your IELTS and got the grade you require, keep studying because it will be useful for you in the future. Thank you very much for watching and take care. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. And in this video I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic, texting. Do you like texting? I wouldn't say it's something I particularly like, but I do like the convenience of being able to fire off a text. It's much quicker than any other means of communication. I'm not a pro texter though, and I don't do text talk like LOL. So, convenience, this is a very good word. We also have the adjective convenient, and you can use both of these in IELTS writing, and it's when something's easier. Convenience. To fire off a text, to fire off, quite an informal phrasal verb, and it means to send something very quickly, and we usually collocate it with, put it with, to fire off a text or to fire off an email. Means of communication, this just means methods of communication. I'm not a pro texter. Now, there is no such thing as a pro texter, but when we put pro in front of a word like this, it means an expert, a professional. So I'm saying I'm not very good at texting. I'm not a pro texter. I don't do text talk. This is what we call when you use letters or numbers instead of full words, text talk. And LOL means laugh out loud. Do you prefer sending or receiving text messages? I don't really have a preference. However, when you get one, the onus is on you to reply, whereas when you send one, you can sit back and relax and wait for the response. So IELTS examiners like it when you use words from the same word family. So instead of saying I prefer using the verb, I'm using the noun a preference, and we say to have a preference. I don't really have a preference. That means I don't really like one or the other. And notice how I've used however. I've put it in to show you that you use it with a semicolon, however, comma. Many people criticise my videos and say that I'm very formal in my speaking. There are no rules in IELTS speaking whether you can use formal or informal language, so they're not going to punish you if you use formal words like however. The onus, very good complex word here, and you could use this in writing as well. The onus means the duty, the burden, the responsibility. Very useful for IELTS writing task 2 when you're talking about whose responsibility it is to do something. Is it the individual? Is it the government? And you could say something like the onus is on the government rather than the individual. And notice that I've used reply and response. It's important that you don't just keep repeating words and that you have a range of vocabulary and can use synonyms. Have you ever received a confusing text message? Oh yeah, on a regular basis. When my mum texts me, she often clicks send before she has finished writing it, so I get half a message and I don't have a clue what she is talking about. She's not very tech savvy. Confusing means difficult to understand. Oh yeah, on a regular basis. This just means regularly. To click send, this is what we do when we send a text message. I don't have a clue. This is great for IELTS speaking, but don't use it in writing because it's quite informal and it means I don't know. I don't have a clue. Tech savvy, good word and can be used in IELTS writing. If you are tech savvy, you know a lot about modern technology. In what circumstances is making a phone call better than sending a text message. When you're in a rush, so for example, if you need to get hold of someone quickly to pass on some information or find out something, then making a quick call is preferable. When you're in a rush, this means to be in a hurry when you don't have much time, when you're in a rush. To get hold of someone means to get in touch with someone. You need to speak to someone to get hold of someone. To pass on means to tell some information to someone else after you have heard it. To make a quick call, this is a good collocation. Preferable. Like I said before, IELTS examiners like it when you use words from the same word family, and so we've had a preference and preferable. This is an adjective, meaning the one that you prefer. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. And in this video, I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of furniture. Do you have a lot of furniture in your home? My style is quite minimalist, so I don't have an awful lot of furniture. I can't bear lots of clutter, so I just have a few key pieces. It's much easier to keep clean, and I'm a clean freak, so this is why minimalism is better for me. Rather than listing lots of pieces of furniture in my answer, I've tried to give you a much more complex answer because you are aiming for 7, 8, 9, so you need something more complex than bed, sofa, bookcase, for example. So I've used much more complex vocabulary. My style, this is how I like things, is quite minimalist. Minimalist refers to things that are very simple. So as in the picture, it's very simple, lots of clean lines, and not an awful lot of furniture. When we're speaking, we can make a lot of, much more complex, an awful lot of. It is informal, so only use it in speaking. I can't bear. This means I don't like, I can't stand, I can't bear lots of clutter. Clutter is like the bottom picture, where you have a lot of things making it look messy, making it look untidy. A few key pieces. Key pieces are the important things. They're the main things in terms of furniture. So for example, a table, a sofa, chairs, things like the basics, the basic things that you need in a room. So in a bedroom, it would be a bed, for example, a few key pieces. I'm a clean freak. A clean freak is somebody who is obsessed with cleaning. In another video I've used, I'm a fitness freak. So it's like you are addicted to cleaning. You need everything to be clean and tidy. So this is why minimalism is better for me. I've used the adjective minimalist. This is the noun minimalism. When you can use words from the same word family, IELTS examiners like this because it shows you have flexibility in your language. Has anyone ever bought furniture for you? Not that I can recall. In the past, people used to give furniture as wedding presents, but that doesn't happen nowadays, and it would be quite costly to buy someone a piece of furniture as a birthday gift. Not that I can recall. Very useful expression. Recall means to remember. So instead of saying, I can't remember, or saying, I don't know, I'm not really sure, I'm saying, not that I can recall, not that I can remember. Used to give, try to use used to at some point during your IELTS test. And costly. If something's costly, it's expensive. And please note that we say a piece of furniture when referring to an individual item. I watched a few IELTS videos this morning to get an idea of the questions for this topic, and there are some errors in other people's IELTS videos and they don't always use piece of furniture. We can use furniture on its own, like in the previous sentence in the past people used to give furniture, but when you're referring to an item of furniture it's uncountable, so you have to say a piece of furniture. What kind of furniture would you like to buy? I've got my eye on a new sofa, but I've just got a kitten and she is using my current one as a scratching post, so that is out of the question at the moment, I'm afraid. Here I am actually telling the truth. I have got a new kitten and she's adorable, but she is using my current sofa, my current one, as a scratching post, and it's when they scratch on the side to sharpen their claws. I've got my eye on. This means you want something. I've got my eye on a new sofa. It is out of the question. If something is out of the question, it's not possible. And I'm afraid we put this on the end often when we're a bit sorry about something. And finally, which piece of furniture in your home do you like best? Without a shadow of a doubt, my bed. I love getting into bed. It's incredibly comfy and it feels like a safe haven for me. I can switch off from work and just chill out. Without a shadow of a doubt. We use this when we want to really say something is very true. It's like saying 100% it is my bed. Without a shadow of a doubt. It just makes it stronger than without a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. It's incredibly, remember to use words like incredibly, extremely, especially instead of very or really. Comfy. This comes from the adjective comfortable, and it's a shorter version that native speakers tend to use because it's actually easier to say than comfortable. Comfy. A safe haven is a safe place, so it's a place when I'm in bed that I'm not in contact with people, I switch my phone off and it feels like a safe place for me, a safe haven. I can switch off from, so that means to not think about, and chill out, to relax. So I've used a lot of complex language in these 4 answers, but in order to be getting 7, 8 or 9, you need to have the less common language. You need to have some idiomatic expressions such as without a shadow of a doubt, I've got my eye on, out of the question. Hope you found this video useful and thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. In this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of fish. So let's take a look at some questions and answers. Why do people go fishing? I'm not entirely sure because it's not something I'm into myself, but I guess they find it relaxing and it's a great way to recharge your batteries. I'm not entirely sure. Remember to use different phrases instead of saying I don't know. It's not something I'm into myself, meaning I don't really like it. I guess, I think, they find it relaxing, calming. It's a great way to recharge your batteries. This is a great phrase and you really should try to get it in your IELTS speaking test at some point. To recharge your batteries, to take a break from your usual activities of work, to help you relax, and then you feel better, you have more energy when you return to your usual activities. Do you like eating fish? Yes, I try to eat fish on a regular basis, as it's healthier than meat, particularly oily fish such as mackerel and salmon. Now personally I don't eat fish, I'm a vegetarian, but I've tried to use an answer that most people can use. Remember, the IELTS examiner does not care if you eat fish, they are only listening to your language. I try to eat fish on a regular basis, very useful for speaking and can be used in writing as well. on a regular basis, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis. And here it means regularly, but you can also use it to mean daily, monthly, annually, etc. Particularly when you're going to zoom in and give an example of something, particularly oily fish. And these are some examples of oily fish, the healthier fish, mackerel and salmon. Where can you see fish? Well, it depends on the fish. Some live in the ocean and some in freshwater rivers. But on land, the best place to see them is in an aquarium. A lot of major cities have them. The ocean instead of saying the sea. And then freshwater rivers. So this is a river that's full of fresh water. It hasn't got any salt water, any seawater in it. An aquarium is a sea life centre. A lot of major cities have them, so major cities, big cities. Where do you buy fish? Occasionally in the supermarket if I'm pressed for time, but I prefer to get them from the market because they tend to be fresher and there is a wider choice available. So occasionally, sometimes, if I'm pressed for time, very useful expression as well, and try to use it at some point in the IELTS test. There are certain phrases, like to recharge your batteries, to be pressed for time, that you could use for a lot of topics and a lot of answers. And to be pressed for time means to be in a hurry, to not have much time, if I'm pressed for time. They tend to be fresher. Instead of saying they're usually fresher, they tend to be fresher. Try to use the verb to tend to be something. A wider choice available, so there are more of them to buy. A wider choice available. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this video I'm going to look at a couple of questions connected with the coronavirus. Let's take a look at the questions and answers. How do you feel about the coronavirus outbreak? Oh my goodness, we are living in an unreal situation at the moment. I know there were previous pandemics such as the Spanish flu, but this feels unprecedented. It's a living nightmare. Health professionals are doing an incredible job trying to save people, but hospitals are so overwhelmed that they cannot cope with the numbers of infected people. So when it's a difficult question such as this, and there's so many things that you could say, and instead of saying, oh my God, because that's not a very nice expression, oh my goodness, we are living in, so using the present continuous because it's something that's happening at the moment. An unreal situation, so a situation that feels like it is unreal. It does not feel real, an unreal situation. A pandemic is a disease that is affecting the whole world. This feels unprecedented. Unprecedented is a very good word, and it can be used in writing as well, and it is used to describe something that's never been done or is never known before. So this pandemic, because it's the first time in our lifetime, it feels unprecedented, so it feels like something we've never experienced before. It's a living nightmare, so a nightmare is a bad dream, but we're living through this nightmare, so a living nightmare. Useful phrase for writing as well, instead of saying doctors and nurses, health professionals are doing present continuous because it's happening at the moment. Save people, so stop them from dying. But hospitals are so overwhelmed, they're so full, they're swamped, they're flooded with people that they cannot cope with. To cope with means to deal with, handle the numbers of infected people, so people with the virus. What do people have to do during the quarantine time? That kind of depends. If you're able to work from home, then you still have to work. Mind you, this isn't an option for all. Regardless of your work situation, staying sane is a priority. Everyone's mental health will be affected during this crisis, so it's essential to vary your activities during the day and try to do some physical exercise as well. So when you have a question and there are a variety of answers, so that kind of depends because not everybody can do the same thing. If you're able to work from home, that means to do your work at home, to work from home. Mind you, but remember it's informal, mind you, this isn't an option, a possibility, a choice. Regardless of your work situation, this can be used in writing as well. It is formal and it means irrespective of, despite your work situation. Staying sane. If you are sane, you are in good mental health. Insane means you've gone crazy. So staying sane, having a healthy mind, is a priority. Good for writing as well. Something that is a priority means it's very, very important. You could use that word in a lot of conclusions for a task to essay. So for example, tackling obesity is a priority. Mental health, so what's going on in your head, your mental health, will be affected. So we've got a future passive tense here. So not saying that it is affected at the moment, but at some point in the near future, everyone's mental health will be affected. Crisis, that's what we're experiencing at the moment, a very, very bad period of time, this crisis. It's essential, remember in IELTS writing not to repeat the word important, important, important. It's essential, it's critical, it's crucial, it's vital. To vary your activities. To vary means to change your activities. And physical exercise, so doing something such as some yoga or going on an exercise bike, something physical. For everyone experiencing this terrible pandemic at the moment, my thoughts are with you and I will try my best to make some videos for you to help you pass the time in these unprecedented times. Take care and thank you for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of jeans. Do you wear jeans? Now, some people do wear jeans and some people don't wear jeans, and so I'll give you 2 answers for this one. Yes, I do. I think they're probably one of the most used items of clothing in my wardrobe. So your wardrobe is like in the image, it's the place where you keep your clothes, and the most used items of clothing mean the things that you wear most. If you don't wear jeans, you could say, no, I don't. I used to wear them when I was younger, but I don't anymore. And I've put the used to in there because IELTS examiners like to hear used to instead of using past simple all the time. Another question they may ask is, how often do you wear jeans? As often as I can, really. They are my go-to item, so I wear them any time I can dress casually. I live in them, to be perfectly honest. My go-to item. This is a very unusual and quite informal expression, and it's the piece of clothing that you go to when you don't know what else to wear or you want to wear your favourite thing. To dress casually, this means the opposite of to dress smartly. So the kind of things that you wear on a weekend or in your free time. To live in them. This means that you wear them as much as possible. Do you like wearing jeans? Yes, I do, because they're comfy and trendy. Admittedly, they're not great to wear in hot weather, but I love wearing them when it's chilly because they keep me warm. Comfy is an adjective and it's from the word comfortable, but we often shorten it to comfy in speaking because it's easier to say. Trendy means fashionable, and it can be used in writing as well. Chilly is a good word for describing when it's cold. And finally, they may ask you, why do you think jeans are popular in your country? I guess that one of the main reasons is that they come in many different styles. So there is a fit to suit everyone. So if you prefer tight trousers, you can wear skinny or slim jeans. Whereas if you are into baggy clothes, you can wear regular or bootcut jeans. So quite a lot of language in this answer. So when we talk about the shape of the jeans, we say the style or the fit. To suit somebody means to look good on them. If you prefer tight trousers, in the UK we say trousers, in the USA they say pants. Both are acceptable. So if you prefer them tight, you wear skinny or slim jeans. Or you can say skinny fit jeans or slim fit jeans, but you don't need to say the fit. Whereas, so we're contrasting it now, if you are into, if you like baggy clothes, this is the opposite of tight. You can wear regular or bootcut jeans. We call them bootcut because they go over the top of your boots easily, whereas skinny fit or slim fit probably go inside your boots. So a lot of language in these few questions. Just try and learn a few things because you could impress the IELTS examiner if you get the topic of jeans with your knowledge of jeans, skinny jeans, slim fit jeans, baggy clothes, tight clothes, regular jeans, bootcut jeans, comfy, trendy. There's a lot of useful language in this video. Hope you found it useful, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. In this video I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic, staying up late. So let's take a look at some questions and answers. Do you normally stay up late? I didn't used to stay up late, but since being in lockdown, I've become a bit of a night owl. I've been staying up past midnight, whereas previously I used to be fast asleep by 10:30. I didn't used to. Very useful to try and use this verb in IELTS speaking. Since being, when we use words like before, after, since, we can follow them with an ing verb, since being. I've become, so IELTS examiners like present perfect because often candidates don't use it or use it correctly. A bit of a night owl. A night owl is a person who tends to stay up late at night or the early hours of the morning because they find they function better late at night. The opposite of a night owl is an early bird, so a person who gets up early in the morning and functions better in the morning. I've been staying up past midnight. Really try to use the present perfect continuous. If you want to get band 7, 8 or 9, you have to be using continuous tenses. I've been staying up past midnight. This means after midnight. Whereas previously, so before, I used to be fast asleep by 10:30. Fast asleep means in a deep sleep, fast asleep by 10:30. Often, instead of saying 10:30 in the UK, we say 10:30. When was the last time you stayed up late and why? Like I said, I've been doing it quite a lot recently, but the last time I pulled an all-nighter was when I was studying for an exam in high school. I couldn't do it now though. Like I said, so I'm referring back to something I've already said, I've been doing it quite a lot recently. Present perfect continuous again. The last time I pulled an all-nighter. To pull an all-nighter means to stay up all night, usually studying. To pull an all-nighter, so you're staying up all night to study for a test or to finish an essay. When I was studying for an exam, so past continuous, the reason I've used this example of doing it in school is because it can give you some complex language. I pulled an all-nighter and some complex grammar when I was studying for an exam in high school. And finally, did you like to stay up late when you were a child? Well, yes, I did, but my parents were pretty strict and stuck to a routine, so I had to be in bed early on a school night. In the holidays, they were a bit more chilled and let me stay up past my bedtime. Pretty strict. Often in the UK, we use this instead of quite, rather, very, pretty. Pretty good, pretty bad, pretty nice, pretty strict. So they had lots of rules and they stuck to a routine. To stick to a routine means to keep to a routine, to do the same things regularly at the same time. So they make you go to bed at 8 o'clock, for example. So I had to be in bed early on a school night. School night is a night before you have school. So school nights are Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, for example. They were a bit more chilled. Chilled is an informal word. It means relaxed, easygoing. And let me stay up past my bedtime. Past my bedtime is past the time you normally go to sleep. Hello, and in this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of wild animals. So let's take a look at the model answers. Have you ever seen a wild animal before? Yes, I have, and oh, what an incredible experience. When I was visiting Australia, we were driving down a pretty isolated road, and suddenly a kangaroo hopped in front of the car. We were going slowly, so stopped the car and just stared at this amazing creature. It really took my breath away. Now, maybe you haven't visited Australia, so just change the place and still use the same expressions when I was visiting, we were driving, we were going slowly, because that gets you the past continuous, which is good for the grammatical range. Incredible, remember to use different adjectives rather than great, nice, good. Pretty isolated. In speaking, we often use pretty instead of saying quite or rather. Pretty isolated, so if something is isolated, there are not a lot of houses or people. A kangaroo hopped. The action that a kangaroo does is to hop. To stare at means to look at somebody for a long period of time and not look away. We stared at this amazing creature. Creature, another word for an animal. It really took my breath away. An idiomatic expression. If something takes your breath away, it shocks you, it surprises you, it astonishes you in a pleasing or a surprising way. The adjective you can use is breathtaking, but I've used the full idiomatic expression here to make it a little bit more complex. It really took my breath away. Which wild animal do you like the most? Oh gosh, that's a tricky question, because I'm an animal lover, so it's tough to pick just one. I guess if I had to choose, I'd go for the panda. They're incredibly cute animals and endangered, so it's virtually impossible to see one in the wild. So when you have a question that's quite difficult to answer, oh gosh, it's like saying, oh my goodness, oh gosh, that's a tricky question. Difficult question. It's tough, meaning difficult to pick just one. And then I've used a second conditional. If I had to choose, I'd go for. To go for means to choose. It's quite informal. So I'm saying if I had to choose, I'd choose, but rather than repeat choose, I'd go for the panda. Incredibly cute. IELTS examiners like it when you use words from the same word family. So I've used incredible as an adjective, I've used incredibly as an adverb. Endangered, an animal that's endangered is in danger of extinction. Extinction means there are no more of those animals left. Virtually impossible can be used in writing as well, and it means almost impossible. It's a good collocation. Virtually impossible to see one in the wild, and that means not in a zoo, in the wild. Do you like going to zoos? Yes and no. It's not something I do as a rule. However, if I'm on holiday, then I might go to a zoo to pass the time. I'm not a massive fan of keeping animals in cages in zoos, to be perfectly honest. However, if they have a breeding programme for endangered species, then I support that. As a rule, if you say that something happens as a rule, you mean it usually happens. So if I say it's not something I do as a rule, it means I don't usually do it. It's not something I do as a rule. However, I've used some complex language here. People think you can't use it in speaking. You can. The reason I've used it here to show you how to use it in writing with the semicolon, however, comma. To pass the time is a good idiomatic expression, and it means to let time or a period of time go by, especially when you're doing something enjoyable. So you're passing the time on holiday. So it's a bit like spending the time doing something, to pass the time. I'm not a massive fan of, I don't really like keeping animals in cages. There in the picture you can see the lions in a cage. To be perfectly honest, however, they have a breeding programme. A breeding programme is the planned breeding, the planned reproduction of a group of animals to try to save them from extinction. Endangered species, species is another word for animals, so animals that are at risk of extinction. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this video I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of museums and art galleries. So let's take a look at the model answers. Do you like art? Art is such a broad term, and if it includes visual, musical and performance art, then yes, I am a massive fan of art. If you are simply talking about art as in drawings and paintings, then I'm not into it as much. I'm more of a music lover. So like I say, art is such a broad term. This means a wide term. It includes a wide range of things, and it's not clear if the IELTS examiner is asking about drawings and paintings, or if it's asking about other things, the visual art, musical art, performance art. So then you can say, I'm a massive fan of art, or I am a huge fan of art. If you're basically talking about, I'm not into it. To be into means to like. I'm not into, I don't like. It's informal, only use it in speaking. I'm more of a music lover, so I prefer music. A music lover, a person who likes music. I'm more of, I prefer. Do you have any artwork on your walls? I have a few prints, not original artworks. I have one by, what's his name? Sorry, the name escapes me. Anyway, it's a painting called The Scream. Prints, these are copies, reproductions of an original artwork. So it's impossible to have original artworks on your wall by people like Edvard Munch, who is the painter of this painting The Scream, because they cost a fortune. They're really expensive. But you can get a copy on paper and it's called a print. And then I say I have one by, oh, what's his name? Sorry, the name escapes me. I do know his name. I'm just saying this to get some complex language in there. If something escapes you, you can't remember it. And so then, because I can't remember it, I just say, anyway, it's a painting called The Scream. Do you like going to museums? Yes and no. It's not something I do as a rule. However, if I'm on holiday, then I make a point of going to museums because you get a flavour of the place. As a rule, if you say something happens as a rule, you mean that it usually happens. So by saying it's not something I do as a rule, I'm saying I don't usually do it. But I make a point of going, and if you make a point of doing something, it means to always do something or to take time to do it. So when I'm on holiday, I make a point of doing this. So I put extra effort into doing it. Because you get a flavour of the place. A flavour, you could also say a feel of the place. You get to know a bit of what it's like. Have you ever been to an art gallery? Yes, I have. I've been to a few. Although I wouldn't class myself as an art enthusiast, I do like Van Gogh, and so when I was visiting Amsterdam, I went to the Van Gogh Museum to see his masterpieces. I was blown away, to be perfectly honest. I wouldn't class myself as. To class yourself as something means to include yourself in a particular group, and so I'm saying I wouldn't class myself as an art enthusiast. An enthusiast is somebody who's enthusiastic about something, so it's like saying an art lover, an art enthusiast. When I was visiting Amsterdam, so get some complex grammar in your answer. A masterpiece is another word for a very famous and good artwork. I was blown away. Very informal language, but very good. To be blown away means to be very, very impressed by something. I was blown away. It means you are really, really impressed by it. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. And in this video, I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of running. Do you like running? In a word, no. I occasionally have to run for the bus when I've slept in, but going for a run for pleasure or to keep fit is not something I do as a rule. Now, I've put in a word no because I often see this in IELTS writing and you really shouldn't use it. And what candidates often do wrong is they put in a word, I hate running and I never go for a run. That is wrong because in a word means one word, yes or no. So that's why I put it in here to remind you not to use it in IELTS writing and that when we use it, we follow it simply by a yes or no. You can then go on to say other things, but you can't include them in the same sentence. I occasionally, so from time to time, when I've slept in, this is a phrasal verb. To sleep in means to sleep later than you normally do. For pleasure, meaning for fun. To keep fit, so you're keeping healthy. As a rule, I've used this in other videos, so it's not something I normally do, so not something I do as a rule. How often do you go for a run? Never ever. I'm not a fan of running, and to be perfectly honest, the last time I went for a run was when I was studying in high school. So never ever is something we use in speaking to make it much stronger. So you're making the never stronger, never ever. And here, I'm making the answer a little bit more complex by adding some past continuous in there. Remember, part one answers have to be quite short, so you have to try to get some complex grammar and complex language into a sentence or two, and it can be quite tricky. Where do you usually go running? I only run when I'm running late for something, such as a bus or a train. I get out of breath and my knees hurt if I run for long, so I try to avoid it. So if I'm running late, to run late means to be late for something. It doesn't mean that you're actually running. So I'm running late, I'm going to be late for the meeting. It just means I am late. I get out of breath. To get out of breath is when you have a shortness of breath and a gasping for air after exercising. So after you do some exercise and you're going, this is to get out of breath or to be out of breath. So I try to avoid it. If you avoid something, you don't do it. Do you think running is a good way to stay healthy? Actually, no, I don't. On the plus side, it is aerobic exercise, which is good for your heart. However, there is a lot of strain on the body, so you can get a lot of injuries. On the plus side, meaning the advantages. Aerobic exercise, this is exercise that increases your breathing and your heart rate increases over a period of time, so quite a long period of time that you're doing it. It's not just doing exercise for 30 seconds. The opposite of aerobic is anaerobic exercise, and this is exercise that doesn't usually increase your heart rate much or increase your breathing rate. It's more about maybe strength or flexibility. A lot of strain on your body. You can also use this to talk about strain on the health service, strain on the education system, and it means pressure, demands on something. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of science. Did you like science classes? On the whole, I guess so. The practical lessons when we did experiments were my favourite, but I wasn't as keen on the theory lessons. Obviously it depended on the topic. Some were fascinating, whereas others were tedious. On the whole, this means in general. It is a little bit informal, so in writing I'd use in general, generally, and in speaking you can use on the whole. I guess so, another way of saying I think so. And in science you have different types of lessons, so like the picture, this is a practical lesson, and in a practical lesson you do experiments. I wasn't as keen on, I didn't like as much the theory lessons, and the theory lessons are when the teacher talks about science. Obviously it depended on the topic, the subject of the lesson. Some were fascinating, very interesting, whereas others, and here I'm using referencing, and IELTS examiners like this in speaking and writing, so I'm referring back to other lessons, were tedious. Tedious is a very good word, can be used in writing and speaking, and it means boring. Did you have science classes in primary school or high school? Both, if my memory serves me right. In primary school we did more practical lessons, and in secondary there was more emphasis on the theory, sadly. Very useful phrase for speaking, so learn it because you will be able to use it at some point during the test if you're confident with it. And it's a way of saying, if I remember correctly, if my memory serves me right. So if it's any question about the past, if my memory serves me right, and it's a complex idiomatic phrase. More focus on, more emphasis on, so we did more of this. Sadly, unfortunately. What kind of science did you do at school? There was a mixture of physics, biology and chemistry. From memory, physics focused on energy, biology included animal and plant ecosystems, and chemistry covered atomic structure and energy changes, that kind of thing. Now don't worry, you don't have to go into as much detail as this, but if you can remember these words, it's very useful. A mixture of, so we had all three of these things. From memory, so again, I'm saying things like, if my memory serves me right. From memory, physics focused on energy, biology included, chemistry covered, so three verbs for introducing what you did in these subjects. Atomic structure is looking at an atom and what you have in an atom, so the nucleus, electrons, protons, neutrons. Energy changes, so energy changing from solids to liquids to gases, that kind of thing. So it's just finishing off my sentence. And a useful word for both writing and speaking, ecosystems. An ecosystem is a community of living organisms living together. So you've got plants and animals all living together, interacting as a system. Do you think science classes are important? Absolutely, 100% yes. I think some topics are covered in too much depth and it would be better to have a broader, general understanding, particularly of things about the environment and how our actions are damaging it. So any question, do you think something is important and you want to start it in a very strong way? Absolutely, 100% yes. But some topics are covered, are done in too much depth, detail. There's too much information. So it's better to have a broader, wider, general understanding and how our actions are damaging the environment. So you've got some continuous in there as well, which IELTS examiners like. Hope you found this video useful and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of pens and pencils. So let's take a look at the model answers. Do you usually use a pen or a pencil? I'd say 9 times out of 10 I use a pen, but if I was drawing something then I'd use a pencil because you can rub out any mistakes. So I'd say, so here I'm just introducing what I'm going to say, 9 times out of 10, and it's saying most of the time, on nearly every occasion, nearly every time, 9 times out of 10. And then I've used a second conditional, so I'm imagining a situation. If I was drawing something, then I'd use a pencil, so trying to get some more complex grammar into the answer. Because you can rub out any mistakes. In the UK, we often use rub out and mistakes. In America, they use erase and errors, but both are perfectly acceptable. Which do you use more often? On the whole, I use a pen much more frequently than a pencil, because you have to sharpen a pencil, so you need a pencil sharpener, and I don't always have one with me. Now they might not ask you this question because you might have covered it in the first one, but there's some more useful vocabulary if you need it. So on the whole, generally, usually, much more frequently, much more often, because you have to sharpen a pencil and you need a pencil sharpener. So in the image, this is a pencil sharpener, and the verb is to sharpen the pencil. When was the last time you bought a pen or pencil? Off the top of my head, I can't honestly remember. I tend to get freebies when I'm staying in a hotel or in a meeting, so I haven't bought one in ages. Off the top of my head is a really useful phrase for a lot of questions, but only try to use it once in the test. And it means you're saying something without giving it too much thought because you don't have time to think about it. You don't have time to sit there in the exam and go, oh, just a minute, yes, just a minute, yes, I think it was in March. Because you're not using complex language. So you're saying the first thing you can think of. Off the top of my head, I can't honestly remember. I tend to get very useful verb. I usually get. Freebies. This is quite an informal word and it means something that is given away free, such as a pen or a pencil in a hotel. A freebie. I haven't bought one in ages. In ages means for a long time. It's quite informal, so only use it in speaking. In ages, a long time. What do you think if someone gives you a gift of a pen or a pencil? Look, it's the thought that counts, so I appreciate any present I am given. And you can never have too many pens and pencils. So look, I'm using this quite forcefully, quite strongly, because I'm strongly saying this. It's the thought that counts. And this is an idiomatic expression, don't use it in writing, and it means that any gift, it's the thought that's important. So somebody has thought of you and bought you a gift, and that is more important than the value of the gift itself. It's the thought that counts. So I appreciate, I'm grateful, I am thankful for any present, another word for a gift, I am given. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello, and in this Part 1 IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of scenery. So let's take a look at the model answers. Is there good scenery in your hometown? When you live somewhere and have lived there all your life, I don't think you see it as scenic or picturesque. Mind you, when my friends from out of town come to visit, they tell me it is. Okay, so I think first of all it is important to understand the word scenery, because this topic is all about scenery. And scenery is the general appearance of the natural environment, especially when it's beautiful. So we talk about scenery being beautiful things. So is there good scenery in your hometown? It means, is the natural environment very beautiful? The adjective from scenery is scenic. So I don't think you see it as scenic, so very beautiful. Or picturesque, another very good adjective. If something is picturesque, it's as pretty as a picture. Mind you, I do a whole video of this in the introduction section, so if you haven't watched that, I recommend you watch it, and it's a very useful way of saying but in an informal way. My friends from out of town, it means people who don't live in the same town as me. Do you like staying in hotels with scenic views? Absolutely, yes. Who doesn't? I've stayed in far too many hotels with views of the car park, and I much prefer a room with a view. If there is a balcony to admire the view, that's even better. So I'm strongly answering the question, absolutely yes, and then I'm adding a rhetorical question. I'm not waiting for an answer from the IELTS examiner. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like staying in hotels with scenic views? I much prefer, so I prefer, but I'm making it stronger. I much prefer. And we talk about hotels that have a nice view, a room with a view. A balcony, this is an area outside the windows where you can sit and admire the view. That's a collocation, to look at the view. Admire the view from the balcony. Do you like to take pictures of good scenery with your mobile? Yes, I tend to do this a lot. If there is a stunningly beautiful sunset, then I always try to take a photo and post it on Instagram. So I tend to do this a lot. I usually do this. Instead of just saying something's beautiful, make it stronger. Stunningly beautiful. And a stunningly beautiful sunset. So when the sun is setting in the evening, I take a photo and post it on Instagram. When you're putting things on social media, we use the verb to post. Is there good scenery in cities? Definitely. I'm really into architecture, so I love wandering around cities and urban areas, looking at the buildings, both contemporary and historical buildings. Some cities are concrete jungles, but you can still find beauty in them. So here I'm talking about scenery, not the natural environment, but the buildings, and saying definitely, absolutely, I'm really into, I really like architecture. Architecture means buildings. So I love wandering around. To wander around somewhere means to walk around it slowly in a relaxed way. You're not going shopping, you're not doing sightseeing, you're just walking around slowly to wander around. Cities and urban areas. An urban area is an area with houses, buildings, this kind of thing. Contemporary and historical buildings, so contemporary are modern, historical are old. Some cities are concrete jungles. I put this phrase in the describe your hometown. It's very, very useful. You could use it in writing as well. A concrete jungle, it's usually used in a negative way, meaning there's lots of modern buildings and you think it's unpleasant, ugly, but I'm saying you can still find beauty in these concrete jungles. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this part 1 topic I'm going to talk about laughter. Do you like to watch TV shows or films that make people laugh? Oh, absolutely, yes I do. I'm a huge fan of comedy shows and films. Life is incredibly hectic and stressful at times, so I love to chill out watching something hilarious. So make sure that you try to answer some questions with a really strong, oh absolutely, yes I do, rather than just yes. I'm a huge fan of, I really like. Life is incredibly hectic, very busy. To chill out. To chill out means to relax instead of worrying or feeling anxious about things. So in your free time, it's important to chill out, to relax. Watching something hilarious. Hilarious is an adjective and it means very, very funny. Do you usually make people laugh? I wouldn't say I'm a comedian, but I have a dry sense of humour and can be quite witty at times. So a comedian is a person who makes people laugh. So I'm saying I'm not a comedian. I wouldn't say I'm a comedian, but I have a dry sense of humour. A person with a dry sense of humour often says funny things, but they're not doing it in a jokey way, trying to tell a joke or pulling faces to try to make people laugh. They're doing it in quite a dry way, a dry sense of humour, and can be quite witty at times. Witty is a very good adjective. Use it for any of the describe a person topics because it's complex, and it's when you have the ability to use words in a funny and intelligent way. Do you think it's important to laugh with your friends? Oh yes, without a doubt, this is essential. Because we're all leading such busy lives, you need to be able to let off steam, and having a laugh together is a great way to do that. Laughing releases endorphins, which are good for you. Yes, without a doubt this is essential, so another way to start your answer. So essential, important. When a question asks you, do you think it's important? Try to use a synonym in your answer. It's vital, it's essential, it's imperative. Make sure you know lots of synonyms for important because they're useful for writing as well. We're all leading. You talk about leading a busy life, to lead a busy life. So we're all leading such busy lives. You need to be able to let off steam. Now, when you're angry, you let off steam, but you can also, when you've got strong feelings or you need to release some energy, laughter is a good way to do that, to let off steam, to release feelings inside of you. To have a laugh is a collocation, so you have a laugh together. Laughing, or you can use the other noun, laughter, releases endorphins. Endorphins are the chemicals in your body that make you feel good. Now, if you can't remember endorphins, you can just say laughing releases chemicals which are good for you. You could add something like laughing releases chemicals. The name of these chemicals escapes me at the moment, but they are good for you. So remember, something escapes you, you can't remember it. Now, I haven't included this in the answer, but if you want to think about some of the health benefits of laughter, it can help with insomnia. That's when you can't sleep. It can improve immunity. That's to stop you getting ill. It can help with your creativity and problem-solving skills. It improves your heart health. It boosts, it improves your memory. It can help treat depression and anxiety. Anxiety is when you worry too much about things. So just some other ideas there for you for this topic. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, and in this video I'll be looking at the part 1 topic of numbers. So let's take a look at the model answers. What's your favourite number? Like the majority of people, I have a preference for the number 7. I guess it's considered the world's luckiest number because there are 7 days of the week, 7 colours of the rainbow, 7 seas, 7 continents, to name but a few. Like the majority of people, like most people. Remember to use that and use it in writing as well. I have a preference for, that means you prefer it. It's considered, it's regarded as the rainbow. There you can see a picture of the rainbow. There are 7 colours of the rainbow. 7 continents, so continents are Europe, Africa, Asia. These are continents, to name but a few. So when you want to stop your list, you can add this on the end. So we use it after mentioning a small number of people, things, and we're giving these as examples of a larger group. Are you good at remembering phone numbers? I used to be when we used landlines, but now with mobiles, the numbers are stored in the phone, so there's no need to memorise them. I used to be, so that means in the past, I was good at remembering phone numbers. And in the past, we used landlines. It was when there was a fixed phone in your house. It wasn't a portable phone like a mobile. But now with mobiles, the numbers are stored, are kept in the phone, so there's no need to memorise them. If you memorise something, you remember it, you learn it by heart. Memorise. Do you usually use numbers? Not much on a daily basis, to be perfectly honest. Because of this, I tend to use a calculator app on my phone if I need to work out anything. It's a bit lazy, but it's hard to do mental maths when you don't do it often. On a daily basis, daily, every day, I usually use a calculator app to work out. To work out means to calculate. Mental maths, so these are maths sums that you do in your head. Are you good at maths? I used to be when I was studying in secondary school. but I've forgotten most of it. I'm good at the basics, I guess. Things such as adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, that kind of thing. So here's the opportunity to use some good past continuous and used to. I used to be when I was studying in secondary school. In the UK, we call it secondary school. In America, they call it high school. I'm good at the basics. The basics of anything are the simplest and most important facts or ideas connected with something. So the basics in maths, adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, that kind of thing. So I'm giving some examples and I'm finishing it with that kind of thing. So these are what I would call the basics. Hope you found this video useful and thank you for watching. Hello, and in this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of cake. Do you like cakes and desserts? Absolutely. I have a sweet tooth and I can't get enough of sugary snacks and sweet stuff. Sadly, they are fattening and I have to watch what I eat and not overindulge. Now, I'm not a big fan of idioms like I have a sweet tooth, but there isn't really any other way to say this. Certainly never use this in writing, but it's fine for IELTS speaking. To have a sweet tooth means you like sweet things. Sugary snacks, sweet stuff, these are different ways of describing cakes, chocolate, sweets, puddings, all these kinds of sweet, sugary things. Sugary snacks and sweet stuff. Fattening, so you get fat if you eat too much of them, and they contain a lot of fat and sugar. Fattening. I have to watch what I eat. We say this, a lot of people say this, who struggle with their weight, who put on weight easily. So we say, I have to watch what I eat. And not overindulge. To overindulge could be used in IELTS writing as well. And it means to have too much of something. Nowadays, people tend to overindulge on fast food, processed food and sugary snacks, for example. To overindulge, to have too much of something. What desserts do people in your country like? At the moment, brownies and cupcakes are all the rage. Cupcakes in particular are a big hit with kids because they come in different colours and flavours. They are often served at kids' parties. So the bottom picture shows a brownie, the top picture is a cupcake, and then I've used two expressions which have the same meaning. To be all the rage and to be a big hit with. These are both informal, so only suitable for speaking, and they mean to be popular. So cupcakes are all the rage, are a big hit with. I'm saying they're both very popular. Have you ever made a cake? Yes, a couple of times. I'm not very good at baking, to be perfectly honest though, because it is more scientific than cooking. You must weigh all the ingredients carefully, and I don't have enough patience. I prefer cooking savoury dishes because you can be a bit more experimental with flavours. To be perfectly honest though, remember to use that at some point during the exam. Scientific, so cooking cakes or baking cakes is classed as a science rather than an art. So it's scientific. You must weigh or measure all the ingredients. The ingredients are the things that you use to cook the cake with: flour, butter, eggs, etc. And I don't have enough patience. Patience, this is the noun from the adjective patient. And if you're a patient person, you're very calm, you don't get stressed, you don't get annoyed quickly. But I'm saying I don't have enough patience because I like to do everything very quickly. I prefer cooking savoury dishes. So we talk about sweet dishes and savoury dishes. So savoury dishes are not sweet. So things like pies and savoury tarts and lasagna and pizza, these are savoury dishes. Because you can be a bit more experimental with flavours, to be experimental with, you can try different things and you don't stick to the recipe, you don't follow the recipe rigidly. strictly and flavours the taste of things. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you for watching. Hello, and in this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video, I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of voices. Do you enjoy recording your voice and listening to it? Absolutely not. I can't stand the sound of my voice, so this is not something I would do. When I hear it on recordings, I actually cringe. So, very strong opening to your answer instead of just saying, no, I don't like it. Absolutely not. I can't stand, which means I hate. And when I hear it on recordings, I actually cringe. To cringe is a verb, and it means to feel embarrassed about something. And you actually feel yourself getting smaller and your face crumples when you cringe. We also use cringy as an adjective to describe something that's embarrassing. Cringy is a word used by lots of young people, often to their parents when their parents do something embarrassing, like, oh, mum, you're so cringy, stop it. And so I'm not sure you could use it a lot in IELTS writing, but it's good for IELTS speaking when you've done something that's embarrassing and you want to say, oh, it was so cringy, it was so embarrassing. Has your voice ever changed? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. I guess it might have got deeper as I've got older. I think it was more high-pitched when I was younger, but I've never really thought about it. So here I'm being totally honest. I don't know if my voice has changed. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Instead of saying, I don't know, entirely means completely. I guess. I use I guess a lot. I use it in English instead of saying I think. It might have got. When you don't know something and you're making a deduction, when you're thinking about something and saying probably, it might have got, it might have become deeper. Deeper voices are lower voices. High-pitched. I'll come on to pitch a bit more in a moment, but pitch is to do with the sound. So if you have a high-pitched voice, it's a high voice. Are there some people's voices you don't like? No, I don't think so. When toddlers are throwing a tantrum, their screams can be annoying, but it's not their voice that's the problem. It's the high-pitched screaming that gets on my nerves. So as you can see in the picture, this is a toddler. A toddler is a child usually between 2 and 4 years old, and they throw tantrums, or they throw a tantrum, and it's when they get angry and they start kicking and screaming and crying and throwing themselves on the ground. To throw a tantrum. We sometimes use it to talk about adults as well. For example, when an adult gets annoyed or angry and they're behaving a bit like a child, you can say they're also throwing a tantrum. To get on your nerves. This is a good expression. It's quite informal. I wouldn't use it in IELTS writing. And it's when you find something very annoying. To get on my nerves. So people who smoke in public places get on my nerves. And it means I don't like it. I find it annoying. High-pitched screaming. So it's very high screaming that toddlers do when they're annoyed or frustrated. Is your voice similar to your parents? I guess so, because we have the same accent, so there are a lot of similarities. It's more like my mum's than my dad's, but that's probably due to gender. I guess so. So I think so. Accent is the way you speak because of the area that you come from. Similarities, so instead of saying it is similar to, use the noun because it shows the IELTS examiner your range of vocabulary. Similarities. But I'm saying it's more like my mum's than my dad's. If you're male, you might want to say it's more like my dad's than my mum's, but that's probably because of gender. So my sex, because I'm female, due to gender. Is your voice different from when you were young? Like most kids, my voice was much higher when I was younger, whereas now it has a lower pitch. As well as that, I guess my voice was more animated, more dynamic when I was a kid, and now it tends to be more monotone and flat. So pitch is sound. It's the sound, the tone of your voice. So a lower pitch. So my voice has a lower sound. It's much deeper now. As well as that, this is informal, so you can use this in speaking. I wouldn't use it in IELTS writing. I'd use more complex discourse markers such as in addition to that, additionally, furthermore. Dynamic, animated. You could use either of these words. I did use both of them when I was speaking. It means lively. Now it tends to be more monotone. Monotone means the pitch does not change much. Flat compared to a dynamic voice which is going up and down, up and down. Monotone is very flat. And we use the adjective monotonous to describe something that's boring. Not just voices, you can call a book monotonous or a film monotonous if you find it boring. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of walking. There are also a few phrases in this video that would be useful for IELTS writing as well, so even if this isn't a current topic, it's worth watching the video. Let's take a look. Do you walk a lot? Not as much as I should, to be perfectly honest, but I've just got a Fitbit thingy, like a walking app tracker, so I'm trying to walk more. So to be perfectly honest, remember to use this instead of just saying honestly, to be honest. I've just bought IELTS examiners like present perfect, so try to use it. A Fitbit thingy. Now, I don't know the name of these. I know there is a brand called Fitbit, and so I'm using the word thingy when you don't really know what something's called. So a Fitbit thingy. It's very informal, but it's very complex and will impress the IELTS examiner. So when you can't remember the name of something, you can refer to it as a thingy. A walking app tracker. This is an application that tracks, that records how far you are walking. And I'm trying to walk more. Remember, IELTS examiners like continuous tenses, so try to get a few in there if possible. Do you walk more often than in the past? I'd be lying if I said yes. Life is so hectic at the moment and I just don't have the time. So rather than walking, I take the bus or use my car. Living in the rat race means that sadly I think the majority of us are walking less nowadays. So if they ask you, do you do something often? You could say, I'd be lying if I said yes. So I'm basically saying no, but I'm using a second conditional and I'm making it more complex. I would be lying, so I would not be telling the truth if I said yes. Life is so hectic. Hectic means busy. Rather than walking, rather than running, rather than eating. When we use rather than, we can follow it just with the verb and put it in the ing form. The rat race. This is one of those expressions. Although it is idiomatic, you can use it in IELTS writing. It's complex, it's impressive. And it means the highly competitive world of work and business. If you live in a major city, if you work for a company, you are living in the rat race. We're all running around like rats, competing against each other, and we don't have enough time because life is so hectic. So a very useful little phrase, both for speaking and writing. The majority of us are walking less nowadays. The majority is one of those nouns that can have a singular or plural verb with it. And it depends what you are trying to express when you say it. And here I'm talking about lots of people individually doing something. So the majority of us are walking sounds much better. Do you think people will walk more in the future? No, absolutely not. Everyone is pressed for time and we're rushing from A to B, so there's no time to slow down and walk. It's a sad reality, really. So no, absolutely not gives it a much stronger opening to your answer. Everyone is pressed for time. To be pressed for time means to not have enough time, to be in a hurry or to be in a rush. You could use this in writing as well. Everyone is pressed for time. We're rushing. We're going very fast from A to B. When we say from A to B, it's from one place to another place. So a sad reality is something that is true and sad. And for example, you could use this in writing. It is a sad reality that today's generation is growing up in a world where mass shootings and killings are the norm. So it's very true and it's also very sad. It's a sad reality. Mass shootings means lots of shootings and killings are the norm. We can use the norm. It's from the adjective normal and it means something that has become normal, usual, the norm. Where do you usually take a walk? If I can grab 5 minutes during my lunch break, I walk to the park for a bit of fresh air. I need to make time to do it more often though, because it's a rare happening at the moment. So grab 5 minutes. This is very informal. Do not use it in writing. And it just means to take 5 minutes. A bit of fresh air. When we go out for a walk, we like to talk about the fresh air. It's a rare happening. It's a rare occurrence. Occurrence is quite a tricky word to say, so I've put happening, and it just means something that does not happen very often. So some useful phrases in here. Remember to try to use them in writing as well, because in writing you need some collocations, some idiomatic expressions. So to be pressed for time, a sad reality are very useful, and the rat race is very useful as well, because you get lots of topics about sport, exercise, working too much at the moment, things like this, so they're very useful for these kinds of topics. Hope you found this video useful. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of languages. There are not many questions for this topic, but hopefully I'll give you a few words and phrases that will be useful if you get it in the IELTS speaking test. How many languages can you speak, and what are they? Including my mother tongue, I can speak 3 languages, and they are: I'm by no means fluent in, but I can get by in it. I've only been studying it for about a year. So your mother tongue is the language that you speak. So my mother tongue is English, your native language. By no means, this means not at all, certainly not, and it can be used in IELTS writing as well. I'm by no means fluent. If you're fluent in a language, you can speak it well. It doesn't mean you know every single word, but you have enough language to understand people and to be understood. So by no means fluent means I'm not at all, certainly not fluent. but I can get by in it. The phrasal verb to get by means I have enough language to manage. I've only been studying it. I was trying to get some present perfect continuous in here because this is a tense that really impresses the IELTS examiner. So it means I started studying it in the past, but I'm still studying it now. I've only been studying it for about a year. It's very difficult to remember to use present perfect continuous during the test, so it's good to have a few phrases ready and prepared. So I've only been studying it for about a year. Do you think it is difficult to learn a new language? That depends on the person. For me personally, it is becoming tougher as I get older. For children, it seems easier because their brains are like sponges and they take in information much more quickly. So for me personally, it is becoming, it is getting, again, continuous tenses because IELTS examiners like them, tougher, trickier. These are from the adjectives tough and tricky, which both mean difficult and so are very useful for IELTS speaking. A sponge is something you use to wash yourself, like in the picture, and we say children's brains are like sponges. Sponges can absorb water, so we're saying they're absorbing information, they're taking in information. Will you learn a new language in the future? I hope so. I'm dying to learn, but I'm focusing on English at the moment. So it'll be in the distant future, I guess. So I've left a space there for whatever language you want to use in that space. I'm dying to learn. This is quite informal, so don't use it in writing, but it's fantastic for IELTS speaking. And it's when you really, really want to do something and can be used for other questions as well. Which city would you like to visit in the future? I'm dying to go to Tokyo. And to be dying to do something means you want to do something very, very much. I'm focusing on, again, continuous tenses, which IELTS examiners like. And instead of just saying in the future, I'm showing the IELTS examiner that I've got a good lexical range in the distant future. That means not soon. In the near future means soon. And in the near future and in the distant future can both be used in IELTS writing as well. So a very short and sweet IELTS speaking video this one, but hope you found it useful and thank you very much for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to focus on the part 1 topic of friends. Now, there is also vocabulary that will be useful for other topics when you're talking about people, when you're describing experiences and the people you're with, so some quite useful vocabulary in this video. So first of all, let's take a look at some vocabulary that is useful for this particular topic. When you're talking about friends, you have close friends, best friends, firm friends. This just means very good friends. You have workmates, school friends, childhood friends. Then you could have lifelong friends. So these are friends you've been friends with all your life. A new best friend, so someone you've got very close to very quickly. A friend for life, exactly what it says, somebody you plan to be friends with for the rest of your life. Family friends, a friend of a friend, and a mutual friend. So that is a friend who you and another friend are both friends with. Some idiomatic expressions to talk about friends and friendships. This is a fairly easy one that you probably know. To get on like a house on fire means to get on really well with someone. To know someone inside out means to know them really well. You know everything about this person. To speak the same language is not talking about language, but having similar opinions or ideas. So my friend and I speak the same language means we think along similar lines about things. And you can talk about having a large circle of friends, a small circle of friends. So you refer to your friendship group as a friendship circle. Okay, so let's take a look at some part 1 questions for this topic. Do you have many close friends? I'm not a very sociable person, so I don't have a large circle of friends. I have quite a number of acquaintances though. I'm choosy about my friends, so I have several special close ones who I'd consider friends for life. So we've got our large circle of friends. I've used in the negative here. I don't have a large circle of friends. I have quite a number of acquaintances. Acquaintances are people you know, but you wouldn't really class them as friends. Useful adjective and preposition here. To be choosy about. This means to be particular about. You're fussy about. All of those are good expressions too. It means that you are very selective about who you are friends with. What do you usually do with your friends? My best friend and I are both obsessed with food, so we like eating out in our favourite restaurants and having a good catch-up. From time to time, a group of us go on a mini break, which is great because we all get on like a house on fire and have a fabulous time. Have a good catch-up or to catch up with someone. This means to get together and find out what you've been doing. To go on a mini break, this is also useful for talking about places you like to visit or places you have visited. When you go for a weekend or just 2 or 3 days, we call it a mini break. Are you still friends with your friends from primary school? Oh yes, absolutely. But it is hard, and there are a couple that I've lost touch with. But generally, I'm still in touch with most of them. I don't have to see or meet them often to have a face-to-face chat, but the special bond is always there. I think the major reason for this is we know each other inside out. To lose touch with means you're not in contact with them anymore. To be in touch with means you are in contact with them. So these are useful idiomatic expressions. A special bond, this is a connection between two people. And there you can see we know each other inside out. He knows me inside out. I know her inside out. And it means to know somebody really, really well. And finally, this question. Do you like chatting with your friends online? Without a doubt, yes. Nowadays, we're all leading such hectic lives that it's tricky to find time to get together. But we have a WhatsApp group and keep in contact through that. So we're all leading such hectic lives, very useful also in writing, because you've got present continuous and we've got this busy lives, but we're using a more complex expression, hectic lives. To get together means to meet up with, and to keep in contact through something is the way in which you keep in contact. So try to learn some of these expressions, particularly the idiomatic ones, because they're very useful in getting you into the higher band scores for lexical resource. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS Speaking Part 1 video, I'm going to look at the topic of tiredness. What things make you tired? Oh, numerous things such as manual work and mental tasks. But on the whole, I guess I feel shattered when I haven't had any caffeine for a few hours. Like most people, I'm addicted to caffeine, and if I don't get my fix, then I start to feel sleepy. So there are two types of things that make people feel tired. It can be manual work, so this is physical work, often involving using your hands. And then there is mental work, so I've called it mental tasks. And these are jobs that you do using your brain. But I'm saying on the whole, mainly, I feel shattered, this is another word for tired, when I haven't had any caffeine. The drug that is contained in coffee is called caffeine, and most people are addicted to it. So when you don't have it for a few hours, if you don't get your fix, to get your fix is to get the required or necessary amount of something, especially something you're addicted to, like a drug, then you start to feel sleepy, you start to feel tired. What do you do when you feel tired? It depends on the time of day and what I'm doing, but I'll have a coffee and the shot of caffeine picks me up. Sometimes I have a power nap if it's possible, and that perks me up. So in the coffee, you have 1 shot of caffeine. If you like your coffee really strong, you might have 2 shots of caffeine. You might have a triple shot, which is 3 shots. And it's the caffeine, this drug that picks you up, perks you up. Both of these phrasal verbs, to pick you up, to perk you up, mean to make you feel more energized, to make you feel better. And then we have 2 ways of saying a short sleep. You can just say a nap, or you can say a power nap, or it's also called a cat nap. And it's a short sleep, usually for about 30 minutes, and it picks you up. It makes you feel a little bit better. Who do you prefer to talk to when you feel mentally tired? Your friends or family? Nobody, to be perfectly honest. If I'm mentally exhausted, I prefer to shut myself off from the world and recharge my batteries by chilling in front of the TV and binge watching something. So personally, I don't want to talk to anybody when I feel mentally tired. So instead of saying mentally tired, I'm saying mentally exhausted. Exhausted is another word for tired. I prefer to shut myself off from the world. If you shut yourself off from the world, you don't interact with anybody, you don't communicate with anybody. Recharge your batteries, very useful phrase for IELTS speaking, and it's when your energy is low, like a phone battery, it doesn't have much charge in it and you need to recharge your batteries. By chilling, chilling means relaxing in front of the TV, and binge watching. To binge watch is a very useful verb, it can be used in writing as well, and it means to watch many episodes of a TV programme in rapid succession. This means one after the other. So you can use Netflix to binge watch your favourite TV drama or show. Do you want to talk to strangers when you feel mentally tired? No, not at all. Absolutely not. I'm socially awkward at the best of times, so the last thing I want to do when I'm dead on my feet is interact with strangers. So I feel very strongly no, not at all, absolutely not. So I'm saying no, no, no. I'm socially awkward. To be socially awkward is when you don't feel comfortable with social interaction. Remember, IELTS speaking is not a test of truth. It's not a job interview. It's a test of language. So get complex language in there, even if you're not socially awkward. Even if you're a sociable, social butterfly, you can use this expression. It's complex. It's great language. Socially awkward. You don't feel comfortable with other people. Dead on my feet. A great idiomatic expression, and it means to feel really, really tired. So if you're dead on your feet, you don't want to interact with, you don't want to communicate with strangers. So I hope you found this video useful. There's quite a bit of language connected with being tired, so remember other adjectives for tired: exhausted, shattered. Remember phrases that are useful for when you're feeling tired. You need to recharge your batteries by chilling in front of the TV, binge watching. Remember socially awkward. Remember dead on your feet. Lot of useful vocabulary that can be used for other topics as well. Hello, and in this part 1 IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of concentration. When do you need to concentrate? Mainly when I'm working, and particularly if I have a deadline to meet, then it's crucial that I stay focused and complete the task on time. So mainly, mostly, when I'm working, so we can get some present continuous in there, particularly, so when you're focusing on one particular thing, sort of a bit stronger than mostly. If I have a deadline to meet, the collocation with a deadline, so a time when you must do something, a time when you must finish a project, we say to meet a deadline. Crucial, important. Now it is crucial that in both IELTS speaking and IELTS writing that you try to avoid using the word important. A lot of questions in both writing and speaking are asking you about the importance of something. Remember to use other adjectives. We have a lot of them in English: crucial, imperative, vital, essential. Stay focused. Focus means to stay concentrated. Complete the task on time. A task is a job, something that you need to do, and you need to complete it on time. That means by the required time. What might distract you when you're trying to stay focused? If something distracts you, it takes your attention away from the thing you are doing. Absolutely loads of things. For example, social media is a major distraction, and checking emails or messages. Sometimes it is my own thoughts though. I'm a procrastinator, and that is a major problem when I'm trying to concentrate because I think I can do it later. Absolutely loads of things. It's just a more complex way, slightly informal with loads, but meaning a lot of things. A major distraction. IELTS examiners like it when you use different words in the same family. So they've used the verb to distract. The noun is distraction. Adjective is distracted. Procrastinator. This is a very complex word and quite a difficult one to say. If you're struggling with it, don't worry about it, don't use it. To procrastinate is to delay or postpone an action. To put off, that's a phrasal verb, means to do something later, to put off doing something. So if you procrastinate, you think, oh, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it next week. And we have an expression in English: procrastination is the thief of time. Procrastination steals time because you keep saying, I'll do it later, I'll do it later. And it's actually much quicker to do it now rather than keep putting it off, because then you spend more time thinking about it and probably the task will only take 30 minutes when you do it anyway. So to procrastinate is the verb, procrastination is the noun describing the action of procrastinating, and procrastinator is what you describe yourself as: a person who puts things off, who delays things until later. What do you do to help you concentrate? I'd like to say that I switch off my phone, close all my social media accounts, and shut out the world, but the reality is that I don't. I'm guilty of checking my phone and social media when I should be concentrating. So this is true. I don't do these things. I should do these things. I'd like to say that I switch off, turn off my phone, close my social media accounts. So when you have Twitter open on your phone, we talk about closing the account. It doesn't mean closing it completely. It just means shutting it down. Shut out the world. If you shut out the world, it means that you're focused on something and not distracted by other things happening. The reality, the real situation. I'm guilty of checking. I'm guilty of doing something. This means you do it and it's a bad thing that you do. I'm guilty of. Is it difficult for you to stay focused on something? Without a doubt, yes. I'm too easily distracted. And although I know what I should do to prevent this happening, I don't do it. So tasks and chores tend to take me twice as long because I get sidetracked all the time. So instead of saying absolutely yes, Without a doubt, yes, and it's making it much stronger. And these are discourse markers for your fluency and coherence band because they make it clear to the IELTS examiner what you're going to say next. Without a doubt, yes. So you're going to give reasons why you find it difficult to stay focused on something. I'm too easily distracted. So the verb is to distract, the noun is distraction, the adjective is distracted. All of those words are useful for this topic. To stop something happening, to prevent something happening. Very useful for writing as well, but remember the grammar with this phrase, to prevent something happening. So ing when you use a verb with to prevent. Tasks and chores, instead of just saying jobs, tasks and chores. Chores tend to be things like household chores or shopping, these kinds of things. Tend to take me, usually take me. I get sidetracked. Very useful phrase here. To get sidetracked is when you have your focus or your attention moved to something that is not as important. To get sidetracked. So you're doing a job, but then you start looking on your phone and looking on Twitter or Facebook. This is to get sidetracked. So very complex little idiomatic phrase there, and useful for other topics as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS Part 1 speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of hair. What's your favourite hairstyle? Oh, my favourite hairstyle? That's not something I've ever thought about before. Sorry, but I don't think I have one. I know what I don't like. I'm not keen on skinheads. So when they ask you what's your favourite, you don't always have to have a favourite. Personally, I don't have a favourite hairstyle. It's not something I think about, even though I'm a woman. And I don't particularly dislike skinheads, but I just wanted to get some complex language in your answer. So a skinhead is when the hair is cut very short and close to the skin, and we call it a skinhead. How often do you have your hair cut? Every 6 weeks or so, I get a trim to get rid of the split ends and tidy it up. If I have a special occasion, such as a wedding, then I might go in between that time. So every 6 weeks or so it's saying roughly about every 6 weeks. A trim is when they just cut the ends, the split ends we call them, and this is when the hair splits, like in the photo. Tidy it up, make it look tidy, make it look better. But if I have a special occasion or a special event, then I might go in between that time, so in between the 6 weeks. How much do you usually spend on your hair? Not a lot when I go to the hairdressers. It's relatively cheap. Mind you, I spend quite a lot on grooming products, such as shampoo, conditioner and hair wax. So women usually go to hairdressers, men usually go to barbers. However, nowadays, because men are more interested in their hair, a lot of men go to hairdressers as well. It's relatively cheap. We use relatively, meaning compared to other things. Mind you, a very useful way of saying but when you're using it in speaking. Grooming products, these are any products that you use to make yourself look better, to make yourself look younger. So it can be hair products, it can be beauty products. We call them grooming products. And I've just added that list to add some vocabulary because there's not a lot of vocabulary you can use for this topic. So shampoo, conditioner, hair wax, these are all types of grooming products. Do you often change your hairstyle? No, I tend to stick with the same style. It might fluctuate in length, but it stays pretty much the same. I'm a creature of habit and don't like drastic changes. I tend to stick with means to stay with. It might fluctuate, to go up and down, but it stays pretty much the same. Pretty much is like almost the same. I'm a creature of habit. I used this in another video recently, and a lot of us are creatures of habit, and it means we like doing the same things. If the question was about holidays, you could say, I'm a creature of habit and I tend to go to the same place, the same hotel every year. I don't like drastic changes. Drastic means huge or big. Not a lot of vocabulary in these answers. Remember, part 1, they are short answer questions. Don't try and memorise really long answers because the IELTS examiner will just stop you and penalise you for memorised answers. Hope you found it useful. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS Speaking video. In this video I'm going to look at the part 1 speaking topic of litter or garbage. Litter is the British word and garbage is the American word. Now this is a current IELTS Speaking part 1 topic, current as of June 2019. If you're watching this video later than that, even if it is not a current part 1 topic, there is lots of language in this video that will be useful for other part 1, part 2 or part 3 questions. Why do some people throw litter on the street? The only explanation I can give is laziness. They can't be bothered to look for a bin or take their rubbish home with them. Like I said, in the UK we use litter, in America they use garbage. You can use either word, you can use both words to show your lexical range. The only explanation, the only reason, often you're asked questions why, so you can start your answer with. The only explanation I can give is laziness is the noun from lazy. They can't be bothered to. It's a very useful expression I use a lot in daily life. I can't be bothered to. And it's when you don't want to do something. Maybe you haven't got the energy to do it. I can't be bothered to do my homework. I can't be bothered to do the washing. And it's saying I haven't got the energy or enthusiasm to do it. So they can't be bothered. They're too lazy to look for a bin, and a bin is what we have here in the picture, and it's where we put our rubbish. I think in the US they call it a trash can. You can call it a trash can or a bin, a rubbish bin. Rubbish is another word for litter or garbage. What do you do with your litter? Well, first of all, I look for a bin to put it in, but if I can't find one, then I take it home with me. I absolutely cannot throw it on the ground. It is not in my nature. So you put things in a bin, so I look for a bin to put it in. And the verb to describe the action of putting litter on the ground is to throw it. We throw litter on the ground. But I'm saying it is not in my nature. If something is not in your nature, it is not something that you would do. How do you feel when you see people throw litter? Oh, this is one of my pet hates. It infuriates me so much when I see the streets littered with rubbish. It really drives me insane. So a very useful little phrase here. This is one of my pet hates, because you're often asked in IELTS, how do you feel about something? What do you think about something? And something you really hate. You can describe it as one of your pet hates. It's the thing that you hate more than any other things. So it might be smoking, it might be people being horrible to children or animals, it might be people biting their nails. It could be anything, but it's the thing that you really dislike, you really hate. So that we call it a pet hate. It infuriates me. This means it annoys you. It's slightly stronger than annoy, but it's quite difficult to say. So if you struggle with pronouncing infuriate, then use annoy. It infuriates me. It annoys me. When I see the streets littered with, to litter is a verb. Litter is also a noun. So we can say the streets littered with rubbish. It really drives me insane. It drives me crazy. These are collocations, that means words that go together. The IELTS examiners love these, and you're more likely to get a higher band score in IELTS speaking and writing if you can use collocations and use them well. To drive me crazy, to drive me insane. Insane is a stronger way of saying crazy. And finally, they may ask you, do you think your city is clean or not? It's far from perfect, but I've seen dirtier places. There are fines in my country, so this keeps it clean to a certain extent, but people still drop litter. So it's far from perfect. So I'm not saying it's perfect, I'm saying it's far from it, but I've seen dirtier places. There are fines. A fine is when you must pay money if you do something, if you break the law. And it keeps it clean to a certain extent. Very useful for IELTS writing as well. To a certain extent means a bit. To a large extent means a lot. So often in IELTS writing, you're asked if you agree or disagree with a statement. And you can say, I agree with this statement to a certain extent, or I agree with this statement to a large extent. But people still drop litter. And this is another collocation. To drop litter means to put rubbish on the ground. And if you look at the sign there, this is a sign from the UK, please take your litter home. Offenders, this means people who do this. So not criminals, but people who drop litter may be prosecuted. And this means charged with an offence and taken to court or ordered to pay a fine. Hello, and in this IELTS Part 1 speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of bags. Now, I could write an answer for men and an answer for women, but I don't want to do that because men use bags nowadays. It's perfectly acceptable. So I just want you to look at the answers and use the answers to create your answer. Remember, these model answers are not for you to memorize and learn by heart. They are to teach you the vocabulary that will be useful for talking about these topics. So let's take a look at some of the questions. Do you often use a bag? Yes, I always carry a bag because I need so much stuff, such as phone, purse, wallet, Kindle, etc. I tend to carry a lot of junk as well, so I have everything but the kitchen sink in there. So with the noun bag, we collocate it with carry, to carry a bag. And I need so much stuff. Stuff is just another word for things. But then I've used another word, junk. Junk is a bit stronger than stuff, and it means old or useless things that are of little value. If you go in people's bags, you often find a lot of junk. So there might be some rubbish, some food that's too old to eat, some leaflets that you've picked up and never looked at. All of these things are junk. I tend to carry, so I usually carry. And I've used a very idiomatic expression here. If you can't remember it, don't worry, don't use it. But for those who are aiming for the higher bands and you can use some idiomatic expressions, try and remember this one. Everything but the kitchen sink. And it's saying you literally have everything but the kitchen sink. So you've got so many things in there, a pair of socks that you once put in there, you've got wet wipes, you've got drinks, you've got food. So we show that you've got so much stuff by saying everything but the kitchen sink. Now I know I said I'm not going to talk about men and women, but generally we still have different words to talk about what a woman carries and what a man carries with their money, and a purse for a woman and a wallet for a man. What types of bag do you like? I love designer bags, and if I had more money, I would buy one. But I can't afford one, so I tend to buy a practical bag rather than one I like. So I've just used this answer because I wanted to get some second conditional. It's hard in part one to get lots of grammar in there because your answers are quite short. But if I had more money, I would buy one. So designer bags, these are Gucci, Prada, Chanel, these very expensive designer bags. I can't afford one. To afford, I can't afford one, it means you don't have enough money to buy them. A practical bag, so a bag that you can fit lots in, such as a backpack or a briefcase, this kind of bag. We'll look at the kinds of bags you can have next. So, do you have different bags for different occasions? There are hundreds of different types of bags. If you know bag names, then use them. Get them into your answer. I've just picked 5 of the most common types of bags here. So, generally when people are going to work, they might have a briefcase. If you're going on holiday or travelling, you might use a backpack. Women generally have a shoulder bag, so it's a bag that goes over their shoulder. About 10 years ago, a lot of men started using bags more than they had in the past, and we did start calling them man bags. And a clutch bag, to clutch is a verb which means to hold something in your hand very tightly, and so we describe this bag because you usually hold it in your hand as a clutch bag. Yes, I have my briefcase for work and a backpack that I use when I'm travelling. If I'm going to a special event such as a wedding, then I might use a shoulder or clutch bag to match my outfit. Now, obviously a man's probably not going to use a shoulder or a clutch bag to match his outfit, but a woman would usually do that. So try to remember some of the names of bags. Remember to carry a bag. Remember, if I had enough money, I would buy a designer bag such as a Chanel or a Gucci bag. And then hopefully you've got enough vocabulary to answer questions on this topic. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of music. Now, before I start, I want to say everyone's musical taste is different. It is impossible for me to do an answer that everybody could use. So you just take parts of this answer and you take certain words and you adapt it to your musical tastes, your musical preferences. Please don't start sending me messages saying I've picked the wrong musical choices, as I often get when I do topics like this. This is only an example, and it's for you to use some of the words in order to give your answer. When do you listen to music? I listen to music at every possible opportunity. When I'm getting ready for work, when I'm driving to work, when I'm working, pretty much all the time. I use an app called Spotify and have lots of different playlists that I use depending on my mood. So every possible opportunity means every time it is possible. And then I've used quite a few present continuous tenses because IELTS examiners like continuous tenses. When I'm getting ready for work, I'm driving, I'm working, to show that I can use these confidently. Pretty much all the time. This is quite informal, but great for speaking, and it means almost all the time. An app is an application on your phone or tablet, and a playlist is what we have here in the image when you put all the songs you want to listen to in a list, and we call it a playlist. Depending on my mood, so it's depending how I feel. Your mood is how you are feeling. So if you're feeling sad, you might want sad songs. If you're feeling happy, you might want happy songs. How much time do you spend listening to music each day? Some days I guess it would be as much as 18 hours because I have background music on all the time when I'm working, cooking, cleaning, etc. Other days, if I'm in meetings or such like, it's less, but on average I'd say roughly 12 hours. So these questions are very similar, so they probably won't ask both of them. But I'm saying I have background music, then that's when you have music on when you're doing something else, when I'm working, cooking, cleaning, etc. And I've used such like here, or other such things. On average, so if you take every day and add them together and divide them by 7, I'd say roughly about 12 hours. Roughly is a useful little word. Even though it's a little bit informal, you can use it in IELTS Writing Task 1 Academic when you're talking about numbers, roughly 50%. What kinds of music do you listen to? My musical taste has changed recently. I used to be into Western artists, but nowadays I mainly listen to K-pop. I'm really into EDM and like up-tempo songs with catchy lyrics. And this is where you need to change it for yourself, for your own musical taste. Your musical taste is what you like. I used to be into. To be into something means to like. I used to be into Western artists. So when we talk about Western artists, we're talking about British and American singers and performers. But nowadays I mainly listen to K-pop. I'm really into, remember to be into means to like, EDM. This is electronic dance music. Up-tempo songs. These are songs with a fast beat. They're quite happy, cheerful songs, not slow songs like ballads like Adele. So I like the up-tempo songs with catchy lyrics. Catchy lyrics means the words are easy to remember. Now, if you don't like this kind of music, you can say, I can't stand EDM. I'm not into up-tempo songs with catchy lyrics. So don't just look at my answer and think, oh, that's rubbish because I can't use these words. Change them into negative and you can still use them. For this next question, have you ever been to a concert before? I'm going to give 2 answers because some of you will have been to a concert and some of you won't have been to a concert. Yes, I've been to a few actually. I was lucky enough to get tickets to see BTS at Wembley during their sold-out stadium tour last month. It was the best concert I've ever been to in my life. Absolutely incredible. So to be lucky enough, to be fortunate enough, so when something good happens, sold out, so if it's a concert that all the tickets are sold, we call it sold out. If it's in a stadium, like a football ground, a baseball ground, we call it a stadium tour. And it was absolutely incredible. Now, if you've never been to a concert, you could say, no, sadly not. There are a few artists that I'd love to see, such as, but they haven't performed in my country yet, so I haven't been fortunate enough to see them. So instead of just saying no, sadly not, unfortunately not. There are a few artists. We call singers, groups, bands, artists that you'd love to see, and give an example of somebody you'd love to see, but they haven't performed, or he hasn't performed, she hasn't performed. So I haven't been fortunate enough. I haven't been lucky enough. You can see throughout these answers I've used the present perfect a lot. IELTS examiners love this because very few candidates are able to use it confidently. So if you know how to use the present perfect, then I strongly recommend that you use it. Hope you found this video useful. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS speaking video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of perfume. Now, I've seen questions online asking about perfume, but I've included aftershave as well because in the UK we talk about perfume for women and aftershave for men. And I don't know if they're only going to ask females this question or they're going to ask males and refer to it as aftershave. So it's important to remember perfume is what women use to smell nice, and aftershave is what men use. So they may ask you, do you use perfume or aftershave? Yes, I do. I tend to use it every day. So if you are a person who does use perfume or aftershave, you could answer it like this. And I've included I tend to because it's a very good verb to use to impress the IELTS examiner, and it's for an activity or a thing that you do often. So it's like saying I usually use it, I tend to use it. But you might want to say, as a rule I do, but I often forget to put it on. So this is saying, generally, as a rule, but I often forget to put it on. To put it on means to use it, to wear it. So this is another answer you could give. So you choose one of these, you don't use all of these in your answer. You might want to say, no, I don't, unless it's a special occasion, such as a wedding. So there you've got the vocabulary, a special occasion. But if I was answering this question, I would say this. No, never. I'm allergic to perfume or any strong smells, so I avoid it at all times. And here we have some very complex language. I'm allergic to. If you're allergic to something, it causes a reaction. So for example, when I smell perfume, I get a very, very bad headache. I start sneezing. I find it difficult to breathe. So I'm allergic to it. So I can't use it. So you might want to say this, even if you're not allergic to it, but just to use some very complex vocabulary in your answer. Let's take a look at another question. So if you've answered that you do use perfume, they might go on to ask, what kind of perfume or aftershave do you like? To be honest, I don't really have a preference. I'll wear anything. And this is a useful phrase, I don't really have a preference, because often in IELTS Speaking Part 1, you're asked about what kinds of books you like, what kind of films you like, what kind of food you like, and you can just say, I don't really have a preference. And this means there's not one that I like more than any others. I don't have a favourite. Or you could say, generally, I prefer citrus fragrances, or generally I prefer vanilla fragrances. Fragrance is another word for a perfume or an aftershave, and it's talking about the smell. A fragrance is a smell, and so if you like citrus fragrances, you like the smell of lemon, these kinds of smells. But if you like vanilla fragrances, you like the smell of vanilla. And I pick these because I think these are two of the more popular fragrance smells. And it's using some complex vocabulary as well. So let's take a look at another question connected to this topic. What does perfume or aftershave mean to you? Now, I've only given one answer to this question because I think, you could say it has a special meaning, but I don't think many people think it's that important or that special. Well, it depends. If it has been bought for me by someone special, then it has a special meaning. But if I buy it, to be perfectly honest, it has no special meaning. It's just a pleasant smell. So I've used some very complex grammar, some passive there. If it has been bought for me by someone special, so then it has a special meaning. But if I buy it, to be perfectly honest, so some good discourse markers, it's just a pleasant smell. So instead of saying it smells nice, it's a pleasant smell. And let's take a look at the final question in this topic. Do you ever give perfume or aftershave as a gift? So I'm going to give you two possible answers. It's not something I have ever done because I think it's tricky to buy it for someone else because you don't know what they're like or what will suit them. So it's not something I have ever done because I wanted to get present perfect in there. IELTS examiners like students to use present perfect because it is quite a tricky tense in English. And I'm saying I don't know what will suit them. If something suits somebody, it looks good on them, or in this case it smells good on them, and I'm saying I don't know what will suit them. Yes, I do, but I make sure that I know exactly the brand of perfume or aftershave that the person uses before buying. So when we're talking about perfume, you might talk about the brand. So, for example, Chanel is a brand of perfume. Boss is a brand of perfume. So to add a little bit more vocabulary to your answer. It's quite a tricky topic, this one, if you haven't prepared, and I would certainly get shocked if I got this in the IELTS exam, because perfume, personally, is not something I ever think about or talk about. So I hope you found this video useful. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of smiling. Now in part 1, you shouldn't give really long answers because it looks like you've rehearsed them and the IELTS examiner will just stop you and move on to another question. So sometimes you might think my answers are very short. It is for this reason, because IELTS examiners do not like memorized answers and they will give you a lower grade. So let's take a look at some part 1 questions. Do you like to smile? Absolutely, yes. Whenever I'm feeling happy, or if I see something cute, like a kitten or a puppy, then I smile. So remember to use things like absolutely, totally, 100% yes, instead of just going, yes, I do. Whenever is just another way of saying when, and cute is something really cute, pretty, nice, like a baby or a kitten or a puppy. So it's a very useful word for this topic. When do people smile at others? I guess there are a few things that can trigger a smile. Generally, it is a sign of happiness. However, they can be caused by everything from anxiety and fear to satisfaction and joy. Smiles can be infectious, so if others are smiling, then it makes others smile too. Now this answer is a little bit long and they may stop you, but if you remember part of it, that's great, and just use that part. So to trigger a smile, this means to cause a smile to happen. Generally, on the whole, try to use both of those at some point. I've put the semicolon, however, comma in there for the IELTS writing. It's very useful for punctuation to do that. They can be caused by, trying to get some complex grammar, they can be triggered by. Anxiety and fear, these words have a very similar meaning. If you are anxious, you are afraid. Anxiety is the noun, fear is the noun. Satisfaction, being pleased with something, joy, happiness. So all similar meanings, but I'm just putting lots of words in there to increase the lexical range. Smiles can be infectious. Diseases are infectious. They spread quickly. Smiles can be infectious. This means that if you see somebody smiling, then you will smile too. So it influences other people to do it. Do you smile when people take photos of you? Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. It depends on the photo and the location. Sometimes it might be inappropriate to smile. But yes, on the whole, I do. So, good way to start. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It depends on the photo and the location, the place where the photo is taken. So, for example, if it was a photo in front of a war memorial, having a big smile on your face would be inappropriate. Wrong. Very good word for IELTS writing as well. But yes, on the whole, generally, I do. Can you recognize a fake smile? A fake smile is not a real smile. It means when somebody looks like they're smiling because their face is showing a smile, but it's not real. It's fake. Oh yes, totally. When someone is genuinely smiling, their eyes are smiling too. But if they are faking it, then you can tell by the eyes. Oh yes, totally. Oh yes, absolutely. Oh yes, completely. It just makes it stronger and it shows that you have a wider vocabulary. When someone is genuinely smiling, to genuinely smile means to smile for real. It's a real smile. And their eyes are smiling, but if they are faking it, so it's not real, you can tell by the eyes. So we've got some present continuous in there. IELTS examiners love continuous tenses because it shows you have a greater range, and many IELTS candidates are not comfortable with continuous tenses. So if you're good at them, then use them. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello, and in this Speaking Part 1 video, I'm going to look at the topic of crowded places. What kind of places are often crowded? Well, in major cities, particularly during the rush hour, public transport is always crowded. Buses and trains are jam-packed with commuters going to work. It is virtually impossible to get a seat at such times, and personally, I hate travelling at peak times. So if you get asked questions about places which are crowded, you need other words for crowded. So for example, jam-packed is quite an informal word and it just means crowded. The rush hour is the time in a city or town when there are a lot of people travelling to work. In the UK, it's usually between 8 and 9 o'clock. Another way of saying rush hour is at peak times. So it's the times when things are at their busiest. Commuters is another useful word for this topic, and it's very useful for IELTS writing for describing people who travel to work. So if you're writing about the environment, for example, and saying that commuters need to get to work, so the public transport network needs to be improved, otherwise there will be lots of cars on the road. So commuters, this is the noun to describe people travelling to work. They may also ask you, when was the last time you were in a crowded place? Because I commute to work, then I'm faced with this on a daily basis. The underground is always teeming with people, so I'm in a congested place every day. So I'm using commute now as a verb. IELTS examiners like it if you can show flexibility in your use of language. So you can use words as a noun and as a verb. I am faced with this, so something you have to deal with. I am faced with this on a daily basis. Very useful phrase for meaning every day. Teeming with people. This means full of people. Very useful phrase for talking about your hometown or city that you live in at the moment. It's always teeming with people. A lovely complex phrase. And another word for crowded is congested. And finally on this topic, they may ask you, how do you feel when you are in a crowded place? I try not to focus on it, because if I think about it, then it stresses me out. I don't have claustrophobia or panic attacks. I'm not that bad, but I certainly don't feel comfortable when I'm in an overcrowded place. So overcrowded is another word for crowded. So we've got crowded, overcrowded, congested, jam-packed, teeming with people. So some very useful words for paraphrasing a crowded place. It stresses me out. Very useful, informal expression. So when you get stressed, it stresses me out. So you could use it for talking about other topics. Do you like reading, for example? Yes, because I find life stresses me out, and so I read in the evenings when I get home from work, and it helps me to relax, it helps me to chill out. So little phrases like this are extremely useful for IELTS speaking. Now, I've used some quite complex language in this video: claustrophobia and panic attacks. If you don't feel comfortable with these phrases, then you can stop the video now. But if you'd like to learn more about these phrases, I'll explain what they mean. To have or to suffer from claustrophobia. This means a fear of small spaces. Any noun that ends in phobia means a fear of something. So, for example, aquaphobia is a fear of water. Claustrophobia is a fear of small or enclosed spaces, and a lot of people suffer from this. The adjective is claustrophobic, so you could say I am claustrophobic, and so I don't feel comfortable in small spaces. Some people don't like going in lifts or elevators because they're small enclosed spaces, and if you suffer from claustrophobia, you would feel uncomfortable. To have a panic attack is something that lasts from about 5 to 20 minutes, and you find that you can't breathe very well, your heart starts beating faster, you might start shaking. So breathlessness, a racing heartbeat, trembling. If you suffer from this, you're having a panic attack. And some people have this when they're in crowded places. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS speaking video. And in this video, I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of trust. Now, this is quite a tricky topic if you don't know any of the vocabulary connected with trust. So first of all, I'm going to have a look at some useful words and phrases that you can use. If you want to skip ahead to the model answers, you can do that. But I think you might find these words and phrases useful to know for this topic. So first of all, trust, this is a noun, and it means a strong belief in the reliability or truth or ability of someone or something. If you have trust, you believe someone when they say things, when they say they will do things, you trust them to do it. The adjective is trustworthy. Another word for this is reliable. So a person you can trust, it means somebody will do things that they say they will do. So a person who is trustworthy, if you tell them something personal, tell them a secret, they will not tell others. You can trust them, you can rely on them. We say to trust someone or something. This is the verb, and it means to have faith, to have confidence in someone or something. To put your trust in someone or something, and you can also use to place your trust, and it means to give someone you trust. To lose trust in someone or something, it's when something has happened and then you think this person is no longer trustworthy. So maybe they talk about you to somebody else, they tell somebody your secrets, or they don't do something they said they will do. So you lose trust in them. To gain your trust means to win your trust, to earn your trust. Maybe at first you don't trust someone, but then they do a lot of good things, and then you think, actually, this is a trustworthy person. So they have gained your trust. So let's take a look at the questions and answers for this topic now. Who do you trust most? Close friends and family mainly. I have a circle of friends who I've been friends with for many years, and I have faith in them and trust them implicitly. So close friends, trying to make it a little bit more complex than just saying friends and family, mainly, mostly, for the most part. We talk about a circle of friends. That's our close group of friends. I have faith in them. Instead of saying I trust them, you can use this as a synonym. I have faith in them. And when you want to make it really strong, I trust them implicitly. And it means without question. Implicitly, you might find that difficult to say, so you can say without question. I trust them without question. So you don't question whether they are going to be trustworthy or reliable because you are 100% certain that they are. Have you ever lost trust in someone? Yes, I trusted someone I used to work with, but she stabbed me in the back. Long story, but yes, I've definitely experienced this. Now, these are part 1 questions. You don't have time to go through a long answer, and the IELTS examiner will stop you if you start going into a very long answer because it sounds memorised, rehearsed. So you don't need to tell the story. I'm not actually telling the truth. I haven't had this experience, but you can refer to it, and by saying long story, you're saying I haven't got time to tell you the whole story, but I've experienced it. And I'm using quite a complex idiomatic expression here to stab someone in the back. And this is when somebody does something to somebody else, and so you lose trust. So for example, if I tell my friend that I'm applying for a job, and then she applies for the same job but doesn't tell me, she stabbed me in the back. And it's often when someone's been very friendly to your face, but then do something horrible to you behind your back, either talking about you behind your back or telling your secrets to somebody else, to stab you in the back. She stabbed me in the back. What kind of people do you trust? I like to think that most people are trustworthy, but I'm cautious when I meet someone new, and it takes a while to gain my trust. Now, I don't think you can say, I always trust doctors or I always trust teachers. So there isn't a real kind of people. So I'm saying most people are trustworthy, but I'm cautious. If you're cautious, you're careful. And it takes a while. A while means a long time. It takes a while to gain my trust, to earn my trust. Do you trust artificial intelligence? In a word, no. Like most people, I'm quite cynical about it. AI is based on processes, and I'm not entirely sure the procedures used are 100% reliable. I see a lot of people using in a word in writing. I don't particularly like it for writing, but it's good for speaking. And when people do it in writing, they often say, in a word, the government should tackle the problem of climate change, blah, blah, blah. That is not in a word. The reason I've put it in here is to show you how we use it. We say, in a word, no, or in a word, yes. You can then go on to add more, but you're very succinctly, very briefly summarising what you think. In a word, no. I'm quite cynical about it. To be cynical about something is to be distrustful of something. Very good for IELTS writing as well, to be cynical about something. When you don't trust something, you don't believe something. I'm very cynical about the fact that the government really cares about climate change. AI is based on processes. So artificial intelligence is about processes, procedures. I'm not entirely sure. Try to make sure that you don't keep saying, I don't know, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. The procedures, the processes, the systems used are 100% reliable. Reliable means trustworthy. So I've thrown quite a lot of vocabulary at you in this video, but I do think it's a very tricky topic to answer without knowing these words, such as trustworthy, to gain my trust, to lose trust in someone, be reliable, to have faith in someone, to have confidence in someone. These are all very useful expressions for this topic. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of water. How often do you drink water? Not as much as I should, to be perfectly honest. I think the recommended daily allowance is roughly 3 litres, but I'm guessing I drink about 2 litres at most. I suffer from a lot of headaches, and it's probably because I'm dehydrated. So in this answer I'm using to be perfectly honest. Try to keep using this discourse marker because it's a useful one and it's more complex than to be honest. The recommended daily allowance, or the RDA as it's sometimes called, is how much of something you should have each day. So there is a recommended daily allowance for water, for protein, for fat, for sugar, etc. So it's useful for IELTS writing if you're writing about obesity or something like that, or diet. You can talk about the recommended daily allowance. Roughly, very good word for about. I'm guessing I try to use this instead of using I think because it sounds more natural and it's a bit more complex than I think. I drink about 2 litres at most, so this is like saying the most I drink is 2 litres at most. And dehydrated is how you feel when you have not drunk enough water. So if you start to get headaches, it's often a sign of dehydration. If you are hydrated, you have enough water. Dehydrated, you have not drunk enough water. What kinds of water do you like to drink? I'm not fussy and I'll drink anything, but if I had a choice, I'd pick sparkling water because I find it more refreshing. So there are different types of water, so maybe you prefer still water. This is water without bubbles. Sparkling water, this is water with bubbles in it, sometimes called carbonated water. And tap water is water that just comes from the tap. Fussy, this is like a child, but you can also use it to describe an adult. Fussy means you're very hard to please and you don't like certain things. So if you're not fussy, you will have everything. And here I've used the second conditional to extend the grammatical range. If I had a choice, I'd pick. Pick means to choose. So just by including that, it adds to the grammatical range and will impress the IELTS examiner. So think about the different types of water: still water, sparkling water, tap water. These are all important words for this topic. Refreshing means it makes you feel less hot and it makes you feel cooler. And personally, I find sparkling water more refreshing. And the last question they may ask you on this topic: do you drink bottled water or water from water coolers? If I'm at home, I tend to drink tap water, but if I am out and about, I usually have bottled water. If I am somewhere where they have a water cooler, I'll use that. I'm not picky as long as it is clean water. So look at I tend to drink. This is a verb I like to use a lot because not many IELTS candidates use it. And when we use tend to plus the infinitive, I tend to do, I tend to have, I tend to like, it's like saying I usually drink. So I tend to drink tap water. Comes from the tap. If I'm out and about, this is just a way of saying if I'm out, but it makes it a little bit more complex. If I'm out and about, I usually have bottled water, but I will drink from a water cooler. And there you've got the picture of the water cooler. I'm not picky. This is another word for fussy. Fussy, picky. So very useful words for talking about food topics as well. So easy questions really, but difficult to answer if you don't have the specific vocabulary such as still water, sparkling water, tap water, water cooler, these kinds of words. And remember to put some grammar in there such as the second conditional. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS video lesson. And in this lesson I'm going to look at a current IELTS Part 1 topic on amusement parks. This topic is current at the time of making this video, but if it's not current when you are taking IELTS, I still recommend watching the video because you will learn some useful things for IELTS speaking. IELTS speaking and other parts of the IELTS exam are like a huge vocabulary test, so the more vocabulary you know, the better chance you have of getting a higher band score. Let's take a look at some of the questions. Do you like going to amusement parks? Now I'm going to give you two possible answers for those that like going and for those that don't like going. Oh yes, absolutely. I love theme parks. I'm a thrill seeker and I love the adrenaline rush. So a good way to answer a question when you're answering it positively is to say, oh yes, absolutely. It makes it stronger and it improves your lexical resource. Now another word for an amusement park is a theme park. I'm a thrill seeker. A thrill seeker is a person who likes excitement and so likes going to theme parks and doing exciting, almost a little bit dangerous things, or a person who likes jumping out of an aeroplane or who likes mountain climbing. This is a thrill seeker. You can use this in other topics. The adrenaline rush, this is a chemical reaction in your body. Adrenaline is a hormone that helps your body react more quickly. And when your body is reacting more quickly, your heart beats faster, you have more blood flow to the brain and muscles, and your body makes more sugar for fuel, for energy. And when adrenaline is released, when you are scared or when you are excited, we call it an adrenaline rush. Very good for IELTS writing as well, this word, if you were talking about extreme sports or dangerous sports. And let's take a look at an answer you could use if you don't like going to amusement parks. Oh no, absolutely not. I'm terrified of heights. I think I suffer from vertigo, so I don't like going on any rides. So if you're answering a question very negatively, no, absolutely not. I'm terrified of means I'm scared of, I'm frightened of. I suffer from, I experience vertigo. Vertigo is a fear of heights. So a lot of rides, the picture shows a ride, we call it a ride, it is a roller coaster, but the general term for this is a ride. They're often very high. So if you suffer from vertigo, if you have a fear of heights, then you don't like these rides. Another question they may ask you is, how often do you go to amusement parks? I used to go more when I was younger, but nowadays not that often because I don't have the time, so I only tend to go when I'm on a holiday. On top of that, they're quite pricey, so I can't afford to go regularly. Very useful grammar for all parts of the speaking test. Used to and tend to. So used to talk about things in the past that you did often, and tend to for things in the present that you do often. And they're very easy to use, just used to plus verb, tend to plus verb. On top of that, this is an informal expression, a discourse marker. Do not use it in IELTS writing academic. You could use it in a general letter, and it just means also, in addition. Pricey is a useful word. It means expensive. I can't afford to go regularly means I don't have the money. To afford to have the money to do something. And finally, they may ask you, what do you usually do at amusement parks? Same as everyone else, I guess. Queue for hours to get on the rides, pay through the nose for some greasy food, and drink far too many fizzy drinks. So when you're answering a question and it's what do you usually do, often you do the same things everybody else does. So you can say, same as everyone else, I guess. Queue. In the UK, we use to queue and a queue. But in America, they use to wait in line and a line. Doesn't matter which you use, British English or American English. Pay through the nose. This is a very unusual idiomatic expression. And to pay through the nose for something means to pay too much for something. An old expression that came through when they used to count noses to see how much tax should be paid in a house. And rather than count people, they counted noses. And so what it means is to pay through the nose, you're paying a lot of money. So, for example, a bottle of water might cost $10, whereas in a supermarket it might cost 50 cents. To pay through the nose. It is an informal expression. Don't use it in IELTS writing. But remember, IELTS speaking is informal, so we can use these complex expressions and show the IELTS examiner your wide lexical range. Greasy food. This is foods like burgers and chips that's cooked in oil, and it's very greasy. Fizzy drinks. The girl in the image is probably drinking a fizzy drink. It's a soft drink, a carbonated drink. Things like Coca-Cola, lemonade, these are fizzy drinks. You can see that part 1 answers are quite short, but there is still the opportunity to get lots of complex language in there. Hello, and in this part 1 speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of islands. Have you ever been to an island? Yes, I have been to an island. I went to the island of Capri a few years back, and I'm hoping to go there again at some point, hopefully in the near future. Now, if you live on an island, they're unlikely to ask you this question because you say, well, I'm living on an island at the moment, so I'm answering it as though you are not living on an island. And yes, I am repeating words from the question at the start of my answer, but many IELTS candidates struggle to use present perfect. So here I'm showing the IELTS examiner that I can use it. Yes, I have been to an island. And then I change immediately to I went to. And then you can use whichever island you want there. A few years back means a few years ago, and it's quite informal. We only use it in speaking. I'm hoping to go, so I'm trying to get a range of grammar in here at some point, meaning at some point in the future. Hopefully in the near future. And in the near future is very useful for writing as well, and it means soon. If you want to say not soon, it would be in the distant future. Are there any islands in your country? Yes, there are. There is the island of Jersey, just off the east coast of the mainland. It's a stunningly beautiful island and is popular with locals and holidaymakers alike. I've been there quite a few times. So you can use whichever island you have and say where it is. I put Jersey and said it's off the east coast of the mainland. It's actually off the south coast of the mainland. Just whatever the island you're talking about, try to use something like this. Just off the east coast, just off the north coast, the west coast, the south coast of the mainland. That is the main part of the country. So I live in the UK, I live on the mainland, and the islands like Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, these are off the mainland. Stunningly beautiful, to try and get some more complex vocabulary in your answer, is popular with locals, meaning local people, holidaymakers, meaning tourists, alike. This is another way of saying both locals and holidaymakers, but we put the alike at the end, locals and holidaymakers alike. I've been there quite a few times. Would you like to live on an island if you had the chance? Now maybe you live on an island, so it's unlikely they will ask you this question. Oh, absolutely yes. I'd love to. I'd love to retire to an island with plenty of sunshine and just spend my days chilling out and being at one with nature. I cannot wait to escape from the rat race. To retire means to stop working, with plenty of sunshine, with lots of sunshine, and spend my days chilling out. To chill out means to relax, and being at one with nature. To be at one with something, and we usually use it with nature, means to be very calm and relaxed with it. I cannot wait to escape from the rat race. I've used this phrase quite a few times now in other videos because I think it's very, very useful both for IELTS writing and IELTS speaking. The rat race is the type of society that most of us are living in at the moment, and it's the society where there's a lot of stress, a lot of competition, and people are obsessed with power and money, and we're like rats on a wheel chasing power and money. So you can use this a lot in IELTS writing if the topic is about stress or work or anything connected with education, work, stress, health, mental health, these kinds of topics. What do you like to do when you're on an island? Islands tend to be a great place to eat seafood, so I love going to restaurants and eating the local dishes. The fish is usually incredibly fresh and tasty. Islands tend to is a verb, but we're using it here to mean something similar to usually. Islands are usually a great place. Islands tend to be a great place to eat seafood. Seafood is any type of food from the sea, such as fish. The local dishes, so the food that is produced in the local area, it's incredibly fresh and tasty. Don't just focus on using complex adjectives, also focus on using adverbs with your adjectives. So incredibly, extremely, fresh and tasty. Tasty means delicious. So I hope you found this video useful. Try to remember words like the mainland, just off the east coast of, the rat race, chilling out, retire, to be at one with nature, seafood. They tend to be incredibly fresh and tasty, and see if you can get these kinds of words and phrases in your answer if they ask you about the topic of islands. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to this part 1 IELTS speaking video, and in this video I'm going to look at the topic of social networks. Let's take a look at the model answers. How often do you use social networks? Way too much, to be perfectly honest. I'm not a fan of Facebook or Instagram. I have them downloaded on my phone, but it's Twitter that I'm addicted to. I just find it's a great way to keep up to date with current affairs, as when news breaks, it usually breaks first on the Bird app. So way too much. This is a much stronger way, quite informal way for speaking, of saying a lot, an awful lot. I'm not a fan of, just a more complex way of saying I don't like. When we have apps on our phone, we download them, so we can use some present perfect here. I have them downloaded on my phone, but it's Twitter I'm addicted to. So I love it. I'm addicted to it. I can't stop using it. A great way to keep up to date with current affairs. Current affairs are things that are happening in the world, the latest news. It might be about politics, it might be about education, so things that are happening in the world. When news breaks, so we talk about news breaking, and it's when news, it's like a big story suddenly appears. The Bird app, this is very informal, and I don't know if they use this in other countries, but I've heard English people say it, and it's just referring to Twitter because of the logo is a bird. We call it the Bird app. Why do you use social networks? For a couple of reasons, I guess. Firstly, to be in the know about what's happening in the world. And secondly, because some of the accounts I follow are hilarious, so it helps me to take time out from my hectic lifestyle. So if you can get 2 reasons, it makes your answer a little bit longer. Remember, this is part 1, so we don't want to be speaking for 5 minutes on these answers. They are quick answers. Firstly, to be in the know about. If you're in the know about something, you know what's happening, often before others or when others don't know. I'm just using this expression because it's more complex. What's happening in the world, so some present continuous there. And secondly, because some of the accounts I follow are hilarious. Hilarious, I've forgotten to highlight it, but it means very, very funny. So it helps me to take time out. Take time out just means take a break, have a break from my hectic lifestyle. Hectic lifestyle is a phrase that can be used a lot in writing, and it just means your very busy lifestyle. What are the disadvantages of social network apps? Above all, it's the addictiveness. You think to yourself, I'll just take a quick look on Twitter or Facebook, and 3 hours later you're still scrolling through your feed and wasting precious time. So you haven't got time to list all the disadvantages, so here I'm focusing on the main one, above all. Addictiveness. When something makes you want to do it all the time, you're addicted to it, it's like a drug, the addictiveness. You're still scrolling through. When you move up and down on your phone through your feed, we call it a feed on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. So it's the stories that you've been given, the stories that you are being fed, your feed. You're scrolling through. This means moving up or down through your feed. To waste time is a good collocation, but even better, to waste precious time. If something's precious, it's important, so you're wasting precious time. Do you think it's good to make friends online? Personally, it's not something I do. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but you do need to be cautious because not everyone is trustworthy and they may not be who they say you are. A lot of these questions I'm finding in part 1 are more like part 3 questions. There is a lot you can say in your answer, but IELTS examiners don't like long answers in part 1 because it sounds like you've memorised them. So look for 2 or 3 sentences really at most. Don't get me wrong. Don't misunderstand me. So it's quite an informal phrase when you're saying something and you don't want the person who's listening to you to get the wrong idea. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but you need to be cautious. Very useful word for writing and speaking. Cautious means careful because not everyone is trustworthy. So useful word for trust, if you get that topic, trustworthy, reliable. So quite a few useful words and phrases in this video. To be addicted to, addictiveness, to scroll through your feed, to waste precious time, to be cautious, to be trustworthy, when news breaks, to be up to date with, to be in the know about. Try and learn these words and phrases and they will really help you with this topic. They will also help you in IELTS writing because you often get topics on social media or the internet. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to this part 1 IELTS speaking video on the topic of sunshine. It's quite a short video, there's not many questions for this topic, but there's some useful vocabulary that you might be able to use in other topics as well. So let's take a look at the questions. Do you like sunshine? Not as much as I used to. I used to be a sun worshipper, but as I've got older, I don't like sunbathing, and I get all hot and bothered in the sun, so I prefer chilly days. Whenever you get the opportunity, try to use used to, because it just extends your grammatical range, and it's a really easy verb to use. A sun worshipper is obviously somebody who worships the sun, somebody who loves the sun. To sunbathe is the verb to describe when you lie in the sun and you want your skin to get browner, change colour, get a tan. I get all hot and bothered. Bothered means annoyed, angry, and it's a phrase that we use to get all hot and bothered, meaning when you're kind of annoyed and angry in the sun because you're too hot. I prefer chilly days. Chilly means cold. What do you do on sunny days? Well, that depends if I'm working or not. If I'm working, I tend to spend all day moaning, it's too hot. If I'm not working, then I stay at home with the air conditioning on full blast. Ideally, I'd go to the beach, but I rarely get the chance. So it depends if I'm working or not. Remember to try to use some continuous tenses. So if I am working, I usually spend all day moaning. Moaning is another word for complaining. When you're going, oh, it's too hot, I want to cool down. Children like moaning. Adults like moaning when it's too hot. If I'm not working, stay at home with the air conditioning on full blast. On full blast is just a stronger way of saying on full. Ideally, so in a perfect world, or if I could do anything in an ideal situation, in a perfect situation, I'd go, I would go. So I'm saying if I could go, I would, but I rarely get the chance. Rarely, don't often get the chance. To get the chance is a good collocation, to get the opportunity. And the final question, do you wear sunscreen? In the US, they use sunscreen. In the UK, we tend to call it sun cream, but both are possible. Oh yes, absolutely. It's foolish not to. It's a must. I wear at least factor 20 all the time, and on baking hot days, I wear factor 50. I hate putting it on because it's sticky, but like I said, it's an absolute must. Yes, absolutely, make your yes much stronger and more complex. It's foolish not to. Foolish means stupid. It's a must. So the verb must can also be used as a noun, a must. And then I've made it stronger, so I've repeated it at the end, but I made it stronger. An absolute must. When we talk about sun cream, sunscreen, we talk about factors. This is the SPF number. Factor 20 and then factor 50, which is a very strong one. On baking hot days, this means really hot. It's like you're being cooked. Baking hot days. I hate putting it on. We use the phrasal verb to put on, sunscreen, to put on, sun cream, because it's sticky. Sticky is that feeling of when your fingers stick to it, your clothes stick to it, and it's that uncomfortable, horrible feeling. It's sticky, like glue in the picture. So like I said, not many questions they can ask you about the sun, but if you can remember the few complex phrases such as a sun worshipper, Sunscreen is a must, an absolute must. I hate putting it on. It's sticky. Think about the factor numbers, factor 50, factor 20 on baking hot days. I moan all the time. So some quite useful words and phrases in this video. Hope you found it useful, and thank you for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of morning routine, and there will also be some language that you could use for other questions as well. So let's take a look. What is your morning routine? Or they might phrase it, what do you do in the mornings? Well, it depends on the day of the week. On weekdays my alarm goes off at 6:45 and I immediately hit the snooze button. 10 minutes later, it goes off again and I get out of bed. After taking a shower, I get dressed, make a coffee, and if there's time, I have a light breakfast. On weekends, I have a lie-in and get up around 9 and have a leisurely breakfast. So, we've got two different routines here. We've got the weekday routine and the weekend routine, and what I do on weekdays and what many other people do is hit the snooze button. This is an option on your alarm clock or phone where you can set it for 10 extra minutes, and when you press it the alarm goes off and then 10 minutes later the alarm comes on again. So that's to hit the snooze button. To snooze means to sleep lightly. So then in my weekday routine, I have a light breakfast. This is a useful qualification. We talk about light lunches, light breakfast, light supper. We don't use the opposite. We don't say to have a heavy breakfast or to have a heavy lunch. We only use it with light. So it's like a small breakfast. On weekends, I have a lie-in. To have a lie-in means to stay in bed for longer. And I get up and have a leisurely breakfast. Now, this is not talking about the size of the breakfast. This is talking about it being more relaxed and slower. If you do something leisurely, you do it more slowly and it's more pleasurable. So, a light breakfast, a leisurely breakfast. They may ask you, is breakfast important? Oh gosh, yes. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. There is a saying, eat breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, and dinner like a pauper. Mind you, having said that, I often skip breakfast because I'm in a rush, and then I start snacking on unhealthy foods full of carbs, which is really bad for me. So when you want to strongly say yes, oh gosh, yes, is a good way to start it. There is a saying is a popular expression, and here we have it. You probably have something similar in your country. Eat breakfast like a king, meaning eat a lot. Lunch like a prince, eat a moderate amount, a medium-sized meal. And dinner like a pauper. A pauper means a poor person, so it means eat a very small dinner. Mind you, having said that, this is a complex way of saying but. Mind you, I talk about in another video, so you can look at that video if you haven't yet. Having said that, very useful when you've said something but then you're going to say something different to contradict what you've said. I often skip breakfast. To skip, this is an informal word meaning to miss. You can skip school. So to skip breakfast means to not have breakfast because I'm in a rush. I'm in a hurry, meaning I don't have time. So then I start snacking on. To snack on means to eat something as a snack. So things like these, Doritos, crisps, chocolates, biscuits. But making it more complex, I'm saying unhealthy foods full of carbs. Carbs is a short way of saying carbohydrates, and we use it a lot in spoken English. So carbs, full of carbs, which is really bad for me. And the last question I'm going to look at in this video, do you like to get up early in the mornings? No, absolutely not. I'm not a morning person because I'm a night owl and I tend to burn the midnight oil and stay up too late, so I struggle to get up early. So, absolutely not. Remember not to just say yes or no. Make it more full of emotion, stronger, more powerful. We don't just say yes or no all the time. We say absolutely, absolutely not. Oh gosh, no. So use these kinds of expressions to start your answer. And then we've got different expressions here to talk about people who are good in the morning and people who are good at night. So for example, a morning person is a person who's good in the morning, likes getting up early, and works well in the mornings. A night person is a person who works better at night. And then the same, an early bird, a night owl. So an early bird, because birds get up early in the morning. If you're a morning person, you can call yourself an early bird. But if you prefer nighttime and you work better at night, or you become more awake at night, you are a night owl because owls are nocturnal animals. This means they come out at night. So this is why we describe a person as being a night owl when they function better in the evenings. Then you can have an early riser, a late riser. An early riser is a person who gets up early. A late riser is a person who gets up late. And then I put a couple of more complex phrases in here. A proverb, which I haven't used, but you might want to use it. The early bird catches the worm. So this means that if you get up early, you're more likely to achieve something. And then the other expression, to burn the midnight oil, which I've used in this answer. I tend to burn the midnight oil. This expression comes from many, many years ago. Before electricity, we used oil lamps, which ran on oil. And so you're burning oil. And so to burn the midnight oil means staying up late and working. And then I struggle to get up early. Struggle, very useful word for writing and speaking, for something you find difficult to do. So a lot of language in these three answers, but answers and vocabulary that you could use in other topics. So if you're talking about other things, or you're describing a trip you went on. I'm not a morning person, so it was a struggle to get up early and catch the train at 6 a.m. So very useful complex language that I recommend you learn and try to use in other topics. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of markets. What do street markets sell? I guess it depends on the particular market. Everyone is different, but on the whole they sell everything. For instance, food, clothes, cleaning products, and such like. So I guess it depends on. Over the many years I've been listening to IELTS candidates, one of the common errors is it depends on. You must put the S on the verb because it is the third person singular. It depends. And the preposition we use with this verb is on, to depend on. The particular market, the specific market. So the market you are thinking about, the market you are talking about. But on the whole means generally. On the whole, they sell everything, for instance, and then I've given a few examples, and to finish off my list, I'm using a very complex phrase, and such like, and it means other things such as this, and such like. Are there many markets in your country? Yes, there are quite a lot actually, particularly food markets. These are becoming increasingly popular nowadays. I love them because there are loads of stalls selling international cuisine and you can try all kinds of food. So in the previous answer, I used the particular market. Here, particularly food markets. IELTS examiners like it when they can see you using words from the same family, but using adverbs, adjectives, verbs, etc. These, so I'm referring here to the markets, but instead of saying these markets, I can just say these are becoming increasingly popular. Instead of saying more and more popular, increasingly popular. There are loads of stalls. Loads of is quite informal and useful for speaking, and it means lots of. And a stall is what you see here in the picture. The things that are selling things, we call them stalls. And they're selling international cuisine, so food from other countries. What are the differences between supermarkets and markets? Oh, there are numerous differences, but in the main, I'd say that food tends to be fresher at markets because you are often buying direct from the producer, so you cut out the middleman. Now, this is part 1, so I'm not going to give a long, detailed answer like I would in part 3. So there are numerous differences, many differences, but I'm only going to focus on one because the IELTS examiner doesn't want to listen to you talking for 3 minutes in part 1. In the main, this is another expression like on the whole, generally. Food tends to be, remember to use tend to instead of saying usually or often, it tends to be fresher because you are buying direct. To buy direct is a good collocation from the producer, the person who produces the food. So you cut out, you remove the middleman. And the middleman is a person like a supermarket, not a person, an organisation or a person who is in the middle. So you have the producer, then you have the supermarket, and then you have the buyer, the consumer. And so the supermarket is called the middleman. It's the person, the thing in the middle. So it cuts out the middleman when you buy direct from the producer at a market. Do you often go to the supermarket? Yes, I do. To be perfectly honest, I can't stand supermarkets because they're always so busy and the queues at the tills are endless. But it has to be done or we don't eat. I tend to do a big shop once a week, but I still need to pop in during the week to get things I've forgotten or to get fresh milk and such like. So remember to use to be perfectly honest instead of just saying to be honest. I can't stand, I hate supermarkets. The queues here at the tills, the till is where you pay. I think in America they may call it the cash desk. In the UK we call it the till. And in America they call it a line. In the UK we call it a queue. It doesn't matter what words you use. You can use American English or British English. The queues at the tills are endless, so meaning they're very, very long. It has to be done. Everybody has to shop. I tend to do, so I usually do, a big shop. When we go shopping in the UK and we buy lots and lots of foods, we call it a big shop. But then I pop in, I call in, I go during the week to get things I've forgotten. Fresh milk. In the UK we like drinking fresh milk, not long life milk, and such like. I've used it again. If you've used it in the previous answer, then don't use it again, but try to use it at least once in your IELTS speaking test when you're doing a list and it finishes off your list nicely. Hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this part 1 speaking video for the topic of makeup. I think it's unlikely that an IELTS examiner will ask a male these questions, so I've answered the questions mainly how a female would answer. They are terrible questions for an IELTS examiner to ask, and I don't think many will feel comfortable using them. However, they are included in IELTS at the moment, so that's why I'm making this video. Do you often wear makeup? Yes, I do. I don't wear heavy makeup, but I put on foundation, eyeshadow, mascara and lipstick every day. So we talk about heavy makeup and light makeup. Light makeup is when you wear a little and heavy makeup is when you wear a lot. Now we say we wear makeup, but we can also use the phrasal verb to put on makeup. And I've included 4 different types of makeup to expand your vocabulary. The first picture shows foundation. This covers your skin and gives it an even tone. You've got eyeshadow. This is a type of eye makeup. Mascara. This is also eye makeup. And lipstick that you put on your lips. What does wearing makeup mean to you? I guess it gives me confidence because I feel naked without it. I look washed out and tired when I don't wear it. When you feel naked, it's like having no clothes on, but on your face. You feel undressed, you feel naked. I look washed out. When you look washed out, you look very tired, you might look pale, you just look very unlike yourself. Washed out. Do you give makeup as gifts? No, not as a rule. It's quite a personal thing, so I don't feel comfortable buying it for someone else. What I tend to do is give a gift card, and the person can choose what to buy themselves. No, not as a rule. Very useful for other questions, and it means no, not usually, not generally. What I tend to do, what I usually do, is give a gift card. We used to call them gift vouchers because they were a piece of paper, but nowadays it's usually a card and we call it a gift card. What do you think when you see a man wearing makeup? I don't give it a second thought, to be perfectly honest, because I don't think makeup should be viewed as male or female. Many men wear it nowadays and look great. It's not a big deal. I don't give it a second thought. This is quite a personal question and I feel very uncomfortable answering it, but I've tried to answer it in the most neutral way possible. I don't give it a second thought. I actually don't think about it, to be perfectly honest. I don't think makeup should be viewed as, should be classed as, should be regarded as. It's not a big deal. This is a very useful informal expression and it means it's not important. We use it a lot in English. When somebody does something and they're like, oh, I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to do it. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. It's not important. Hope you found this video useful. Like I said, I think it is unlikely that IELTS examiners are going to feel comfortable asking these questions, but it is good to be prepared in case it comes up. Thank you for watching. Hello, and in this IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of sky. How often do you look at the sky? To be perfectly honest, that's not something I've ever analysed before. I guess I look at it without realising hundreds of times a day, but I probably only consciously look at it when I'm looking at it for a particular reason, such as if I'm going on a day out and want to know if it is going to rain or not. So I keep repeating this one to be perfectly honest. Try to use it at least once, don't use it in every answer. To analyse something is to kind of study in detail, and this, honestly, I have never thought about how often I look at the sky, so I can say it's not something I've ever analysed before. I guess instead of using I think all the time without realising, so when you're looking at it but you don't think you're looking at it, you don't realise you're looking at it, I probably only consciously look at it. To consciously look at something is to look at it and know you are looking at it. So that's what I mean by consciously looking at it for a particular reason, such as if you're going out. Do you prefer the sky in the morning or the sky at night? Actually, I don't think I have a preference. If it is a bright morning with a clear blue sky, then I love the morning sky. But if it is a clear night with not a cloud in the sky, then the night sky can be a spectacular sight. So there are a lot of IELTS questions, do you prefer? And it's very useful to say things like, I don't think I have a preference, which means there's not one I prefer over the other, and this is the case for me. The sky is not something I'm particularly interested in, so I don't have a preference. So a bright morning with a clear blue sky, but then a clear night with not a cloud in the sky, and so the night sky can be a spectacular sight. If something's spectacular, it's marvellous, it's wonderful. Can you see the moon and stars at night where you live? Well, it depends on what the weather is like. If it is cloudy or overcast, then obviously not. However, if it is a clear night with no clouds, then the moon and stars can be clearly seen. So in this topic you can see weather comes in quite a lot. So cloudy, clouds in the sky, not a cloud in the sky. Overcast, that basically means the sky is full of clouds, like the image. So very useful for this topic. A clear night means a night where there are no clouds in the sky. Is there a good place to look at the sky where you live? Not that I'm aware of, because it's not something that I've ever been interested in. I guess that the higher up you are, then the view of the sky is better, and in rural areas it is probably clearer than in industrialised urban areas, where the sky is full of smog. Not that I'm aware of means not that I know of. I guess instead of using I think all the time, and here you can use some more complex language like rural areas, industrialised urban areas, because the sky is often different in each place, and in urban industrialised areas or industrial urban areas, the sky is often full of smog. Smog is a word that is a mixture of smoke and fog, and it's when smoke from factories, from industrial areas, fills the sky, so we call it smog, and then it is very difficult to see the sky. Quite a tricky topic, this one, not one I particularly like because I'm just not interested in the sky. But hopefully if you focus on vocabulary connected with weather, such as overcast, not a cloud in the sky, smog, industrialised urban areas, rural areas, then you have a bit of vocabulary that's useful for this topic. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to look at the Part 1 topic of teachers. When you were at school, did you have a favourite teacher? Yes, I did actually. It was my German teacher, and he was my favourite because he was passionate about his subject, and his passion inspired me to learn. Would you like to be a teacher? Oh, no, absolutely not. I don't have what it takes to be a teacher. You need patience, and I'm not that patient, so I think I would struggle to remain calm and not get annoyed by the students when they are not paying attention or are messing about. What kind of teachers do you like? I prefer teachers who are not too strict, but also not too easygoing or laid back. They need to be interested in what they teach and teach it in a way that is educational, but also entertaining. That can be hard with subjects such as maths, but it is possible. Do you think teachers should get angry at students or not? No, not at all. Oh, mind you, if a student is bullying another student, then this is totally unacceptable, but they still need to deal with the bully in a calm way. Can you describe a teacher from high school? My English teacher was a memorable teacher because he was an overweight, jolly man who loved telling stories. He would tell us all about when he was studying in high school, and his stories were hilarious. What's the difference between young and old teachers? Well, it is easy to stereotype here and say that older teachers are more experienced and younger teachers are more energetic and their lessons are livelier. However, that is not always the case, and it is wrong to compare them in this way. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the language in this topic. I doubt you would get asked all 6 questions, but you might get asked 2 or 3 from this topic. So in an answer, when it's a did you can always say, yes, I did actually, instead of just saying yes and starting your answer, yes, I did actually, and it's a much stronger way of starting. And here we've got the word passionate about and passion, so showing flexibility in your use of language, and that's what IELTS examiners like, that not only do you know one word but you know other related words. So he was passionate about and his passion. Similarly, they've used favourite as an adjective, and here I'm using it as a noun, my favourite. Another example of starting your answer strongly and avoiding just simple yes or no. Oh no, absolutely not. I don't have what it takes to be a teacher. This means I don't have the skills required, and you could use it in other answers, part 2, part 1, part 3. I don't have what it takes to be an actor, or my father doesn't have what it takes to be a leader, those kind of things, meaning he doesn't have the skills required. Here's another example of using words from the same word family. So patience is the noun and patient is the adjective. Struggle, very useful verb. I would struggle to remain calm, and it means I would find it hard. Not paying attention, if you're talking about teachers or school, you need to pay attention. This is a collocation. To mess about, this is what children like doing in classes, and here's an example of it. So not paying attention and messing about, so being silly and fighting with other students. Nothing too serious, but kind of messing about, messing around just means not paying attention and doing other things. So for this topic, it's important to have some adjectives to describe teachers. We've already had patient. Here, strict, so someone who is not allowing any messing about or any bad behaviour is strict. The opposite of that is easygoing or laid back. These words are very similar in meaning, and this comes from to lie back. If you imagine somebody is so relaxed and calm, we can describe them as laid back. So they're very easygoing, very calm, they don't easily get upset by things. Very useful adjectives for describing people generally, so use them for other topics. Of course, educational is important for this topic, and entertaining, another way of saying amusing. Another example of giving a strong starting answer. No, not at all, instead of just going no. Oh, mind you, I have a separate video on mind you which you may have watched, and it's like saying having said that though. That's another good way of saying it. Mind you is much more idiomatic and much less commonly used by IELTS candidates, so very impressive if you can use it. If a student is bullying another student, this is to bully. So there's the verb to bully and there is the noun the bully, so very useful for this topic. It is totally unacceptable, very useful for IELTS writing, task 2. Just not good, it's not acceptable, totally unacceptable. Memorable, an adjective that's very useful for many topics, you remember it. Overweight, jolly man. We often describe people who particularly men who are a little bit fat, as being jolly, and it's when they're very happy and smiley, even though they are overweight. He would tell us all about, and this is another way of saying he used to tell us all about, when he was studying in high school. This is not true. I didn't have this teacher. I just want to use past continuous. Remember, it's not a test of truth, it's a test of language. So get past continuous in there. When he was studying in high school, and his stories were hilarious. Hilarious means really, really funny. Well, it's easy to stereotype. This is a very useful verb, and if you stereotype, it's a widely held but fixed, oversimplified image or idea about a typical person or thing. So it's like saying all English people are punctual. It's a stereotype and it's not necessarily true. The stereotype of the woman as the housewife and the man as the wage earner. So I'm saying you can't say that young teachers are this and old teachers are this. So you might argue I haven't actually answered the question, but I've used great language, because I'm saying you can't say that young teachers are one thing and old teachers are another, and that this stereotype, it's also a noun, that older teachers are more experienced and younger teachers are more energetic, so full of energy, and their lessons are lively. It's wrong. I'm saying, however, that is not always the case. That is not always true. Now, you might want to say, young teachers are lively and energetic and old teachers are experienced. That's fine, but by saying it this way, I'm able to use this verb to stereotype. So some useful language in this topic, one of the easier part 1 topics, but because they're easy, you often forget to get the complex language in. So remember to use words like strict, patient, energetic, lively, laid back, easygoing. These are all useful adjectives for describing teachers. And you can say somebody was patient, he was not strict, so you can use them all by using negatives as well. Hope you found this lesson useful, and thank you for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of money. Did you save money when you were young? Well, when I was young, I didn't get any pocket money, so I had no money to save. When I was studying in secondary school, I started working in a cafe at weekends, and I did start saving then. Have you ever given money to children? Yes, when I see my younger relatives, I tend to give them some money. Not much though. It's usually just the loose change that I have in my pocket. Do you think parents should teach their children about money? Oh, absolutely, yes. If you do not learn about money and understand the value of money at a young age, then you don't understand how important it is to look after your money. Nowadays, people are quite reckless with money and spend all of their disposable income rather than save for a rainy day. Do parents give pocket money in your country? Some do and some don't. There are some parents who just pay for everything and don't give their kids pocket money each week, whereas others give a fixed amount and make their children pay for things out of their own money. Okay, so let's take a look at the language in this part 1. Pocket money is what parents give to children. It might be a few dollars, a few pounds each week. Sometimes called an allowance. An allowance tends to be a bit larger than just pocket money. So it's the money that maybe a child buys all their clothes out of. So pocket money tends to be a smaller amount. Remember to get some complex grammar in there. When I was studying in secondary school, in the UK we call high school secondary school. You can call it high school or secondary school, or use both to show that you have a large vocabulary. I did start saving. Sometimes we use the auxiliary verb did or do, and it's to make it stronger because I'm saying I didn't save when I was young because I didn't have pocket money, but when I started working, I did start saving. So it's reinforcing it, it's making it stronger. Younger relatives, these are people who are related to you, so it could be cousins, nephews, nieces. I tend to give them. I tend to use the verb tend to a lot because I think it's good and it impresses the IELTS examiner to talk about something that you do frequently, so I tend to give them. Loose change is just the money that you have in your pocket, the coins that you have. So it's not a large amount of money, it's just the loose change in your pocket or in your purse. Absolutely yes or absolutely not. I'm using this a lot because it's a great way to start an answer instead of just saying yes or no. The value of money. We talk about the value of money a lot, and that some people don't understand the value of money. So they think, oh, new computer, it costs $500. That's cheap, my parents can buy it. If you think like that, you don't understand the value of money. You don't understand how many hours your parents have to work to earn the money to pay for that. So it's important that children understand the value of money. If you are reckless with something, you don't really care about it, you are just spending it freely and you don't think about saving. It's been like very careless with it. Disposable income is very useful for writing and speaking, and it means the money you have left after you've paid all your bills. So if you get paid $1,000 and then you must pay your rent, pay your electricity, your gas, etc. If you have £100 left, sorry, $100 left, then this is your disposable income. Now, nowadays, many people don't have much disposable income. And what I'm saying here is they spend all their disposable income rather than save. This is an idiomatic expression. I'm using it here, but don't use it in writing. To save for a rainy day. What that means is to save for a time when you don't have any money, when time's bad and you maybe need some money because your car breaks down and you need to repair it. This is what we call to save for a rainy day. Do parents give pocket money? Some do, some don't. Great way to start it. A fixed amount, so this just means the same amount each week. And if they pay for things out of their own money, it means they pay for it themselves. Not a lot of vocabulary and grammar in this one, but part 1 answers are quite short. Don't try and talk for minutes and minutes. They will stop you and then you feel like you've said something wrong. You haven't. They're only expecting a few sentences for these answers. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this speaking video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of colour. Now in the UK we spell colour with a U, in America they spell it without the U. Both ways are acceptable if you're using it in IELTS writing, just make sure that you spell it the same way throughout the essay if you're using it in an essay. What's your favourite colour? To be perfectly honest, I don't really have a favourite. I do prefer strong primary colours such as red and blue to pastel colours such as pink and purple. I don't have a preference between warm and cool colours. I like both. So I think asking somebody their favourite colour when you're an adult, most people don't really have a favourite colour. It's not something we think about. If you do, you can say your favourite. But when I say I do prefer, so I'm putting the do in there to emphasise it, that I prefer the strong primary colours. Primary colours are colours that don't need to be mixed to make them, so red and blue are primary colours. Purple is not a primary colour because you mix red and blue to get purple. Pastel colours are the colours on the right of the PowerPoint, so these very pale colours like pinks and purples. I don't have a preference when you're saying I don't prefer one or the other. Warm and cool colours, the warm colours are usually the reds and the oranges and the yellows, and the cool colours are more the blues and the greens. So it's quite a bit of language that you can use in this topic. Do you like dark colours? Yes, I do. Many consider black to be depressing, but I think it is a stylish colour, and I dress in black the majority of the time. I know that wearing black in hot countries is considered to be bad because black absorbs heat. However, it is actually the best colour to wear and has been proven to keep you cooler. So dark colours are the colours like black and brown and grey. Many consider, so I don't need to say many people, we can drop the people, many consider, many think black is depressing, like a sad colour. But I'm saying it's actually a stylish colour, meaning it's very fashionable. I dress in black the majority of the time, much better than saying most of the time. Black absorbs heat, it keeps the heat, it takes in the heat. However, it has been proven to keep you cooler. Now, I'm not going to go into the physics of this. This is true. If you do not believe me, then look online, that actually it although it absorbs the heat, it doesn't reflect it back to your body, so it keeps the heat within the colour. So that is why it is actually better, because it's absorbing the heat. You don't need to go into a long detailed description in your part 1, but if you want to mention that, you can. Are there any colours you dislike? Well, I'm not a fan of yellow. I don't have a problem with the colour itself. It is a bright, warm colour, but it doesn't look good on me. I look ill when I wear it, so I avoid wearing it. So if something doesn't look good on you, basically looks bad, I look ill, I look sick, so I avoid wearing it. When we use avoid, we follow it with an ing verb. Do you usually wear clothes in your favourite colour? It would be fair to say that after the age of 10 we stop having favourite colours, but I tend to wear clothes in the colours that suit me. So the majority of the clothes in my wardrobe are black. Yes, I personally think we don't have favourite colours after about 10. I might be wrong. If you do have a favourite colour, I apologise, but personally I don't. I have colours that I prefer, but I don't have a favourite. So it would be fair to say that, instead of saying I think, it would be fair to say that I tend to wear, so something that you do frequently, I tend to wear colours that suit me, colours that look good on you. To suit means look good on you. So quite a lot of language in this topic. It's a good one if you get it, because you can use things like strong colours, primary colours, warm colours, cool colours, colours that suit you, colours that don't suit you. So it's a very good topic. So if you get this one, try and include a lot of that complex language. Thanks for watching. Hello, and this is a part 1 video on the topic of sunglasses. Do you like to wear sunglasses? Yes and no. When the sun is shining, then I wear them, because if you don't, you start squinting, and that isn't good for your eyes. However, if I wear them for a long period of time, I tend to get headaches. Where can you buy sunglasses? They are pretty much available everywhere, for example in the supermarket, clothes shops, airport shops, etc. If you need prescription sunglasses though, you need to go to the opticians. Do people in your country wear sunglasses? Oh yes, you see them all the time. Many young people even wear them when the sun isn't shining. They have become a fashion accessory, not just something you wear to protect your eyes. Okay, let's take a look at some of the language in this topic. There are not many questions, it's not a very big topic. So when the sun is shining, so good use of present continuous here, which the IELTS examiner will like. You start squinting. Squinting is when you're closing your eyes because the sun is too bright. The verb is to squint. A long period of time, just another way of saying a long time. I tend to get headaches, so we use tend to with a verb when we're talking about something that happens quite frequently. They are pretty much available everywhere, so I'm saying they're available almost everywhere. This is quite informal language, pretty much, and it's meaning almost everywhere. Not a lot of language I could use for this topic, but I think this is a good one if you can try to remember it. Prescription sunglasses. This means sunglasses that have a prescription in, which means that you use them either for short distances or long distances because you have bad eyesight. So if you have bad eyesight, you need a prescription which states that you need glasses to help you to see. So we call these prescription sunglasses. And to get prescription sunglasses, you need to go to the opticians. The opticians is the place where you go where they check your eyes and make your glasses. So these are very useful words, prescription sunglasses and the opticians. Again, we've got some present continuous. The sun isn't shining, so we're using it as a negative here. A fashion accessory. Accessories are things that you wear but are not clothing. So for example, a ring, a necklace, a bracelet. These are all accessories. And sometimes people wear sunglasses as a fashion accessory. So like this lady, she's wearing them indoors. She doesn't need to wear them, but she's wearing them for fashion. And what sunglasses do is they protect your eyes. So not a lot of vocabulary, actually quite an easy topic, but if you can remember to get in words like prescription sunglasses, the opticians, a fashion accessory, when the sun is shining, when the sun isn't shining, and protect your eyes. These will impress the IELTS examiner. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of writing. Do you write? Well, I write everyday stuff, but I'm not a writer, if that's what you're asking. What type of things do you write? Like I said, I'm not into writing prose or poetry, therefore the majority of writing that I tend to do is note-taking in meetings at work, emails, etc. Sadly, nowadays, my writing outside of work is limited to text messages. Do you prefer to type or write things down using a pen and paper? Regrettably, handwriting is becoming a dying art because of our over-reliance on computers. However, it is so much easier to use a computer because it can be easily rewritten or changed. Obviously, things such as birthday cards need to be handwritten because they need the personal touch. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the language in this topic. There's not many questions on part 1 writing, but they can be quite tricky to answer if you're not a writer. And most of us aren't writers, so I've written them from the perspective of somebody who's not a writer. So I'm saying I write everyday stuff. This just means everyday things, but everyday stuff makes it sound slightly more complex. But I'm not a writer if that's what you're asking. It's a very vague question, do you write? So that's why I'm saying I'm not a writer if that's what you're asking, because it gets some good grammar in there. You've got the present continuous. What type of things do you write? Well, I've already said I don't really write much, so like I said, I'm not into writing. I mean, I don't like writing. prose or poetry? Prose is anything that's not poetry, so it's like stories or anything that's not written in a poetic form. So for this topic, it's a useful piece of vocabulary. So the majority of writing I tend to do, that I mostly do, is note taking, so taking notes in meetings. Sadly nowadays, unfortunately nowadays, so things that you don't do at work are outside of work, and I'm saying it's limited to, and it means that that's basically all that I do. Do you prefer to type or write things down using a pen or paper? Now I could have said unfortunately here, but I've tried to use something different, regrettably, and this is something that you feel sad about, and I'm sad because handwriting is becoming a dying art. A dying art is something that was considered artistic, and handwriting, we used to spend many hours at school perfecting our handwriting, but it is a dying art because we don't write as much as we used to. And this is due to our over-reliance, and this means we depend on them much too much, that our over-reliance on them. Here we've got some good grammar. It can be easily rewritten, written again, or changed. But obviously things like birthday cards need to be handwritten because they need the personal touch. The personal touch is when you have done something and your hands have actually physically done it. If you've just stamped it with a stamp or done it on a computer, there's nothing personal about that. So that's quite a useful phrase for this topic. It is quite a tricky part one that can throw you because you're not a writer. You don't need to be a writer. Just say I'm not into writing prose or poetry, and just think about the things that you do write. And the reason you don't probably write very much nowadays is because of the over-reliance, the over-dependence on computers. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this Part 1 IELTS speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of public parks. However, I'm not only going to focus on public parks, I'm going to point out some things that will be useful to improve your IELTS writing as well, so I hope you find this video useful. Are public parks very important in your country? Well, in urban areas, yes, I would say they play a vital role. However, in rural areas, they are not as essential. In major cities such as London, there are a vast number of public spaces, and they are frequented by locals and holidaymakers alike. So in IELTS writing and speaking, you often need to refer to either the countryside or towns and cities. And so it is important to remember to use different phrases for these. So for example, when we're talking about the countryside, you can say in rural areas, in agricultural areas. And when talking about towns and cities, you can say in urban areas, in urbanized areas. So for lexical resource, both in writing and speaking, it is so important that you're using a range of vocabulary. Another way you can improve your range of vocabulary is, in this question, are public parks very important? And notice I've said they play a vital role. This is what we call a collocation, words that go together. They play a vital role. You can also say they play a key role. And this means they are important. What many IELTS candidates do is just repeat words from the question. And this is not going to get you high band scores. You need to paraphrase. So another way I've paraphrased important is with the word essential. In major cities, this just means in big cities, but all the time I'm trying to use something more complex. A vast number of public spaces. This means a large number of public spaces. So very useful to learn this, a vast number of. They are frequented by. This is a very useful word if you're talking about your town or city as well. Frequented means visited, so they're frequented by locals and holidaymakers alike. Another thing that many IELTS candidates do is just repeat the word people. You need to have lots of different ways, both in writing and speaking, of saying people. So locals means local people, local residents. Holidaymakers, tourists. So whenever you find yourself going to say or write the word people, think about an alternative. Can you make it more complex and add to your grammatical range? And this use of the word alike at the end, it's used after referring to two groups of people or things to show that both groups are included. So I'm saying they're frequented by both locals and holidaymakers, but I've made it more complex. They're frequented by locals and holidaymakers alike. And so we use it after the two nouns. So look at the example sentence. The government and the general public alike need to address the issue of climate change. So it's like saying both the government and the general public, but I've made it more complex. Do you think there are enough public gardens or parks in your hometown? Now I'm going to give two answers to this question just because I want to teach you some more vocabulary, and if you live in a place where there are lots, then you can use one answer, or if you live in a village where there are not many, you can use the other answer. I'm currently living in a remote rural location, therefore there are no public areas such as these, as there is no need for them. My house is surrounded by fields and I feel very fortunate because I think I would struggle in a built-up area. So instead of saying I live in, I'm currently living in, just to add to your grammatical range and use continuous tenses, which IELTS examiners like to hear. A remote rural location. So location instead of saying place. Remote, isolated, so lots of complex language. My house is surrounded by, some good grammar there too, some passive grammar. I feel very fortunate, so instead of saying I feel lucky, I feel very fortunate. I would struggle. I think struggle is a very useful word, and it's also a noun, a struggle, for something that you would find difficult. I would struggle in a built-up area. A built-up area is an area with lots of houses in it, so an area like a town or city which has lots of buildings in it. So for example, this picture shows a built-up area. So it's another way of saying a town or city. So let's take a look at the other answer. Because I'm living in such a densely populated city, there are nowhere near enough public spaces for the size of the population. Sadly, I do not see this situation changing in the near future because of the lack of space to create them. So again, in this answer, I've used present continuous because I'm living a densely populated city, very useful for describing your hometown if you come from a city like Tokyo or Seoul or London or Beijing. Densely populated means lots of people live there. Nowhere near enough, and it means not enough. In the near future, very, very useful because we talk a lot in IELTS speaking about the future, and so you can make it more complex. In the near future, meaning soon. And the final question I'm going to look at is, what are the benefits of having public parks and gardens? The main benefit is that they are public spaces that anyone can use. In urbanised areas, there is such a lack of space that many people are living in apartments, and therefore they don't have their own gardens. On top of that, it is said that city parks improve our physical and mental health, strengthen our communities, and make our cities and neighbourhoods more attractive places to live and work. So you can see I've used in urbanized areas. There is such a lack of space, a lack of meaning not enough. Many people are living in apartments. On top of that, this is like saying in addition, but it's slightly less formal, so it's suitable for IELTS speaking. It is said that this is some very complex grammar and it's very useful for writing and speaking. It is believed that, it is suggested that, it is felt that. Learn these kind of phrases to put them in your speaking and writing. So they improve our physical and mental health. We talk a lot nowadays about mental health. And so it's how you're feeling inside your head. So physical and mental health. Strengthen our communities can be used a lot in IELTS writing, that phrase. And cities and neighbourhoods. Neighbourhoods is just a word that means the area where you live. So, although this video has just focused on parks and gardens, I'm sure you'll agree that there is a lot of language in here that is transferable to other topics and transferable to IELTS writing. And when you're doing your IELTS preparation, it is important to learn words and particularly phrases that you can transfer from one topic to another and you can use in writing as well. And this will give you the best chance of getting a higher band score in writing and speaking. Thank you for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 video I'm going to look at the topic of space travel. Now if you got this topic in your part 1 you would find it quite a difficult topic to talk about. So I've prepared some answers but also some useful vocabulary that can be used in other topics as well. Would you like to travel to outer space? Oh my goodness, that's not something I've ever considered before. My initial reaction is no. It's certainly not something on my bucket list. What would you do if you had that opportunity? If I was given this opportunity, I would politely decline. I'm not a lover of flying, so going in a rocket would be totally out of my comfort zone. Do you think it's necessary to see other planets? Ooh, that's a tough one. I guess it's necessary for scientists to explore other planets. However, I don't think they should become tourist attractions. Do you like travelling by plane? As I've said, I have a fear of flying, so I only tend to do it if necessary, such as long-haul flights to America. I would never use a domestic flight. I'd go by car or train. So let's take a look at some of the language that has been used in this topic. Now it's quite a specialised topic and it might not be one that you get asked, but there is some very useful language for other topics. If you're asked a question and you really haven't ever thought about that question before, which is the case for a lot of IELTS speaking questions nowadays because the questions are getting very obscure and strange, you can use something like this. Oh my goodness, that's not something I've ever considered before. So practice using it many times so it becomes a natural phrase for you to use. You can also say my initial reaction is no. So when you're asked something that you've never thought about before, what's your first response? Is it yes or no? My initial reaction means my first response, my first thought. This is a very useful phrase. It's quite idiomatic, complex, and would impress the IELTS examiner. So if something's on your bucket list, it means something you want to do. It comes from the idiomatic expression to kick the bucket, which means to die. So sometimes people have a bucket list and it means things that they want to do before they die. So you can say something is on your bucket list or it's not on your bucket list. So for example, going to India is on my bucket list. It means it's something I would like to do before I die. Here we've got some very good complex grammar. If I was given this opportunity, I would politely decline. So to politely decline means to say no in a polite way. Notice my use of I'm not a lover of instead of saying I don't like. And here's another very good expression that's quite idiomatic. Out of my comfort zone. This means doing something that you don't feel comfortable with. It's something you've never done before. So for example, jumping out of an aeroplane or potholing is out of my comfort zone. So it's not something you would feel very comfortable doing. Here's another good filler phrase. Ooh, that's a tough one, meaning that's quite a difficult question. And then instead of saying I think, I guess. Tourist attractions. These are things that tourists are attracted to and they visit. So we call things like Buckingham Palace, the Eiffel Tower, the Taj Mahal. These are tourist attractions. When you're asked a question and you might have already said something, you can use the phrase as I've said or as previously mentioned. And to have a fear of something, instead of saying I don't like flying, I have a fear of flying. Long haul flights, this is useful for other topics. It's useful for writing. For example, if you're writing about the environment, you might talk about the damage to the ozone layer because of flying. Long haul flights are the long flights that are over 4 hours usually, compared to a domestic flight, which is a flight within your own country. So I hope you found the vocabulary in this topic useful. I personally feel that vocabulary such as out of my comfort zone, it's on my bucket list, are really useful for talking about holidays, visits, something you would like to do in the future. You can say X is on my bucket list, and it's a really impressive high-level phrase to use. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of shoes. Now, although I'm a woman and I'm supposed to love shoes, this is a topic that even I would struggle to talk about. So hopefully my answers will help you if you get this topic. How often do you buy shoes? Not that often, to be honest. I have a friend who is a shopaholic and seems to buy a new pair every time she goes out. But I only buy them when the ones I'm wearing wear out. Have you ever bought shoes online? I am a massive fan of online shopping because of the ease and convenience. But interestingly, shoes are one of the few things I have never bought because it is tricky to get the right size and you would have to send them back. It is much easier to try them on in a shop to make sure that they fit perfectly. Do you know anyone who likes to buy a lot of shoes? Yes, my best friend is addicted to buying shoes. When she finds a pair she likes, she will buy them in several colours. I think this is a bit excessive and a waste of money. What is your favourite type of shoes? I prefer casual shoes such as trainers or flip-flops to smart shoes. I find smart shoes rather uncomfortable, so I only wear them to work or on special occasions, and the rest of the time I wear comfy shoes. So let's take a look at some of the language in this answer connected with shoes. So how often do you do something? You can answer it with not that often, to be honest. A shopaholic. Very useful word, and a lot of words ending in aholic, like workaholic, alcoholic, shopaholic, chocoholic. These are all people who are addicted to something. So a shopaholic loves going shopping. So even if you are not a shopaholic, if you have an opportunity to, if you're talking about your hometown and there are loads of great shopping malls, and as a shopaholic it's a great place for me to live. Workaholic, chocoholic, a person who's addicted to chocolate. So try and get one of these complex nouns in your answers. A new pair, we talk about pairs of shoes, so I'm referencing them by just saying a new pair. To wear out, this is a different verb, it's a phrasal verb and it's not the same as to wear something. To wear out means to get old, tatty, torn, like worn out. So the shoes wear out and then I buy some new ones when they're old and no longer suitable for wear. Remember, instead of I really like, I'm a massive fan of. And here, instead of using adjectives, I use nouns because IELTS examiners like that. The ease, the convenience, because it's easy and convenient. To send something back, if you're talking about online shopping, you have to send things back if they don't fit. And we use to fit perfectly, meaning that they fit well, they fit perfectly. Useful bit of language for talking about lots of things. I am addicted to, here my friend is addicted to buying shoes. I think this is a bit excessive, something that somebody does too much of. You can describe it as excessive and a waste of money, so spending money on things that are unnecessary. So we can divide shoes into casual and smart. And the smart ones are what you would wear on special occasions. Trainers, training shoes, sports shoes, flip-flops. These have different names in different languages, but in the UK we call them flip-flops, the kind of shoes that you'd wear by the pool, on holiday, on the beach. And then we have comfortable, uncomfortable, and we shorten comfortable to comfy because it's easier to say, but we don't have a short form of uncomfortable. We tend to just say uncomfortable. So comfy and uncomfortable. Hope you found the language in this topic useful, and think about using it in other topics. So things like I am addicted to, he is addicted to, shopaholic, workaholic, probably not alcoholic, chocoholic, are very useful complex nouns to use. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of paintings. Now, I am actually interested in art, but I've done this from the angle as not being interested in art because I think more people are not interested in it than are interested in it. You remember, you don't have to tell the truth in IELTS. It's not a truth or lie test. You can use whatever you need to give complex answers. Remember, it's not content. It's about language. What do you know about paintings? Well, I'm not really into art, but I know about famous artists such as Van Gogh and Rembrandt. If I had to choose a favourite artist, then it would be Van Gogh. Have you ever learnt to draw or paint? When I was studying in school, we had lessons in art. But to be honest, I didn't pay much attention. I'm not an artistic or creative person. Is it important to hang pictures at home? To make a house feel like a home, I feel that you need something on the wall such as paintings or photos. Personally, I have more photos than artworks, and these remind me of family holidays or events that we have been to, so I get a warm feeling inside when looking at them. What kind of paintings do you like? I prefer portraits to still life or landscapes, but like I said though, art's not really my thing, so I would rather look at photos. If someone wanted to draw or paint a picture of you, would you agree? Gosh, that's not something I've ever thought about before because I've never been asked. Probably not, because I'm not that keen on seeing myself in photos, so I wouldn't want to see myself in a painting or drawing either. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the language I'm not really into. It's important that you don't say I like, I dislike. I'm not really into. This makes your language much more complex. And here we've got a good use of the second conditional. If I had to choose a favourite artist, then it would be. So by putting the second conditional in there, and particularly in part 1, it's really impressing the IELTS examiner. When I was studying in school, this is something I repeat throughout many videos. Get the past continuous in your exam at some point, and the best way to do it is to just use something like when I was studying in high school, when I was studying in primary school, and you say it without thinking if you practice it often enough. I didn't pay much attention. This is a collocation, to pay attention to something. So I didn't pay much attention. It means I didn't really give it a lot of focus. I wasn't interested in it. Artistic, creative, these are useful words for this topic. Artistic, you're good at drawing. Creative, you're good at creating things. So in this topic we're talking about art and painting. Another way of describing these is to call them artworks or works of art. These remind me of. If you look at something and it gives you a memory of something, we use the verb to remind you of. And to get a warm feeling inside, I'm basically saying it makes me feel good, it makes me feel happy when I look at them. And then there is the vocabulary to talk about different types of paintings. Portraits are pictures of people. Still life are pictures of fruit, which you used to do many, many years ago in the kind of 15th, 16th, 17th century. People used to paint a fruit basket. Landscapes, these are obviously of the countryside, of towns, cities, these kind of things where there aren't people in them. Art's not really my thing. This is another great way of saying I don't like something. Sports, not really my thing. Music's not really my thing. Studying's not really my thing. And he's just saying I don't like it. And I find this question very strange, and so I've answered it very honestly. Gosh, that's not something I've ever thought about before because I've never been asked. Gosh is a much politer, nicer way of saying, oh my goodness, oh my God, gosh. So it's a good filler. And again, another way of saying, I don't like. So there's not a lot in this part 1. I always find part 1s there is not a lot you can say, but useful words to remember: works of art, artworks, creative, artistic, art's not really my thing. These are very useful phrases and words for this topic. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 video we're going to look at the topic of maps. Do you often use maps? Thinking about it, I tend to use them more nowadays than I used to in the past. Previously you needed to use a paper-based one, which was not practical or portable, whereas now you can just use an app on your phone, such as Google Maps. Did anyone teach you how to use a map? Not that I can recall. I did study geography at school, But I don't actually remember lessons being about maps. Instead, they were about earthquakes and flooding and such like. However, I do know how to read a map. I could be self-taught, or maybe someone did teach me and I've forgotten. Do you prefer paper maps or electronic ones? Without a doubt, electronic ones. Paper-based ones are either too detailed or not detailed enough, whereas with an electronic one, you can zoom in or out to have it the size you need. Electronic maps make life incredibly easy because all you need is a Wi-Fi connection and you have the map you need at your fingertips. Before I go through the language in these 3 questions, just to mention another piece of language that I didn't actually use but you may find useful for your answers to this topic. We talk about a sense of direction. So this is the ability to know which is the correct direction to go in. And if you're very good at doing this, you have a good sense of direction. If you are rubbish at this and always end up walking in the wrong direction, you have no sense of direction. So when you're talking about maps and saying, did anyone teach you how to use a map? You might say, no, nobody taught me, but I have a good sense of direction, so I'm able to work out from the map where I need to go. Or you might say something about maps and say, I'm not very good at reading maps and I have absolutely no sense of direction, so I rely on other people to direct me. So let's take a look at some of the language in these questions. There aren't many questions on maps because there's not an awful lot they can ask you about them, but it is one of the topics that's being used in IELTS at the moment. So thinking about it, when you're asked a question, it gives you a little bit of thinking time instead of saying, let me think, thinking about it. And then we've got, I tend to use them, which is like saying I usually use them more than I used to in the past. And we talk about paper-based maps. You can also talk about paper-based dictionaries as opposed to electronic ones. And in terms of electronic maps, they're more practical, they're portable, whereas the paper-based ones were not practical, not portable. Portable means that you can carry them. Did anyone teach you how to use a map? Not that I can recall. And this means I can't really remember, or not that I remember. So it's a useful phrase, not that I can recall. Now the grammar in this answer, you might think, well, that's quite strange. Why is she using that? Instead of saying I studied, you can use did plus the infinitive as a past, and it's used for emphasis, for stress. I did study geography at school. Maybe someone did teach me. And we use it in the English language when we're stressing something. And here in the present tense, I do know how to read a map. So some of these in your IELTS speaking might impress the IELTS examiner. And we've got what geography was all about when I was at school, earthquakes, flooding, so trying to pop in a bit of complex language, and such like. It's a bit like saying and so on. Self-taught, that's useful for talking about skills. If you're self-taught, you taught yourself. Now, starting my answer without a doubt to make it stronger, instead of just saying I prefer electronic ones. Detailed, this means they have a lot of information. And I'm making a comparison, so it's very useful to use whereas. Zoom in, zoom out, very good phrasal verbs. Zoom in, you make it bigger. Zoom out, you make it smaller. Remember to use words like incredibly, extremely, instead of using very when we're using them with adjectives. And you have the map you need at your fingertips. If something is at your fingertips, it means it's there, it's easy to use, it's making life simple for you, it's there in front of you. Now, like I said, there are not many questions on maps in IELTS speaking, and it is tricky to get lots of complex language in these part 1 questions, but remember the IELTS examiner is making decisions from the moment you start speaking, so it's useful to know some phrases like to have a good sense of direction or to have no sense of direction. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to this Prepare for IELTS speaking video. And in this video, I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of mathematics. Just a quick note before I start the video. In the UK, we say maths. In the US, they use math. Both are perfectly acceptable, so you can say whichever word you choose. Let's take a look at some questions and answers for this topic. Do you think mathematics is important? Absolutely. Mind you, I don't think most of the maths that is taught in schools is practical or useful. Knowing how to calculate interest is far more important than trigonometry. So I start my answer very strongly. I say absolutely, which is a much better way of saying yes. But then I want to add something which is also important. So I'm saying, mind you, this is an informal way of saying something like but or however. Don't use it in writing, but it's fantastic for IELTS speaking. Mind you, I don't think most of the maths that is taught in schools is practical or useful. So I'm saying that it's important, but what we are taught in schools is not actually that important. Knowing how to calculate interest, to calculate, to work out interest is far more important than trigonometry. And trigonometry is the study of the relationship between side lengths and angles of triangles. It's quite a difficult word, but it is a very complex one and very useful if you can learn it and use it for this topic. Do you think it is difficult to study mathematics? That depends on the person. For me personally, I was pretty average at it at school. Some find it easy and others find it tricky. I guess it depends on the individual's strengths and weaknesses. Now, questions like this are very difficult to answer because you can't say, yes, it is difficult, or no, it isn't, because it does depend on the person. So that depends on the person. And remember to use the third person S on depends. That depends on the person. Now, because this is part 1, you can add some information about you personally. So for me personally, I was pretty average. And this means like, okay, you're not brilliant, you're not rubbish, pretty average. We use the adverb pretty in front of adjectives when we're speaking informally. This is not useful for IELTS writing, but it's great for IELTS speaking. So the film was pretty good. The book was pretty rubbish, to be honest. And it means quite good, quite rubbish. And here I'm saying I was in the middle. I was pretty average. Now notice I've said some and others. I haven't said some people and other people. You can shorten it to some and others. Tricky is another way of saying difficult. And then what somebody is good at is their strength, and what somebody is not good at is their weakness. So we can refer to these as strengths and weaknesses. Are girls generally good at mathematics? I feel that the general consensus is that they aren't, because fewer go on to study it at university. However, studies have shown that this is not the case. In my country, there is a big push to get more girls into studying STEM subjects in higher education. So the general consensus, this means the majority of people. This is a very useful phrase and you can use it in IELTS writing. The general consensus is, and it means what most people believe, what most people feel. I've used a however here, which is more formal, but I just want to show you that when we use a however like this, we use the semicolon, however, comma. So use that in your writing. Studies have shown, IELTS examiners love present perfect, so a way to get that in your writing, in your speaking, is use studies have shown. That this is not the case. This is another way of saying this is not true. In my country, there's a big push. A big push means people are trying to get somebody to do something. A big push. To get girls studying STEM subjects. STEM subjects are science, technology, engineering and mathematics. And there is a big push at the moment for girls to study these subjects. There is a lot of money, not a lot of money, there is some money in the UK to encourage girls into these subjects. Very useful for IELTS writing as well. STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Do you often use a calculator? I'm ashamed to admit that I use one far more than I should. Years ago, when I was working in a shop, my mental arithmetic was incredibly fast. But because I don't do it as much as I used to, my brain isn't razor sharp anymore, so I need a calculator, I'm afraid. I'm ashamed to admit. This is when you're a bit embarrassed to say something, you don't feel comfortable saying it. I'm ashamed to admit. I was working, IELTS examiners love past continuous. If you're aiming for band 7, 8 or 9, you must have a grammatical range. So you must be able to use continuous tenses and particularly past continuous tenses. This is the only way you're going to get into band 7, 8 and 9 in terms of grammatical range and accuracy. Mental arithmetic, this is the ability to add up, to do sums, to do calculations in your head, was incredibly fast. One of the common things I see as a former IELTS examiner and when I'm working one-to-one with students now is the overuse of words like very and really, both in speaking and writing. Try to use other adverbs, incredibly, extremely fast. Another way of saying your brain isn't fast, razor sharp. And this means fast. If you have a razor sharp brain, you have a very quick brain, a very fast brain, but I'm saying my brain isn't razor sharp. My brain isn't fast. So I need a calculator, I'm afraid. When you're sorry about something, I'm afraid. So I'm just adding it on the end there because I'm sorry that I do need to use a calculator. Hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching. Hello, and in this part 1 speaking video, I'm going to look at the topic of sharing. Have you shared anything with others recently? Well, when we eat, both at home or in a restaurant, we often share food. I prefer meals like this, because then you get to taste everything, rather than having an individual dish with just one flavour. So I think a lot of countries now have meals where you share food, so this is something you could talk about for this topic. An individual dish, each item of food on this picture is a dish, and each dish will have maybe one flavour or one predominant flavour, one strong flavour. So when you're sharing things, you get to taste everything and lots of different flavours. Did your parents teach you to share when you were a child? Oh, absolutely, yes. All parents need to do this. Children go through a stage, a phase when they want to keep everything to themselves and they do not want to share, so parents need to encourage them to share. I don't think it is because kids are greedy. They just haven't learnt the value of sharing. So I'm saying, yes, my parents taught me this, and you need to do this because children go through a stage or a phase. When you're growing up, you have lots of stages, lots of phases, and you go through them. And so during this stage, you need to encourage kids to share. And it's not because they're greedy. Greedy is when you want to keep everything to yourself and you do not like sharing. It's a very negative adjective. And they haven't learnt the value of sharing, so how important sharing is. What kinds of things do you like to share with others? Well, food obviously is the main thing. Having said that though, I am not keen on sharing puddings. It annoys me when the person I'm with says, "I don't want a pudding," and then when my pudding arrives, they want to try it. So a pudding is what we have after a meal. It's also called a dessert or a sweet. And this often happens. Women do this a lot and say, "I don't want it," and then want to share the pudding when it arrives. So because I've said, well, food, I like sharing, but then I'm going to say something that contradicts that, something that's the opposite to that. Having said that, though, is a very good expression. What kinds of things are not suitable for sharing? Well, if someone is ill, with a cold for instance, then food and drink should not be shared, as the germs can pass from one person to another. Gossip is another thing that should not be passed on. Sadly, in these days of social media, gossip spreads like wildfire. So I'll pick two things here. So food and drink if people are ill because of the germs. The germs are passed on from one person to another, and this causes another person to get ill. Gossip, so people telling stories or secrets about another person. So these should not be passed on or shared. But gossip spreads like wildfire. A wildfire is a fire that starts usually in a forest or a wood, and it spreads very quickly. So we use this idiomatic expression, it spreads like wildfire. It gets passed on very, very fast. So these are the two things that I personally feel are not suitable for sharing. Thank you for watching. Hello, in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic, which is connected with families. Now, in all parts of the IELTS exam, you need to have a range of vocabulary. You need to include things like phrasal verbs, idiomatic language and collocations. So let's take a look at some that you could use for this topic, but also for other topics, and they might be useful for IELTS writing too. Okay, so in terms of collocations, remember collocations are words that go together and we use naturally in English. So to catch up on something or to catch up with someone means to find out what someone has been doing. So for example, I like to catch up with my friends and family at the weekends. To get on like a house on fire, this is an idiom and it means to get on really well with someone. I get on with my sister like a house on fire. To have some me time, this is quite a new expression in English, and it's because we lead such busy lives now that we need to have some time to ourselves, and we call it me time. A close-knit family is a family that's very helpful, very supportive, and you're very close. Your extended family are your immediate family, so your brothers, sisters, father, mother, but also your grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, etc. So now let's take a look at some of the model answers connected to this topic and see how this vocabulary can be used. How often do you spend time with your family? Not as often as I'd like, I'm afraid. Although I would describe us as a close-knit family, we don't get to spend an awful lot of time together. However, when we do get together, we have quality time and time to catch up on what we've all been doing. So you've got a close-knit family in there. An awful lot of time means a real lot of time. Quality time is good time that you spend together. How do you spend time with your family? Nowadays, despite coming from a close-knit family, we don't have much time to spend together because we're all busy working. However, we often get together with our extended family at New Year and have a family meal. Although we don't see each other frequently, we all get on like a house on fire. So you've got the close-knit family, the extended family, and the fact that you get on like a house on fire. So within that short answer, you've got some good collocations and idiomatic expressions. Do you want to live with your family in the future? Don't get me wrong, I love my family, but no, I need my personal space. Because I don't get much time at home due to work, when I am there, I love to have some me time. During this time, I'll either read a book or have a long, relaxing bath. I do feel a bit guilty when I am chilling out, doing nothing, but I think it's vital to take time out and relax. If I lived with my family, we would probably get on each other's nerves. Some great words and expressions in here. Don't get me wrong is when you're going to say something that might be perceived, that might be seen as something negative. And so I'm saying I don't want to live with them, but I do love them. I need my personal space. We talk a lot nowadays about personal space. Me time. Try to use that. Great word to impress the IELTS examiner. You feel guilty, meaning you feel bad. Chilling out, great word for IELTS speaking, meaning relaxing. Take time out, taking time out of your very busy schedule. Good bit of second conditional in here. If I lived with my family, we would. So showing a bit more of your grammatical range. To get on somebody's nerves means you annoy each other. I have a son and a daughter, one's 10 and the other's 14, and at the moment they're really getting on each other's nerves. They're annoying each other and fighting all the time. So that's a great complex collocation to use. So in these few answers, we've used a lot of vocabulary, a lot of high-level vocabulary that will impress the IELTS examiner. So try to learn it. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this Part 1 IELTS speaking lesson, I will talk about tea and coffee. Do people like to drink tea or coffee in your country? Tea has always been drunk in my country, and in recent years, the number of those drinking coffee has shot up. Drinking coffee is particularly popular with the young, and most teens and people in their 20s can be seen with a disposable coffee cup in their hands. Now maybe in your country, if you come from Italy, then it's the opposite, that people drink more coffee, and then now tea is becoming more popular, so you can just change these around. So we've got some good passive grammar. Tea has always been drunk. Some very good grammar here. The number of those drinking, instead of saying those people who drink, the number of those drinking has shot up. So a bit of language from IELTS Writing Academic Task 1 here, to go up very quickly. And so then instead of saying young people, the young, most teens and people in their 20s can be seen with a disposable coffee cup. Like in the image, this is a disposable coffee cup, a cup that is thrown away after you use it. Do you prepare tea and coffee for guests who come to your home? Oh, absolutely yes. It is a custom in my country that whenever a guest comes to your house, you offer them a hot drink. I'm not good at making tea, so I always hope that they want coffee, because my tea tastes disgusting. So it's a custom, it's a tradition to make a hot drink. So we call tea and coffee a hot drink. And my tea tastes disgusting. If something tastes disgusting, it's horrible. When was the last time you drank tea or coffee? This morning. My morning routine is that I have a cup of tea as soon as I wake up because I find it more refreshing than coffee. Then about an hour after that, I have a coffee. I find that the caffeine wakes me up, so I needed a strong coffee before coming here today. Now, a lot of people don't drink tea or coffee. It's easier for these questions to pretend that you do, because if you just say, I'd never drink tea or coffee, that's not very complex language. Your morning routine is what you do every morning. So get up at a particular time, have a certain thing for breakfast, have a particular drink. That's your morning routine. And tea is more refreshing. It feels fresher in your mouth and it cleans your mouth more than coffee. So that's why personally I drink tea first. In tea and coffee you have caffeine. This is the drug that is in the drink, but there is more caffeine, I think, in coffee. So if I need to wake up, I have a strong coffee. We talk about tea and coffee being either strong or weak. The one on the left is a strong cup of coffee and the one on the right is a weak cup of coffee. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video we're going to look at some Part 1 questions on the topic of dictionaries. How often do you use a dictionary? To be perfectly honest, I can't recall the last time I used one. I tend to use Google Translate on my phone rather than a dictionary. What kinds of dictionaries have you used before? Well, when I was studying in high school, I used to use a paper-based one because phones were prohibited. Since buying a phone, I've been using Google Translate rather than an actual book. How will dictionaries change in the future? In the very near future, I guess that paper-based dictionaries will become a thing of the past. We are living in an electronic world and spend most of our lives on one electronic gadget or another, so we have access to online dictionaries, which will result in paper ones becoming obsolete. Do you prefer a paper dictionary or an electronic one? For ease and convenience, I have to say that electronic ones are better. Small paper dictionaries have a limited number of words, and larger ones are bulky and not portable, whereas electronic ones are handy because they're available wherever you have internet access. How would you feel if somebody gave you a dictionary as a gift? I suppose on the one hand, I'd find it a rather odd present to receive as, like I said, they're quite dated nowadays. However, I'm currently learning Korean, therefore if I was given one, I'd think it was a thoughtful present because the person would be trying to help me with my studies. Right, let's take a look at some of these answers. First thing to notice that in Part 1, your answers tend to be quite short. If you start going into too long an answer, the IELTS examiner thinks you've memorised it and will stop you. So don't try and do a mini essay in Part 1. So to be perfectly honest, this is just another way of saying to be honest, and it makes it a little bit more complex, to be perfectly honest. I can't recall. This is another way of saying I can't remember. I tend to use. This is a very good verb to use to describe something that you do a lot. I tend to go to bed at 11 o'clock. Well, so useful little filler word to start your answer. Don't use it in every answer though. Always recommend that you try to get some past continuous in your answer and are used to. So any opportunity, when I was studying in a high school, I used to use, and then you have some complex grammar and you're ticking the grammar boxes and impressing the IELTS examiner. Instead of saying a paper dictionary, you can say a paper-based one. Phones were prohibited, very good complex grammar and language. Prohibited means banned, not allowed. Good grammar here as well, because when we use since or before or after, we can follow it with a verb in the ing form. So since buying, since having. And within this short answer, we've got 4 great bits of grammar, actually 5. I've been using. Present perfect continuous, so something that started in the past and continues in the present. So this answer would be very impressive in a part 1 in terms of grammar. Instead of just repeating words from the question, such as in the future, try to change it, try to make it more complex. In the near future or in the very near future, meaning soon. A thing of the past is something that no longer exists. So you can talk about, Xbox 360s are becoming a thing of the past. So things that are outdated and we no longer use. We are living in, so a good use of present continuous, because not many candidates use continuous tenses. So if you are good at them, get them in your IELTS speaking. One electronic gadget or another. So just a good way of saying on electronic gadgets. And you have access to, this means that you can use. Obsolete, very good word for talking about lots of things, and it means no longer exists. Very good to get some nouns in here. Ease, something that's easier. Convenience, something that's convenient and good to use for ease and convenience. A limited number, so I'm trying to say a smaller number of words. Larger ones are bulky, this means they're big and difficult to carry. They're not portable, this means that you can't carry them. Whereas, so we're comparing here and making our sentence more complex, electronic ones are handy. This means they're easier to use. For this question, I'm sort of doing it a bit like an essay, so on the one hand and comparing it to the other hand, because it gives you a little bit more to say, but like I said before, don't try and give a full essay answer in part 1. A rather odd present. This means odd means strange. Dated. This is a useful word for writing and speaking, and it's something that's out of date, no longer current. Here we've got if I was given one. This question is a second conditional. How would you feel? So I'm using the second conditional in the answer, but I'm also using the passive, if I was given one. I'd think it was a thoughtful present, so there's the second part of my conditional, I would think. And a thoughtful present, somebody has put a lot of thought into it, because the person would be trying to help me. So we've got the conditional throughout this answer. Hope you found this video useful. Thanks for watching. Hello, and in this video I'm going to look at the part 1 topic of gifts. How often do you buy gifts? Well, in my country we celebrate birthdays and Christmas, and on both of these occasions we give presents to close friends and family. Generally there is someone's birthday every month, and I'm an incredibly organised person, a bit OCD to be honest, so my Christmas shopping starts as early as August. Do you like giving expensive gifts? That depends on the recipient of the gift. If it is something for my children, I tend to purchase quite pricey items. The problem is that kids, particularly teens, are desperate for the latest gadgets, and these cost a fortune. What kinds of gifts do people often give in your country? Nowadays, due to the fact that many people have all the things they need, The majority of presents that are given these days are gift cards or money. In the case of teenagers, it is incredibly tricky to find something unique that they don't already have, so it's easier to let them choose their own gifts. Why do people give gifts? That's an interesting question. I guess on the one hand they give them to please the recipient of the gift, but I suppose it could be argued that gift giving makes the giver feel good as well. Therefore, there is a selfish aspect to giving presents to others. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the language in this topic. There are not many questions, and so there are not that many words to use in case you get this topic. But remember, we talk about celebrating birthdays. We celebrate a birthday, we celebrate Christmas. And here I'm using referencing, which IELTS examiners like, so I'm referring back to the birthdays and Christmas on both of these occasions. Now, instead of just saying friends and family, I've tried to make it a little bit more complex. Close friends. I'm incredibly organised. Remember, I don't like the word very, so I try to use incredibly, exceedingly, excessively, you could say. And this is a very complex phrase. OCD is a condition that some people have, and the full name for it is obsessive compulsive disorder, and it can mean that you are constantly washing your hands, or you're constantly checking that you've locked the door or turned the oven off, and we call it OCD. And somebody who's incredibly organised and obsessed with things, I don't actually suffer from this condition, and we tend to use it in a bit of a jokey way. It's not a nice condition, but there are people like myself. I'm a bit OCD about cleaning, about cleanliness, but I'm also OCD about being organised and being ready for things. Very complex use of language, and so quite a good one to learn because it's quite easy to remember. A bit OCD. I've just highlighted this, that depends on, because I frequently hear this wrong. I hear that's depend on, that depends of, that depends on. Make sure you use it correctly. The recipient is the receiver of the gift, the person you give the gift to. So for this topic, it's useful to know that word, the recipient. I tend to purchase. I use this a lot because it impresses the IELTS examiner, meaning I usually purchase. Instead of saying expensive, you can describe something as being pricey. So I'm saying they're quite pricey, quite expensive. Remember to give examples and don't just say, for example, particularly. And instead of just saying they want, they're desperate for the latest gadgets. And here's an idiomatic expression. We have another one, to cost an arm and a leg. I prefer this one because it's not used as much by IELTS candidates, but it's equally complex. To cost a fortune. It costs a fortune, meaning it's very expensive. This discourse marker here nowadays, due to the fact that it just makes it more complex than saying because. And you don't need to do anything with the grammar due to the fact that very good for IELTS writing as well. The majority of, great for writing and speaking, most presents. And notice that I've used presents as well as gifts. I was doing this topic with somebody recently and they kept just repeating gifts. Remember to avoid repetition, so gifts, presents. These days just means nowadays, and so you could use that in IELTS speaking. Gift cards, these are little cards that you put money on. It might be for a particular shop like H&M, or it might be able to be used in lots of shops, so very useful for this topic. In the case of, when I'm picking a particular example, incredibly tricky, very difficult, but much more complex. Unique. A unique present is something nobody else has given them. It's one of its kind. Remember to give yourself a bit of thinking time. That's an interesting question. It's a tricky question. And avoid using I think. We've got I guess. We've got I suppose. Now, I'm not a fan of on the one hand, on the other hand, especially not in IELTS writing. IELTS speaking, it's okay and it's sometimes useful, but try to avoid it in IELTS writing. I see it as a kind of IELTS 5 phrase. To please the recipients, to make the recipient happy. It could be argued, very good for speaking and writing, and gift giving. This is just the giving of gifts. And as well as having the recipient, who's the receiver of the gift, you have the giver of the gift. And I'm saying it's quite selfish. If something's selfish, it's about you and not about the person receiving the gift. So just a little complex phrase to throw in there if you get this topic, that gift giving is quite a selfish act, you could say. Thank you for watching. In this video, I'm going to talk about newspapers. How often do you read newspapers? How often do I read newspapers? Well, that depends on what you mean by newspapers. If you mean a newspaper which is made out of paper and is tangible, then hardly ever. However, if you mean online newspapers, then I tend to read them numerous times a day. I find real newspapers are out of date by the time you buy them. Therefore, I ceased buying them several years ago. As in previous videos, I talked about fillers. You need filler phrases to give yourself thinking time. Here is another example of one. Asking yourself the question, which is probably something that you already do in your own language. So, the question, how often do you read newspapers? How often do I read newspapers? And it gives yourself some valuable thinking time before you start your answer. Another filler word is well. And native English speakers use this all the time because it gives you a bit more thinking time. Well, that depends. Subject-verb agreement is important if you want to get a high grade in IELTS. So remember to use the S whenever you have that or it. Is made out of. You must use a range of vocabulary in IELTS speaking, and so you need to be able to use passives. Here is a good example of the passive. If you do not know how to use passives, then I strongly recommend that you study grammar before doing this test. Tangible. This means it's a real thing. You can touch it, you can pick it up. Hardly ever. This means not very often at all. Remember that the IELTS examiner is listening for discourse markers for your cohesion grade. Discourse markers give your answer organisation. So we've got a however, a therefore. Tend to. This is a very useful verb and it comes from the same word family as to have a tendency to do. And we use it to talk about things that you do often. And it's easy to use because it's just tend to plus the infinitive. I tend to get up at 7 o'clock. I tend to have lunch at 7:15. IELTS examiners are listening for your use of referencing. This is a very basic example of referencing, and it's the ability to use pronouns correctly. Here, the them, and this them here, is referring back to newspapers. Numerous. This sounds more complex than saying many. Out of date means it's old, it's no longer relevant. This is quite a formal word, but I'm using it here to impress the IELTS examiner. Ceased, meaning stopped. And when we use it with a verb, it must be the ing form of the verb. I ceased buying. And several means a few. Which is more important where you live, local or national newspapers? Now, that's an interesting question that I haven't really given much thought to before, because I haven't purchased one for many years. But if I had to say, then it would be local newspapers. The local newspapers are generally published once a week and are filled with local news, which, unlike national news, doesn't date as quickly. Here's another example of a filler phrase, giving yourself some time to think. Now, that's an interesting question that I haven't really given much thought to before. Instead of using bought, we can say purchased. Here's the second conditional. Using this in your IELTS speaking will impress the IELTS examiner and show that you have a good grammatical range. Are generally published. This is the passive. You need to be using the passive to impress the examiner. Are filled. Another example of the passive. Unlike means different from. And to date means to become out of date. Are newspapers important in your country? As I'm not an avid newspaper reader, it's hard to say, but I guess they're not as important as they used to be in the past. Because we have 24-hour rolling news, it is possible to access the news online or on 24-hour news programmes any time, day or night. Therefore, they are certainly not as crucial as they used to be. In the olden days, when we didn't used to have the internet, then you would see people on public transport reading newspapers. However, in contemporary society, we are all glued to our phones and electronic gadgets. This means a person who reads newspapers a lot, and you can use the word avid with other words such as an avid book reader. It's hard to say. This is another filler phrase when you cannot give an answer straight away, and it gives you some extra thinking time. I guess, instead of using I think, you can say I guess. 24-hour rolling news is news that's been updated all the time. To access, to look at. Discourse markers being used again to link your answer and add to your cohesion and coherence grade. Therefore and however. Crucial. I've talked about this in previous videos, how it's important to have lots of different words to say important. Crucial means important. Used to plus infinitive is a good verb to include, again, to show your range of grammar. In the olden days, in the past. And we didn't used to have. When we use used to in the past tense, there's no D on the end of the verb, although it sounds like there is when we say it. But if you're going to use this in IELTS writing, remember that this does not have a D. In contemporary society, nowadays, glued to. This means you're unable to stop watching something. Electronic gadgets, this is a very useful word for both writing and speaking, meaning any small electrical thing is a gadget, a device. Do you think newspapers will be more or less important in the future? I reckon that because newspapers have been in decline over the course of the last decade, then this trend is likely to continue. I imagine the day will come when newspapers are obsolete and the only place to see them is in museums. They'll be a relic of a past life, and future generations will never know what it feels like to get print all over your hands. Another verb that you could use instead of saying I think, it is quite informal, but would impress the IELTS examiner in IELTS speaking. To be in decline means to be decreasing. Over the course of, meaning over the period of. A trend is a pattern, and is likely to, will probably. I imagine is another way of saying I think. The day will come, this means the day will arrive. Obsolete, they no longer exist. A relic, a thing from the past. Future generations, a good way to talk about people in the future, and useful for IELTS writing too. Print, this is the ink that you get on your hands when you're reading the newspaper. Make sure that you complete the vocabulary quiz following this video to ensure that you can remember some of the vocabulary that is useful from this lesson. Thanks for watching. In this video, I'm going to talk about computers. Why do you think computers and computer games have become more important over the last few decades? Oh, there are a number of reasons why they have become increasingly more important in recent years, and the major one is the rapid development in IT equipment. When they were first invented, they were massive pieces of kit, about the size of a garage, whereas now it is possible to have a computer in your watch. This portability, for me, has been the key factor in their popularity and usage. When you're asked a question in part 1 or part 3, you need some thinking time. This is a very small word, but it gives you a little bit of thinking time, and you can lengthen it. Let me think. So it's a useful one to put in if you are thinking of what you're going to say. There are a number of reasons why. Think about your answers as like a mini essay. Now here, because it's a part 1, you might not be going to talk about every reason, but you can acknowledge that there are a number of reasons. Have become. The present perfect is required here because in recent years is unfinished time. Increasingly more important. Many IELTS candidates say more and more important or use this in IELTS writing, and you can make it more complex by using increasingly more important. In recent years, the question asked over the last few decades. Here, it's been paraphrased to in recent years. Try not to repeat words from the question. The major one. This is a very good example of referencing, and instead of saying the major reason, it's been referred to with one. Rapid. This means fast. Were first invented. This is an example of the past simple passive and will really impress the IELTS examiner. Massive. They're huge. They're very big. Pieces of kit. This is quite an informal expression, but it's good for IELTS speaking, and it refers to computers, big kind of electronic goods. A garage is somewhere where you keep your car. Whereas this is a good discourse marker to use instead of but. Portability. This is something that can be carried or moved with ease. The adjective is portable. For me, this is a little phrase that English speakers have started using a lot in recent years. It's not particularly complex, but you'll sound more like a native speaker. The key factor is a good collocation, and it means the main thing. Popularity and usage, using nouns such as these, makes your language sound more complex. How important are computers in our lives now? Without a shadow of a doubt, they are incredibly important. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are probably indispensable. However, having said that, if you ask me if I like computers, I'd say for the most part I do, but I do feel that they control our lives nowadays and sometimes slow us down. When buying anything, there is so much tapping on a computer, whereas in the past it was a quick transaction. In addition, I'm not keen on the fact that computers make us always available. If somebody sends you an email, they want to reply with the issue dealt with almost immediately. Without a shadow of a doubt. You need lots of phrases that you can use for all kinds of questions in part 1 and part 3. And this is a useful one because it means that what you are going to say is true. It's a bit like saying undoubtedly. Incredibly. Instead of saying really or very important, use incredibly important. An exaggeration. A statement that suggests something is better or worse than it really is. Indispensable. Absolutely necessary. We cannot live without them. Look at the use of discourse markers, linking words, giving the answer cohesion. However, whereas, in addition. Remember to use discourse markers in part 1, part 2 and part 3 of your speaking test. Having said that, a useful little phrase to contradict something you've already said. So I've said that they are so important, they're indispensable, but then I'm going to contradict that, say something opposite to that, and saying I really like them that much. Good use of the second conditional here to talk about an imaginary situation. For the most part, mostly. I do feel. To add emphasis, you can use do before a verb, and it makes what you're going to say stronger. I do believe. I do feel. When buying. After when, the verb can be an ing verb without the subject pronoun and auxiliary verb. So instead of saying when you are buying, this can be reduced to when buying. Tapping is the clicking of the keys on a computer keyboard. A quick transaction. A transaction is what you do when you're buying or selling something. I'm not keen on the fact that this is much better than saying I don't like. Are there any bad points about computers and computer games? Absolutely. As previously mentioned, there are the issues of people being able to contact you at all times of day and night. Moreover, there are a multitude of concerns brought about by computer games. Firstly, they're incredibly addictive, and this means that youngsters and teenagers do not want to spend time outside doing outdoor pursuits, and instead spend all their time playing computer games. Additionally, Playing online games can expose children to swear words, inappropriate content, and worst of all, paedophiles. When you're saying a yes very strongly, you can say absolutely. As previously mentioned. This comes from as I have previously mentioned, but it's been shortened to as previously mentioned, and it can be used in writing or speaking. At all times of day and night, this means all the time. Look at the discourse markers again. Moreover, firstly, additionally, a multitude of, a large number of, brought about, caused, incredibly, very, addictive, they're habit forming, you become dependent on them and you can't live without them. Remember that you need lots of words to talk about people in your writing and speaking, youngsters and teenagers. Outdoor pursuits, these are activities that take place outside. Outdoor activities, outdoor pursuits. Expose, cause someone to be at risk of something. Swear words, these are bad words. Inappropriate content, these are bad things. It might be bad images or some bad writing. And paedophiles, these are people who are sexually attracted to children. How influential is the internet on our daily lives? It is enormously influential. Personally, I don't think I go more than an hour without checking the internet. For people like me who are living abroad, it is useful for keeping in touch with my friends and family. In the past, it used to cost an astronomical amount of money to communicate with people in foreign climes, whereas now we can do it through email, Skype, etc. without costing a fortune. Enormously. This is a bit like incredibly, and it means very. Personally, when you're going to give your personal opinion about it. Are living, the present continuous. Remember to use it. Used to, remember to use it to talk about things in the past. An astronomical amount, this means a huge amount, a very large amount. Foreign climes, this means in warm foreign countries. Climes comes from the word climate. Whereas, remember your discourse markers, and here it's been used to introduce a contrast and is being used instead of but. To cost a fortune is an idiomatic expression, but it's useful for IELTS speaking, and it means to cost a lot of money. Make sure that you do the quiz after watching this video. Thanks for watching. In this video, I'm going to talk about free time. Do you have any hobbies or interests? I'm glad you've asked me about this, because there are a number of things that I do in my spare time. Firstly, I enjoy doing sport. I take part in various different activities, such as football and going to the gym. I particularly enjoy playing football, because I get the opportunity to hang out with my mates and play in a team. I love the feeling of being part of a team and all working together towards the same goal of winning the match. Working out is a completely different activity because it is quite a solitary activity. But what I love most about it is the opportunity to spend time on my own. Secondly, I'm a big fan of going to the movies. This gives me a chance to catch up with friends and see the latest films as well. Finally, I'm keen on visiting new places. Every month I try to have a mini break and visit somewhere new. Now this is quite a long answer to this question. You probably wouldn't say quite as much in part 1 if you were asked this question. But I've given quite a long answer to get lots of vocabulary, so you might remember some of it to use in your IELTS test. I'm glad you've asked me about this. Instead of going straight into a list of your hobbies, it's a useful phrase to start your answer, and it could be used for other questions as well. What's your favourite film? I'm glad you've asked me about this because I absolutely love films, for example. Spare time. Instead of repeating the words hobbies and interest, use synonyms to get a high grade in lexical resource. Firstly, remember to use the discourse markers. These are signposts in your speaking and writing because they make it easier for the IELTS examiner to follow what you're saying. I enjoy doing. A common error that IELTS candidates make is with two verb phrases. With the verb to enjoy, we follow it with an ing verb. I enjoy going. I enjoy having. Various. It's not really required here, but it's showing that you have a good knowledge of vocabulary. I particularly enjoy. IELTS candidates tend to use I like, I really like too much, and so if you have lots of phrases that you can use instead of saying I like, this will impress the IELTS examiner. To hang out with is a very informal phrasal verb, but it would impress the IELTS examiner in speaking, and it means to spend time with. Again, mates, this is an informal way of saying friends. It wouldn't be acceptable for IELTS writing, but it would impress the IELTS examiner in IELTS speaking. Working out. This means doing exercise in order to improve the strength or condition of your body. Solitary. This is something that's done alone, a solitary activity. Secondly, so here is another discourse marker, and it's giving your answer some organisation, some structure. I'm a big fan of. This is another way of saying I like. To catch up with. This is quite informal, but it's great for IELTS speaking, and it means to meet with someone after a period of time and find out what they've been doing, to find out all their news. The latest films. These are films that are on at the cinema at the moment and would also be useful for the film topic. Finally, to let the IELTS examiner know that you're coming to the end of what you're going to say, using this discourse marker will indicate that it's the last point you're going to make. I'm keen on. This is another way of saying I like. A mini break. This means a short holiday, especially one lasting only 2 or 3 days, so a mini break to Paris. So you go to Paris for the weekend. How do you usually spend your free time? When I was living in my home country, I used to spend a lot of my free time studying because the school system is very different. We used to have to go to classes on Saturdays, so that only left Sundays, which were filled with homework and spending some time with my parents and siblings. In the UK, however, I tend to have more free time, and so I get the opportunity to do much more, such as socialising with friends, exploring new places, and chilling out. When I was living in my home country, I used to. This is a fantastic phrase to get some more complex grammar in your answer. When I was living in my home country, I used to. So we've got the past continuous and used to. Obviously, you can only use this phrase if you are living in a different country. But if you're not living in a different country, you could change it to something like when I was studying in high school, I used to. Again, using used to is a great way to improve your grammar grade instead of just using the past simple. Were filled with. The passive is very useful if you want a high grade in grammar. Siblings, this just means brothers and sisters, but it's a more complex way of saying it. However, here we're showing contrast. I tend to. Tend to plus infinitive, tend to have, tend to do, is commonly used by native speakers of English, and it will impress the IELTS examiner. Although it's a verb, it suggests that something usually or always happens. So I tend to go to bed at 11 o'clock. It means I usually go to bed at 11 o'clock. Socialising. This means mixing socially with others. Chilling out. This is quite an informal phrasal verb, but it's great for IELTS speaking, and it means to relax, to chill out, to relax. Are there any hobbies that you would like to have in the future? Absolutely. There are a multitude of things that I love to do, but time and money prevent me from doing them at the moment. Firstly, I'd love to learn how to play the piano. I'm not particularly musical, but would love to learn how to play an instrument. Secondly, I'd like to learn how to speak Italian. I can get by in the language, but I'd like to immerse myself in it and become fluent. And finally, I'd like to learn how to cook. I'm a real foodie, but I'm not a proficient cook, so when I have more time, I'll learn how to make bread and pastries. Instead of just saying yes or no, start your answer with absolutely, meaning yes, or absolutely not, meaning no. A multitude of, another way of saying a number of. Prevent me from doing, means stop me doing something. Again, look at the discourse markers being used here. Firstly, secondly, finally. Think of your answers like mini essays, so give them some structure, give them some organisation. Instead of using very, you could use particularly. I'm not particularly musical. Musical means skilled in music. To get buy-in means you're able to live or deal with a situation. You have just enough of something you need. To immerse yourself in means to become completely involved in something. Fluent. When a person is fluent, they can speak a language easily, well and quickly. A real foodie. This is quite an informal expression, but it's a great expression for IELTS speaking, whether talking about food or here talking about your hobbies. And it means a person who loves food and is very interested in food. Proficient means skilled and experienced. Do you think hobbies should be relaxing or should they be exciting? That's an interesting question I've never really considered before. I guess a combination of both. You need relaxing hobbies to help you to recharge your batteries after the stress of study or work. However, exciting hobbies are important too because you need to challenge and push yourself, otherwise life can become dull and samey. It's good to have some fillers to use in the IELTS speaking test. These are phrases that you can use to give yourself some thinking time. That's an interesting question I've never really considered before. If you learn this and use it when answering a question, it gives you time to think about what you're going to say next. I guess This is quite informal, but it's great for IELTS speaking, and it's much better than repeatedly saying, I think, I think, I think. A combination of both, just a bit more advanced than saying both. To recharge your batteries, this is a great expression. It's an idiomatic expression, and it means to rest and relax for a period of time so that you feel energetic again. Dull, this means boring. And finally, samey. This is an informal word, but it's great for IELTS speaking, and it means it's not interesting because of being very similar. So music is very samey nowadays. It means it all sounds the same. Okay, that's the end of this video on free time. To check that you've learnt the vocabulary in this unit, please make sure that you do the vocabulary quiz following this video. Thanks for watching. In this video, I'm going to talk about transport. How do you like to travel when making long trips? That's a tricky question because, on the one hand, I absolutely detest flying. However, on the other hand, if it is a long trip that I have to make, then it is by far the most convenient. I'd much rather travel by car or by ferry. When you are travelling by car, you get the opportunity to see wonderful scenery. Nonetheless, the downside of this mode of transport is that if there is heavy traffic, then you are likely to get delayed. Being stuck in a traffic jam can lead to road rage and is extremely stressful. You need to use fillers in your answer. These give you thinking time. So that's a tricky question. Tricky means difficult, and by using this filler, it's giving you some thinking time to think about the answer that you're going to give. On the one hand, in IELTS writing, this phrase is not really complex enough, but it's okay for IELTS speaking. I absolutely detest. This means I really hate, and is a much better way of saying it. Remember to use your discourse markers, because your IELTS examiner is listening for cohesion and coherence. On the other hand, again, not complex enough for IELTS writing, but fine for IELTS speaking. By far, to really stress that this is by a great amount. The most convenient. Here I'm using a superlative. Make sure you know how to use them correctly. Instead of saying I'd prefer to, you can say I'd much rather plus infinitive. Are travelling. The present continuous is a simple tense, but it's one that's often forgotten by IELTS candidates. Scenery. This is the natural features of a landscape, and we talk about the scenery as we're travelling. Nonetheless, instead of repeating however here, this is an alternative, a much more complex word. Downside. This means disadvantage, and again is a little bit more complex. Transport is uncountable, so we talk about modes of or means of transport. Here is a useful collocation, heavy traffic, and it means when there is lots of traffic. This is an example of a reduced adjective clause. Instead of saying if you are stuck, being stuck in a traffic jam. Road rage. This is when people get angry because of traffic problems or traffic congestion and they become angry or violent. Remember to avoid basic words such as very and use more complex ones such as extremely. In your country, what kind of transport is used for long trips? The majority of people tend to use airplanes when taking long-distance trips. In actual fact, it is often cheaper to fly long-haul than take a domestic flight. The roads are in a terrible state of disrepair in my country, therefore travelling by car is not ideal. Instead of saying most, you can say the majority of. Tend to plus infinitive is a useful verb. Tend to happen, tend to do, and it means something usually happens. In actual fact, this is a useful little phrase and it's used to add emphasis to a comment. It modifies, it adds to, or it contradicts the previous statement. Here it's adding something which supports and emphasising the previous statement. We talk about long-haul flights and short-haul flights. Long-haul flights are flights that are over a long distance. A domestic flight is a flight within your own country. The roads are in a terrible state of disrepair. This means they're in a very bad condition. Remember to use discourse markers in both IELTS writing and speaking. Ideal means perfect. So here, travelling by car is not ideal. It means it's not perfect. How has transport changed in your country over the last 20 years? There are a number of ways in which transport has changed in the last 2 decades. Firstly, the number of cars on the road has increased exponentially. Therefore, the amount of congestion on the roads has mushroomed. Furthermore, the cost of fares of long-haul flights has decreased significantly. The growth of budget airlines has led to an increase in the number of flights being taken because it is more affordable than before. Remember to think of your answers in IELTS speaking like a mini essay. And if you think of them in this way, you will remember to use words and phrases to structure them. By starting your answer with this phrase, it shows you're going to give a number of reasons. There are a number of ways. In the last 2 decades, instead of repeating in the last 20 years from the question, the use of substitution here is good. Remember to use your discourse markers for your cohesion and coherence grades. So firstly, secondly, furthermore, moreover. To increase exponentially means to increase at a constant rate. When using uncountable nouns, we use the amount of, not the number of. Congestion is like traffic jams when you're travelling at a slower speed because of the amount of traffic on the roads. To mushroom means to increase, to spread or to develop rapidly. Fares. This is the money you pay for a journey on a bus, a train or a plane. As in the previous slide, long haul means a flight of a long distance, usually over about 4 hours. Budget airlines, these are low-cost airlines where you don't usually get food or you have a very small baggage allowance. Being taken, here's a good example of a reduced relative clause. The phrase which are taken has been reduced to being taken. Affordable. Something's affordable, it's inexpensive. It's reasonably priced. What do you think will happen to the transport network in your country in the future? That's an interesting question. In the short term, I reckon nothing, because the government does not have enough money to focus on transport issues. However, in the long term, something will have to change because the situation cannot continue as it is. There is the massive environmental impact of having a nation teeming with cars. Policies need to be introduced to limit the number of vehicles on the road. Nevertheless, I cannot see that happening any time in the near future. In the short term and in the long term. These are a useful pair of phrases to talk about the situation now and in the future. I reckon. This is another way of saying I think, and it's quite informal, but it's good for IELTS speaking. Massive. Instead of using simple words such as big, use more complex ones such as this. A nation. Instead of using a country, a synonym has been used here. IELTS examiners are looking for examples of substitution. This means using other words to say the same thing. Teeming with, this means full of, teeming with people, teeming with cars. Policies need to be introduced. The use of a modal passive here will impress the IELTS examiner. Nevertheless, instead of repeating however, you could use a more complex alternative such as this. In the near future, instead of saying soon, this is a more complex way of saying it. We say in the near future for soon. Thank you for watching this video. Now, do the vocabulary quiz to make sure that you've learnt the vocabulary. In this video, I'm going to talk about travel. What was the last trip you made? The last trip I made, that would be a trip I made to America last year. It had always been a lifelong dream of mine to visit Disney World in Florida, and last year my family and I had a once-in-a-lifetime trip there. Over the course of 2 weeks, we visited the major tourist attractions in the state, and the highlight of the trip was when we went to Clearwater Bay, which is located in the south of Florida, and we saw wild dolphins swimming in the sea. It is something that I will never forget. When you're going to start your answer, you need time to think about what you're going to say. A useful way of giving yourself time to think is to repeat the question, or to repeat parts of the question. What was the last trip you made? The last trip I made. That would be. Here, would be is being used instead of is. Notice the use of the past simple here. Made, had, visited, was, went, saw. An error that IELTS candidates often make is starting off in the past tense and then switching to the present tense. Make sure all your verb tenses are correct. It had always been. This is the past perfect, which is a past in the past and is formed using had plus the past participle. Using a tense such as this is really going to impress the IELTS examiner. A lifelong dream. This is a dream that you've had all of your life. A once-in-a-lifetime trip. This is a trip that you will only make once in your life. Over the course of. This means during. Major. This means the main tourist attractions. The state. This is referencing Florida. So instead of repeating the word Florida, I'm referring back to it using the state. The highlight, this is the best thing. And is located means is situated or is found in. What do you enjoy about travelling? There are loads of things that I love about travelling. Firstly, I like getting away from it all. We all need time away from our everyday life to chill out, or you could say chillax. Spending time away from mundane jobs such as cleaning, washing and ironing leaves you feeling energised. Secondly, I'm keen on finding out about different cultures and sampling the foods of different countries. Finally, I'm a sun worshipper, so I love the opportunity to sunbathe and spend a few hours reading some chick lit. There are loads of things. Think of all your answers in IELTS Speaking as like mini essays, and if you start it with a topic sentence such as this, it might remind you to say more than one thing. Remember to use discourse markers, firstly, secondly, finally. To get away from it all, this is an idiomatic phrase and it means to go somewhere completely different from what is usual and to escape from everyday life. Chill out. This is an informal word, but it's great for IELTS speaking, and it means to relax. Chillax, this is a really informal word, but it would impress an IELTS examiner, and it's a combination of chill and relax, and we make it chillax, and it's like to chill and relax. Mundane. It describes something that's very boring, dull, everyday, very ordinary. Feeling energised, to feel full of energy again. IELTS candidates frequently use I like in the IELTS exam, and it's not going to get you a high grade in lexical resource. I am keen on. And when we use I am keen on, we need to use an ing verb. I am keen on finding out. And sampling. This means trying. A sun worshipper. This is a person who loves the sun. Sunbathe, to lie in the sun to get a suntan. Chick lit. These are books that are written for women, by women, usually romantic fiction. Do you ever read books, magazines, newspaper articles about travelling? Not as a rule. However, if I'm planning a trip, then I will certainly spend some time checking out articles for recommendations of what to do whilst I'm away. I'm not much of a sightseer, but I do enjoy finding good places to eat, so I will try and make a list of potential places prior to my trip. Not as a rule. This is an idiom and it means not usually, not generally. We can use it in a positive way as well. We could say as a rule, which means usually or generally. Remember your linking words, your discourse markers. Here we're showing contrast. I am planning, the present continuous. Try to use the present continuous in your IELTS speaking. To check out means to look at. I'm not much of. This means I don't really do this. A sightseer, a person who likes visiting the sights. Potential, possible. Prior to, before. Why do you think it's a good idea for young people to travel? There are a number of reasons why it is essential that the younger generation should spend time travelling. The first reason is that travel broadens the mind. Exposure to different cultures can give you a different outlook on life. Another reason is this: if we've experienced different cultures and met people of different races, we're more likely to be tolerant of our foreign counterparts. Finally, it's fun to see the world and try different things, because when you settle down and have children, it becomes nigh on impossible to do this. Remember, your answers are like mini essays. There are a number of reasons why. The first reason, so instead of saying firstly, another reason, instead of saying secondly. Essential, this means it's really important. The younger generation, instead of saying young people, try to use different expressions and phrases for people, the younger generation. Travel broadens the mind. This is idiomatic language, and it means when you travel, you learn things about the people and places you see. Exposure to, this means experience of something. A different outlook on, a different way of looking at things. Races, this is another way of saying nationalities. Tolerant of, showing a willingness to allow the existence of opinions or behaviour that one does not necessarily agree with. Foreign counterparts, it's basically saying foreigners, but it's making it sound a little bit more complex. Settle down, to start living in a place where you intend to stay for a long time, usually with your partner. To settle down and have children, to settle down and get married. Nigh on impossible. Nigh, it's quite an old-fashioned phrase, and it means almost impossible, but it would be quite impressive in the IELTS exam if you said this. It's nigh on impossible, meaning it's almost impossible. Make sure that you do the vocabulary quiz after watching this video to help you remember the words that have been used in this video. In this video, I'm going to talk about festivals. You might get asked about festivals in part 1 or part 2, so this video will be useful for both part 1 and part 2. Describe the main festivals celebrated in your country. There are quite a few festivals which are celebrated in my country, and the major ones are Christmas, New Year and Easter. The main one out of these is Christmas, and it is renowned for being a day filled with food, fun and presents. New Year is popular with the younger generation, and is a time when parties are held to celebrate the new year. Finally, Easter, which is a festival commemorating the resurrection of Christ, is a 4-day weekend in which gargantuan amounts of chocolate are consumed. There are quite a few festivals which, it helps if you start your answer like this, because it helps it give it some organisation, and it reminds you to talk about more than one thing. Remember, the more you say, the more chance you have of getting a better grade. Are celebrated. IELTS examiners are listening for a range of vocabulary, so the passive is one that is going to add to your grammatical range. If you do not know how to use the passive, make sure you study it before your IELTS exam, as it will help you to get a high grammar grade. The major ones. Instead of repeating the main festivals from the question, referencing has been used here, referring back to those main festivals by saying the major ones. The main one out of these, this again is an example of referencing, referring back to something which has already been said. There is no need to repeat the word festivals here. Is renowned for being. This means is famous for being, but is a bit more complex because it's less commonly used. If you use renowned for followed by a verb, remember to put it into the ing form. The younger generation. It's highly likely that in writing and speaking you're going to be talking about people. You need a good range of vocabulary to talk about people, so make sure you know phrases such as the younger generation. Are held. This is another example of the passive being used correctly. Finally, by using this word, it indicates to the examiner that it's the last thing you're going to say, and it allows them to get ready to ask you the next question. Commemorating. This means to remember something or someone in an official way. Resurrection. The act of bringing something that had disappeared or ended back into use or existence. The rebirth of Christ in this case. Gargantuan. This is a great word, and it means huge, very large. Are consumed. So there's another example of the passive, but instead of saying are eaten, a more complex verb, to consume, has been used. What do you like about these festivals? There are numerous things I love about such occasions. However, the major thing would have to be the food. I know I should probably say it is a time when families come together, but I'm a food lover and a chocoholic. Therefore, for me, the main attraction is definitely the food. It is a wonderful opportunity to pig out and eat loads of not necessarily nutritious, but tasty food. Again, this answer has been started with there are numerous things, so it's a way of organising your answer and trying to remind yourself to say more than one thing. Such occasions. This is another example of referring back to these festivals. However, this is a discourse marker, a linking word, and this one indicates to the listener which direction you're going. And they're crucial if you want to get a good mark for organisation. The major thing. This means the main thing. I should, good use of modal plus infinitive here. I should probably say. A food lover, a person who loves food. A chocoholic, this is a great word. A bit like an alcoholic is somebody who is addicted to alcohol. We use this in a more fun way to mean someone who's addicted to chocolate. Therefore, another example of a discourse marker. The main attraction. Instead of saying the main thing, this makes it sound more complex. To pig out, this is a very informal expression, but it's great in IELTS speaking, and it means to eat loads or to eat too much. Not necessarily as a figure of speech to dispute a statement without having to explain why. It's not necessarily good, but I like it. Nutritious means it contains lots of nutrition, a lot of the substances needed for life and growth. So it's got lots of vitamins and minerals, for example. And tasty, it's delicious. Have these festivals changed much over recent years? I guess the key change is that they have become less about religion and more about families regrouping and spending time together. Our lives are so busy nowadays, and we're all rushing around like headless chickens for most of the year, so it does provide a great opportunity for people to get together and spend time with their loved ones. I guess many IELTS candidates start their answers with I think. This is not going to impress the IELTS examiner. So find other expressions such as I guess, I suppose, I reckon. The key change. Key is like major and is much better than saying main. Regrouping. This is about becoming a group again. We say things like we need to regroup, means kind of get the group back together. To rush around like headless chickens. This is an idiomatic expression, and it can be used in speaking but not in writing. And it means to be rushing about, to be very busy, doing lots of things that are not necessarily effective, but you're rushing about doing a lot of things. It does provide. This is an example of the present simple being used, but instead of the S on the end of provides, it provides. It does provide is kind of really making it stronger. Their loved ones. This is a way of saying their family, but it's a much more informal way of saying it. Do you think they will change much in the future? I suppose in the near future they will continue to become less about religion, but who knows in the distant future, because as a society we are becoming so work obsessed they might even disappear. Personally, I believe that would be a shame, because I look forward to all our festivals and feel that we need them to stay sane. As in the last question, I suppose is a better way of saying I think in IELTS speaking. When we're talking about in the future, we can divide it into soon and not so soon. So in the near future is soon, and in the distant future is not soon. Who knows? This is an example of a rhetorical question, asked to show that the person is asking it but doesn't know the answer. We are becoming good use of present continuous to show that this is a process that's happening and isn't yet finished. Work obsessed. We're unable to stop thinking about work. Personally, I believe, again, instead of saying I think, we could say this phrase, personally, I believe. That would be a shame. This means that would be a disappointing thing. It would be a pity. We need them to stay sane. This means to stop going crazy. After watching this video, make sure that you do the quiz to check that you have learnt some of the vocabulary in this unit. Thanks for watching. In this video, I'm going to talk about clothes. Are clothes important to people where you live? That's an interesting question, but to be honest, it's one I've never thought about before. I imagine it depends on the age group. For youngsters under the age of 10, I guess not. Likewise for senior citizens. Generally, I don't believe that they are too bothered about what they wear. However, teenagers are probably the age group which is most keen on fashion. I think the major reason for this is peer pressure. If your friends are wearing the latest fashion trends, then naturally there is pressure on you to be seen in the latest gear. When you're asked a question in part 1 or part 3, it's difficult to immediately think of something to say. So you need fillers. You need sentences that can give you thinking time. So I recommend that you make a list of these before you go for your IELTS speaking exam, so you have them ready to use. That's an interesting question, but to be honest, it's one I've never thought about before. I imagine in IELTS speaking you're going to be asked a lot about what you think, and if you keep saying I think, it's not going to impress the IELTS examiner. So here we've got I imagine, I guess not for I don't think, I don't believe for I don't think. And if you look in this answer, there isn't I think used very much. We've got it here, but we've got 3 other alternatives for I think or I don't think. So make sure you use these in the IELTS speaking exam. It depends on. Subject-verb agreement is really important if you want to get above a 6 in IELTS. When we use it needs an S on the verb. Youngsters, in writing and speaking, you are going to be talking about people or writing about people, so it is essential that you have lots of vocabulary to describe people. Youngsters, this means young children. Teenagers, these are children between the age of 13 and 19. Senior citizens, old people. Likewise, this means similarly. Too bothered about, care about. You say, I'm bothered about the environment. It means you care about the environment. However, remember to use linking words because they add organisation for your answer. And the IELTS examiner is listening for organisation words for your coherence and cohesion grade. Is most keen on. To be keen on means to like. Notice the third person singular is used because it's agreeing with this word group, not teenagers. The major reason. The IELTS examiner is looking for your use of collocations. These are words that go together. The major reason. Peer pressure. This is a useful word for IELTS writing and speaking, and it means pressure from your peers. Your peers are people the same age as you. So pressure from your friends to behave in a particular way or dress in a particular way. Are wearing. Remember to use the present continuous if possible to add to your grammatical range. The latest fashion trends. These are the things that are fashionable at the moment. Naturally. Obviously. The latest gear. This is quite informal, but it's a very good way in IELTS speaking to describe the latest clothes. How do people decide which clothes to buy? That depends on what kind of person you are. If you are a dedicated follower of fashion, then what you wear is determined by what is in fashion. However, clothes might be purchased for work reasons. For example, if you work in an office, then you might be obliged to wear a suit. Finally, there might be practical reasons for buying certain items, such as if you do manual work, you need clothes that are hard wearing. A dedicated follower of fashion is a person who is heavily influenced by fashion trends and always wants to be seen in the latest gear. Is determined by, is controlled by. We say in fashion, something is in fashion, and it means it's fashionable. Remember to use discourse markers to give your answer organisation. So here we've got however, we've got an example, and we've got finally to show it's the last thing that you're going to say. Might be purchased, might be obliged to. These are modal passives. If you do not know how to use modal passives, then I strongly recommend that you study these before the IELTS speaking exam because they will really improve your grammatical range. Certain items, this is a good use of referencing and it refers back to clothes. Manual work, this is work involving your hands, such as a builder. And if you do manual work, you need clothes that are hard wearing. This means they last a long time. They are durable. Would you ever buy clothes for somebody as a present? Definitely not. Clothes are personal and you could easily offend someone by buying them clothes. What if you bought something and it was too big? They might think you are suggesting they're fat. I'd say buying clothes for others is a definite no-no. The only time I'd buy something for someone would be if I was very close to that person and knew their size. Instead of just starting your answer with a no, make it stronger, make it more emphatic, and say definitely not. To offend means to make someone angry or upset. A definite no-no. This is quite informal, but it's good for IELTS speaking, and it means that something is very unsuitable or unacceptable. Here we've got this second conditional talking about an imaginary situation, and this is a great way to extend your grammatical range. Do you think clothes are too important for some people? As previously mentioned, peer pressure is a key factor, while clothes are vital for some. If you were wearing something that was considered untrendy, then you would stick out like a sore thumb and might get teased or picked on. Clothes can also be used to make a statement. If you are in a job where you are judged by your appearance, then the right outfit is essential to make the right impression. As previously mentioned, when you're going to repeat something that you've already said, use this phrase. Peer pressure. We had this in the previous question, but it's some great complex language. So pressure from your peers, pressure from people the same age in order to behave in a particular way or dress in a particular way. A key factor. This is a good collocation and it means a major thing. Vital. IELTS examiners are listening for substitution, and this means using different words instead of repeating the same words over and over again. This word means important. It's highly likely that you're going to use the word important at some point in your IELTS speaking or writing exam, so make sure you know alternative words such as vital, essential, crucial. If you were wearing, excellent use of the past continuous here in a second conditional sentence. Was considered, good use of past simple passive. The range of grammar is impressive throughout this answer. And remember, the IELTS examiner is listening for grammatical range. So you need a range of vocabulary. You cannot just speak in the present simple or the past simple. Untrendy. This means unfashionable. To stick out like a sore thumb. This is very idiomatic. And it means everybody notices this person because they're very different from the people or things around them. To stick out like a sore thumb. To get teased. This means people laugh at you or say unkind things about you. To get picked on. To pick on someone means to annoy them or to criticise them. To bully somebody. Clothes can also be used. This is a great use of modal passive. To make a statement. This is to say something about yourself. So you wear a particular thing to make a statement. To be judged by your appearance. This is to make decisions about people purely based on their appearance. Essential is another word that means important. And to make the right impression, this means to make a positive impact. After watching this video, make sure that you do the vocabulary quiz to ensure that you have learnt the useful vocabulary from this video. Thanks for watching.